cover yesterday, you cover today?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, good morning everybody. Welcome back to Castle Ceconi. Hey again, Dario.
Hey, Jeremy, good morning from him.
And good morning from him.
How are you today, my friend?
Excellent, thank you. A really nice homage to our Ronnie Barker and the two Ronnies, should we say, something, the very English thing. So look it up if you're not English and find out about the two Ronnies. Welcome back to Castle Ceconi. What an awesome day we had yesterday as part of the virtual photography show and live here on YouTube from Castle Ceconi. So a little update from what happened yesterday, Dario. We had some awesome shoots, didn't we? Tell us about the shoots.
Oh my goodness, has been a brilliant day. Actually, Maurice and Sarah provided such incredible insight through outdoor, indoor, flashlight, natural light shooting with a beautiful model. And
two completely different styles of photography.
Completely, like North and South Pole.
From amazingly beautiful fine art style to crazy out there madness, which was just brilliant to watch. And
yeah, Maurice is such a creative genius.
And we're going to see the results of that today, aren't we?
Yeah, exactly. This afternoon we will have, we are lucky enough to have both these artists commenting some of these pictures and providing some lecture to our audience. So I think it's going to be great.
It's going to be a great day.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to see those, we recorded them and the whole day's worth of recording is on YouTube now. You can go and watch it all the way through. So make sure that you actually pop back onto YouTube when we're not live, because you really need to stay with us live all day. There are so many great things happening today, not the least of which is the live work from Maurizio and Sarah. We're going to be talking about loads of product too, aren't we? We've got a great session on product today.
Of course, yeah. We will also talk about the HD printing.
Yeah, you're going to explore why use HD printing, why we've
Correct.
put a commitment to HD printing, and what people need to do to get the best out of it.
Exactly. It's my pleasure. You know, whenever I talk about HD printing, I have goosebumps. Because
yeah, we don't have all day on that one, although don't forget
unfortunately, I have to squeeze everything in a few minutes,
and
but I will provide you.
But there are
insight.
some great resources for people to watch about the HD printing that we've done in the past. I know in our UK community there's an awesome over an hour interview with Rocco Ancora that was all about HD printing and sRGB versus Adobe RGB and 8-bit and 16-bit, explained in a really simple way. But let's just have a touch on the products we're going to talk about today and what we've already covered. So let's have a look at that too.
Yeah, you're right. And today is going to be a lot about products. So we will cover and we will say it all about wall arts, the current versions and the upcoming options.
Yeah.
Which is, I can't wait to explain
so
how this works.
Our concept cars are going to be announced today, aren't they?
Exactly.
Some of the things that we're going to be showing throughout the next year, sharing with you, launching during 2020, 2021, whatever, the time that we have left in 2020, that is.
And as well as, what overseas is called the dry thing, but I will call it, a different way. So speaking about wall art, there are different levels, so.
Well, that reminds me, we also have a brilliant interview that we have with Sean LeBlanc from Canada, who majors on our wall art, loves our Canvas Pro and our wall art products.
And what I love about this man? I mean, Sean is such a pragmatic, humble guy, that approached the market a few years ago and ran like a rocket.
Well, he brings an engineer. I mean, he was a very highly paid engineer for a major electricity company in Canada, and he wanted to follow his dreams and his passion. So he left that very highly paid job at huge risk, but within 3 years has created a phenomenal business by focusing on the people that he's photographing and the products and joining them together.
This is the typical case history that I love the most, because it shows that it's possible when you follow your passion, but you have your head attached to your body, and it's not just heart beating and pounding in your chest, but it's also a business plan, a solid one.
It shows absolutely what is possible if you follow your dreams and your passions, but you focus on how your business is going to operate. So let's touch a little bit on what we're going to talk about today. So the overall
like I said,
product for you.
Yeah, so wall arts, the new different options for wall arts, because you can apply high quality prints on different substrates. So whether for you, for some reason, for this project, proper wall art, especially our Pro line, might be too much, there are other solutions that still keep the quality there, but are lighter, flexible, of course more affordable.
And we're going to talk about We're going to talk about dry mounts as well, a new program that we're going to work on with dry mounts.
Exactly. As well as the storybook that is here. We have a highly
paper.
anticipated the Amalfi paper.
Yeah, we've been talking about it for a long time, but the program is pretty much settled on now. And
So, and of course, the Surprise collection, the Kelly Brown collections, and the upcoming Jerry Gionis collection.
Well, I mean, that in itself, it just tells people how much we've moved away from just being an album company. Our cooperation with the lovely Sue Bryce and Kelly Brown to create a selection of products that really have again changed the market in the world of portrait products too.
Absolutely. Working with these geniuses out there has been a phenomenal experience. If not, because you are sharing the same passion, like we said before, but with a solid business model and the aim of Kelly, of Sue, and Jerry as well.
And you mentioned Jerry, so we're going to announce and preview the new Jerry Gionis range of products that are really focused to target that that high-end spender. And I don't mean high-end customer, rich person. We're talking about people who truly believe in their photography and want something luxurious and special.
That's an important difference. You're right. I'm glad you pointed out. And like I said, all of these geniuses have in mind a different industry. All they want to talk about is for the benefit of everybody in this community. So when they propose Sue, Kelly has, as well as Jerry, has an incredible knowledge, and they share online with their platforms, and which, by the way, I strongly encourage you to take a look on. So Sue Bryce Education and Newborn Posing, as well as Jerry Gionis' training program, it's just encyclopedia. It's like everything you might need to know is there.
Well, if you think about that, what you've just said, we have 3 of the best educators in the world.
Of course,
with Sue Bryce, Kelly Brown, and Jerry Gionis, covering the genres which are creating the most success and money right now.
Exactly.
And there's more for us to talk about in that too. Now, yesterday we covered off the original wedding book, we covered off the young book, we talked about the new young book too. We also talked about the Go book now. And also, all during yesterday, we regularly gave away £500 worth of product. Now, right now, we're going to do another £500 giveaway, and right in this session, it's the Go book.
It's the Go book. So I know that you love this moment. Go for it. Please announce the next
So, all throughout the days, we're going to be giving away £500 worth of product, and it's going to be individual products. So it could be an original wedding book, it could be a young book, it could be a piece of wall art, and right now it's the Go book. Now, yesterday we shared a new Go book that we're going to have, but just to remind you what the Go book is. So the new Go book is going to be a variation of the Go book we currently have, and will be coming out shortly. It has on it, let me hold one of those for you. It has the Go book itself, comes with a clear plexiglass, a clear plexiglass screen with an album inside. So the standard Go book comes with a clear one. This is a new one that we're going to launch. So the Go book promo, £500. You need to click on the link. You have 5 minutes only to register for that £500 worth of Go book. Now, this new Go book, which we talked about yesterday, you can find it in the thing that we in the afternoon session that we had yesterday, is with the Chromolux panel on here, with the standard Go book underneath. But let me just pop that back on there just to show you what's going to happen on the back of this now, because guess what? Yes, you can hang it on the wall. Surprise, surprise. It's going to be new, and you're going to be able to hang it on the wall. So it's a whole new Go book variation.
Yeah, these are the 3D printed hangers that we normally install in our wall arts program or the Amalfi panel. And yeah, so now finally
you can hang it on the wall.
You can hang it on the wall straight as is.
But the other thing, Dario, we haven't just put those in, we've increased the strength of the Go book box inside to be able to take the weight.
Exactly.
So that's really, really important. So anyway, you only have a few minutes more to register for the Go book £500 worth of free giveaway product that we're going to give to you, and that's going to happen throughout the day. We've now got 7 more after this one, and it could be wall art, it could be original wedding book, it could be young book, so and another Go book.
Yeah, you know what? All you have to do is to stay tuned with us today as well, and make sure that you're not losing the right spot to fill the form.
So what else is happening today? Let's talk about what else is happening today, so people know what they're going to see throughout the day too.
See, yeah, like I said, the next chapter will be the HD printing, so which is, in my opinion, one of the most revolutionary new technology that we have seen in this industry.
Well, it's an interesting concept too, and I know you're going to explore this more. But it always just amazes me how a photographer will spend, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, £5,000 on a camera body. They'll spend even more on the glass that's on the front of it. They'll spend £1,000 or more on a great ISO monitor. Their £2,000, £3,000, £4,000 computer to manage all of these files.
Indeed.
And then they go and throw away loads of the data by printing it on photographic printing and sRGB. Why not use the skills and the Canon and Nikon and Sony and Fuji and all those people have done to create these incredible cameras and give you a chip that has so much stuff on it? Why don't you want to print it?
No, it's a nonsense in my opinion. Yeah. I mean, it's like, if you spend this big just to grab that little, out of it, it doesn't make sense. There's any business that can be run this way, right?
Yeah. If you want the same as the public can get themselves, and they can print themselves, that's fine, go ahead. If you want to give them something so much better that when they see all the work that you put into, all the time you've spent learning to be a photographer, the passion you have in creating these perfect images for them, be it on their wedding, on their portraits or their babies, you should print them something special.
Yeah, when we have developed the HD printing with Canon, I remember that I had the opportunity to talk to very important high-level executives in Canon, and they were, commenting why they did put so much money and effort in delivering to market the Dreamlab 5000s. And I remember that I was questioning too, and I said, listen, why don't you focus on cameras? And they say, you know what? The thing is, we believe that we deliver the best cameras. Okay, that's their opinion. They're Canon, quite rightly, and they say, but you know what? We know that very soon people will start considering that maybe they don't need any more cameras, because what they can have is just looking at the screen, and that's it. There is no output
closure,
possible.
There's no output.
So they wanted to deliver to the market the same technology that talks correctly to the modern era cameras and delivers the same quality, all the information.
So basically, they thought that in time professionals would go, well, I'm not printing this file.
So what's the point?
I'm putting it on the screen. Why do I need such a big file? Okay, it's great. I can zoom into, I can shoot this wide, and if I only want a tiny bit of it, makes their life easier. I do understand that, but if they want to actually print all the range of color that they're capturing, all the detail. And I'm not going to say any more because you're going to do a great talk on HD printing, I know that. So we've got HD printing, we've got the interview with Sean LeBlanc, we're going to talk about wall art, we're going to talk about the Sue Bryce collection, the Kelly Brown collection, the Jerry Gionis collection, and of course, not forgetting the photo box as well, which is another product we have for the portrait photographer, which many don't realize. So another really full day.
Oh yeah, by the way, I saw in the comments from yesterday live streaming, the way people are asking, where can I get in touch with Mauricio Sarra? Because clearly these mind-blowing sessions have inspired many. Yeah. And I say, well, you can reach them out on Facebook or their social medias. They're more than happy to help, as they normally do.
Well, we can post links for Sarah, for Mauricio and Sean after they've seen Sean's link.
Yeah,
too.
and wait, you didn't even see the whole thing. You will see today with Sarah and Mauricio commenting their own pictures, so the inside, it will be again.
And we're going to print them too,
overwhelming.
Aren't we? So we're going to print them, is that right?
We are going to print something, and because Canon has been gracious enough to provide us some equipment here in the remote castle. So yeah, it's just great to see from experts to experts, this knowledge transfer. And
you know what? And in mentioning that, I want to thank all of those photographer friends, members of the Graphi family who've created videos for us to have the little gap and the time to run to the next workstation and change the microphone. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to our great friends around the world. Thank you to our ones from the UK who've also provided some brilliant small videos just to help fill these little gaps for us to run as fast as we can.
Yeah, if you had the chance to visit our homepage in these days, it's completely different than usual, and you will see in my opinion, it's a sort of a summarized, condensed sneak peek of the Graphi world. And there's a place, there's a point, there's a line that actually express our feelings that you were talking about now, and it's you call them testimonials, we call them family. Yeah. Because that's exactly how we feel.
We'll talk about this a little more in the next session, but we don't pay ambassadors.
Yeah.
You know, we have a family who work with us because they want to better themselves. So we're moving on. Next session, so the next session, there'll be a little video in between. So I think you're up next on HD printing, is that right? So we're looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to another brilliant day. Thoroughly enjoyed yesterday. Congratulations to all the team done here. I just want to say, this is all done on iPhones. That's madness. It's all done on iPhones. So let's look forward to the next session. Looking forward to spending the day with you, and let's move on. See you guys in a bit.
See you.
Hi, my name is Rich Marchesotto. I have a studio here in New York. I'm a second-generation photographer, and I've been in this industry ever since I was a kid, going to my parents' studio and learning about studio operations and photography from my dad. Well, to me, being a Graphistudio customer kind of makes me feel like I'm part of a very passionate and creative family that is always striving to create new and innovative products of the highest quality and to make us stand out in the marketplace. I really believe that this is Graphi's culture, both in Italy and here in the United States. Here in the US, my rep is Lisa Larkins, who's constantly giving me ideas of how to customize our orders to kind of make us stand out in our marketplace. I really love what Maureen Nices has been doing, having Zoom webinars with world-class photographers, sharing their ideas of photography, marketing, and sales throughout this period. It's been very inspirational. I can't think of any other vendor that's as dedicated to the professional photographer as Graphi. I recently had a really great experience with a client with a photo session I did. It was for a prom. The parents wanted the kids to remember this time in their lives. Even though the proms were canceled, and they still wanted these kids to remember this time. So I showed up at the session. I had never met the guy before. The parents of the girl were clients of ours. The guy came up to me and said to me, he'd never worn a suit before. He hadn't been photographed professionally since he was 4 years old. And he was very shy, and he also hated the way he looked in photographs. So I started the session, parents were looking, and when I was photographing him, I would show him on the back of the camera how he looked. And he said, wow, I really look good in these photographs. I never thought I could look this good. And his mother was behind us watching, and she told me later on that he just lit up when he looked at those photographs. So when his mom came in for the sales consultation, I created a slideshow for her. About 40 or 50 photographs of him that I had done. And she was sitting there looking at the slideshow with tears rolling down her eyes. And when it was over, she said to me that she was a single mother of 3 and that her ex-husband had always belittled this kid, made him feel worthless, and it made him very shy. So he had no confidence whatsoever. But seeing those photographs, he said to his mother, he looked really amazing. So she felt he looked confident in these photographs. So after the slideshow is over, what I do in Fundy, I do my slideshow in Fundy, and at the end of the slideshow, I create several wall groupings from that session. The mom picked a wall grouping with 6 canvas pros we're going to make for her that she can be hanging in the house when he comes home from school in November. She really thinks it's going to uplift him and make him feel great to see himself on the wall like that. So being a graphic customer is this and everything else, and so many more things. It is their dedication to the photographer, it's a dedication to quality, and the dedication to unique products to make us stand out, to make us successful. So thank you, Graphi. I'm really glad to be part of your family, and I'm really glad to be a partner with you. Thank you so much. I love everything you do.
Hello, welcome back. So another beautiful site here at the castle. So like we have anticipated with Jeremy, we are going to talk about HD printing. HD printing has been a revolution in this industry. And to be honest, because we have witnessed every single step from the release to today, I can tell you, at the beginning, people were more than skeptic. Even our competitors found this idea laughable. We believed in this technology instead. We have been lucky enough to work directly with Canon Inc. from Tokyo. And you know what? I'm so pleased, I'm so happy we took this decision, which was a strategic decision. I mean, as you can imagine, it took investments, it took time, knowledge, energies, but has been possibly one of the most incredible decisions we took ever. Let me explain you why. So basically, the importance of the HD comes from one assumption. Even Canon, such a large corporation, bringing to market incredible cameras and lenses, realized somewhere 10 years ago that possibly professional photographers would have been in a position where buying new cameras or new lenses and the new generations of technology, they wouldn't have not any advantage, any competitive advantage. Why is that? Simple. If it's everything about the output. So if you buy large, you are expected to output large. But if your output is a social media picture, or even less, if your output is a 200 dpi PDF that you want to print online somewhere on the web, well, at that point it doesn't make any sense to buy large cameras and huge lenses. For this reason, Canon put efforts and money, I mean millions, and a huge army of engineers developing this printer, which is the Dream Labo 5000. The Dream Labo 5000 brought basically professional printing to the next level. And when we saw in a sort of, I'd say, secret meeting in Europe, in Germany somewhere, I can't tell you exactly where, but we have been invited many years ago looking at the prototype, which had even a different name. The question from Canon engineers was, okay, what do you think? What do you think we could do with this? And as Graphi, we had a vision immediately, and we say, listen, we can bring the fine art printing to the next level. And they were like, oh, okay, well, we were more thinking about the Silverlight paper. Yeah, Silverlight paper, we will talk about that in a minute, but fine art printing is the holy grail for photographers. So it's where you can create, you can provide the extra value, the added value. So, long story short, we joined forces with Canon, and we are proudly now the evangelist of the HD technology globally. And I show you which are the 3 main reasons why you should also adopt the HD printing. Let's go with the first one. The first one you can see here in my laptop is accuracy. Because honestly speaking, when you print such an adorable portrait or fashion portrait like this is a picture from by Sarah Ferrara, and when you go to this detail, to this attention, when you hire a studio or when you have your own studio as well, when you put money and effort and you want to really reach the state of the art in terms of shooting, lighting, post-production, then you have to wonder, okay, now that I have the perfect image and I'm looking at that on my screen, what I'm going to do, what I'm going to do with this imagery. Now, unless you work on a different planet, you have to print it to create value and having something sellable to your clients. Therefore, accuracy means everything, and I show you why. Until now, all we could do was to print with Silverlight media. But Silverlight media, it's simply out of fashion, and I tell you why. So, this is the, I prepared for you some slideshows, very simple, streamlined, but let's say just to give you an idea, a quick idea, okay? So this is the spectrum, so the visible area of colors, okay? So this is the color space, and you can see the Adobe RGB, the sRGB, and the red triangle is the Silverlight capability. So that's exactly where you can have the information from the screen down onto paper. Okay, now Silverlight, don't get me wrong, has been basically photography with a capital P for decades, but has been around for 150 years. Now, how would you expect a technology that had been envisioned 150 years ago to communicate with modern cameras? In fact, they don't. Now, to revamp this kind of technology, some suppliers talk about laser light, digital Silverlight printing, but it's, honestly speaking, it's just marketing, okay? So the reality is that you are limited to this result. Now, remember what Jeremy before was saying, you know what, I don't understand why you put big money on lenses, you call it glasses, and cameras, so having larger sensors, more precise pixels, and then you print on something that will never, ever bring these informations onto paper. So save your money, save your efforts. It's not worth it. Now, take a look close to the same picture. I show you the HD print capability. You can see the difference between the Silverlight and the HD, because the HD print actually brings onto paper the 85% of the Adobe RGB gamut, which means a much, much larger playground for you to run wild in your post-production and then deliver something groundbreaking and over-exceeding the expectations of your clients. That's the reason why you should adopt the HD printing. And I tell you what, some say, okay, Dario, that sounds interesting, but what if I print on plotters? I should be able to print the same gamut. Of course, but the question is, how much does it cost? So then again, business-wise, that's the reason why you should adopt the HD printing, because the plotters are amazing. We also have plotters, and for some applications we use that technology, but it's a different business model. So you have to imagine that when we print HD, it means that you can have an award-winning, on the highest competition in the globe, print, embed on each single page of your album. That's incredible. I said it again. When you print a wedding book or a portrait session with the HD printing technology, it means that every page of your book could win an international competition, because that's the accuracy, the point of black, the white, all the crispy details, the shades, the informations that you can have onto paper. But this is not all. Let me show you the next point. There are, like I said, three main reasons. So accuracy is the first one. Another one, very important, is durability. So yeah, you're reading well. It says 300 years. That's exactly the certification of the HD medias. So the Japanese authority certificated the HD medias for lasting up to 300 years in good conditions, of course, which means that you will never see any fading, any shades surfacing on your prints. They will be stable for 300 years. Now, you might say, okay, what does it mean, 300 years? Maybe even Silverlight paper or digital printed paper are the same. Not exactly. So the same certification states that the Silverlight paper lasts not more than 50 years, which doesn't mean that it will vanish, but it means that it starts turning into something different. That's exactly the experience that we all have when we visit grandma and they open, and she opens the shoebox full of peaches, old peaches with torn edges and yellowish and bluish and that kind of vintage look that ironically we replicate on Instagram and other social medias, to recreate that fashion of the 70s, 80s or 50s. So this color degrading isn't acceptable when you sell a professional result. And therefore, the HD print capability actually provides you something that will last, in poor words, forever, okay? So accuracy, durability, and eco-friendly, yeah. So where's another main difference between Silver-Allied and the HD printing is that Silver-Allied use chemicals. The HD printing doesn't. It's a water-based ink, and therefore, just to give you a glimpse, just to give you an idea what does it mean, our Silver-Allied printers produce 1 cubic meter of exhaust chemicals every a given number of prints, usually in our case 2 to 3 days, okay? So, and we have to waste this with the proper strict rules for environmental issues. With the Dreamlab 5000s by Canon, we have no issues at all. We produce a little tank of exhausted water, which is almost drinkable. I wouldn't do that, but in theory, it's drinkable. And it creates this little tank over a week. So there is no comparison. But it's not only that. So the exhausted chemicals, which is a problem, and you can imagine nowadays young couples are quite rightly environmentally, I'd say, concerned, if not, I'd say, what could be the right word? Let's say they are conscious about the environment, okay? And they ask you, do you have any eco-friendly, do you have certifications? Can you tell me where this paper comes from? Or can you tell me how this process comes from? Or can you guarantee this is not, for instance, it's pet friendly? So now let's talk about animals, because the exhausted chemicals are part of the problem. The rest of the problem is that the Silver-Allied paper is made with different substrates. And this is a simple graphic you can find also on the web. So what they call the gelatin binder is where the Silver-Allied crystals are in suspension. So this is where the magic happens with the light beams that goes through the substrate and change with a chemical process with, it's a little bit complicated now, but let's say when the light goes in, these crystals orientates in a way that reflects or doesn't reflect light, and therefore you have colors and the image. Now, this gelatin is made with animal parts, okay? So that's the issue, that's the problem. With the HD media, we don't have these animal parts involved at all. So should you have eco-friendly vegan clients, that's even one more reasons why you should go HD, okay? So then again, if you are a great photographer, as Sarah Hedman's and you can produce this sort of quality, but even if you have your weddings, and so you're not aiming to an award-winning picture, but you're aiming to deliver a beautiful storytelling for your clients, why don't you embrace this amazing technology and unleash the power of your files straight onto the pages of your book? Remember, do you know Michelangelo? I'm sure you're familiar with Michelangelo, right? This incredible genius. So Michelangelo used to say, he was a sculptor and a painter, but when he was a sculptor, when he was shaping the marble, the stone, he used to say, I'm not actually shaping the stone, I'm unleashing the figure that is contained in the stone. It's the same for you. When you have this beautiful imagery, just make sure that you are unleashing the power in these details and informations that you grab with the amazing modern cameras and lenses and your accurate post-production to the nth degree. Just give this grace to your clients. Just make sure they are going to enjoy your imagery through this technology. It will be like going from the old-fashioned CRT monitors to the LCD monitor. It's a giant leap forward. So please consider to adopt the HD printing. This is the future and the present of professional photography. Thank you for listening today. And Jeremy, wherever you are in the castle, in this beautiful place, the line is to you.
Evolution is based off the idea that we have a lot of ideas, and when you leave, all those ideas make sense into one channel. So the headshots are applicable every day, the boudoir session is applicable every day, the way that we treat families is applicable, and the way we photograph weddings is applicable. So it's all one brain that you can use right away.
The Evolution workshop came about because I really wanted to be part of a workshop where each speaker built on the next speaker. I wanted to be part of something where everyone was coming from a common place and where the people attending could be in a place where everybody was singing the same song and focused on the same thing.
How to create the most perfect clients. This is practical advice. Marketing, conversations with the client, the shoot, the in-person sales, and client care. There's no other workshops that teaches you right from the ground level, from experienced studios.
Ben and I began teaching workshops back in the day. They were mostly shooting workshops, and that's what people came to us for. We would teach them how to shoot really creative, epic photos in interesting places and in difficult places.
And it's a very round workshop, so we talk and point everything that is in the industry, in the photography, in the business and the craft. So we touch everything, really.
Chose Evolution to be held at the Graphistudio Castle because we felt it was the perfect place.
There's no better place. Every student that comes here is just inspired.
This is a magical place. This is something that doesn't exist anywhere in the world.
When you're in class and you look out of the window, you take a deep breath and you feel gratitude that you're here.
Hey, thank you, Dario. That was amazing. And I know you needed even more time to really give it the credit that it deserves, because the HD printing has been a revolution within our business, and should be in the photographer's business too. So, which leads us really nicely on to what we're going to do within wall art, because it's taking those groundbreaking ideas and different approaches that Graphistudio is renowned for, and we've done the same with our wall art. So we're going to walk through our whole wall art range, both the existing current products and products that are on the design table or even close to ready being launched as well. So the next 15 minutes is all about wall art, and let's have a good look, and we'll have a talk through the differences, why we've done things differently, what it is about our wall art that gives you the opportunity to sell them for so much more money. We hope that you'll agree that we have presented you with something unlike you've possibly been able to get before, unless of course you've already got it from us. So Dario, let's make a start through the existing wall art ranges that we have, starting of course with the Pro series that we have.
Indeed, it's something that we are very proud of, and as usual, where we have introduced the wall art program for the first time, we were pretty aware that there are wall arts everywhere. Okay, so we know that, but for the same reason, we knew there was room for innovation and improvements, and in fact, we delivered. Right, Jeremy?
Absolutely. The key thing about it is not just within the finish itself, because there are acrylics, there are Chromolux, and there are kind of canvases that are out there, but there's nothing like what we've done.
Let me say, kind of canvases.
Yeah, the key thing for us is giving you something that when it goes into your client's hand, they go, oh, wow, that's amazing. And not just because of the photography itself, which we hope you'll give something stunning. What we've actually done in our Pro series is to make the product truly finished. So instead of providing your client with a great picture at the front, but when you pass it over, it looks like it's been made in your school child's woodworking room, with the
staples everywhere,
and staples and everything, really, not really a high quality product. We've created the box system on which the basis for all the Pro series work. So in the Pro series, you can have any of the finishes and it's finished. So you have a wood finish of all the different colors, you have a touch finish, which Dario's just picking up that one to show you, beautiful soft touch finish. We have our own hangers that we've created, and the hangers too are always equidistant in the corners so that they're really easy to hang. We've designed the bigger pieces so that they can hang really easily on stud work walls, so you don't have to have a steel girder in place just to hang your wall art. And indeed, we've created the back finishes to make them also an opportunity to make them a true piece of art for your client. For instance, you can create your own certificate of authenticity that goes onto the back.
Yeah, indeed.
You can have something that makes it a true piece of art by you that your customer's going to buy, and you can then reinforce your brand name by putting your brand name to a one-of-one original photograph by whoever you are as a photographer.
That's key. That's really important.
Yeah. So we have the acrylic pros.
Yeah.
We have the Chromolux, and we have the Canvas Pros.
Exactly.
Now tell me about the Canvas Pro, because that's something completely unique and different.
Yeah, so for the Canvas Pro, let's move a little bit forward here. And this is part of our collection, for instance, but if you can come closer, I hope, unfortunately I can touch it, but you can't. But trust me, it's something that doesn't even seem a canvas in the way you are possibly familiar with. And the reason why I was a little bit ironic before is that usually canvases are printed by labs that you can find anywhere, are printed on a PVC substrate that actually is laminated with a print on top. So it's a completely different look. It's shiny. To be honest, it doesn't communicate the quality.
It sags over time. It looks like it's been made in a school workshop. It's glossy and shiny, especially with the lower end of the prints. And in fact, I remember walking around last year's photography show when we had a real life show, and we actually got to see others that are out there, and I couldn't see a single one that didn't bounce the light off of everything. Whereas, whereas everything that we do really gives you the opportunity to see it, touch it, feel it.
Let alone, this is a pure cotton canvas.
So it's 100% cotton canvas.
100% cotton canvas. Is printed with 12 inks, archival inks. So it's a completely different level with respect to the one that you were describing before. and it's laminated with a special process that we have
I know, I saw
engineered.
that in the factory just on Friday. I wanted to find out how we did it, and we're walking around and standing looking and said, no, surely not. That's really? We do that to every single one? It was amazing. It was
so
amazing.
the touch finishing that lets you feel the fabric texture,
Yeah.
but it also gives you a kind of a peachy, like,
yeah,
feeling.
It's a soft kind of feel underneath it. And the other thing about it, of course, is that you can put it in almost any location in your home or studio, and it doesn't matter where the light's coming from. You're not going to get bounce light that's going to make it invisible to see. So let's move on to the arts that we got, because we switched over to we're on the Canvas Pro. We have our Megamat series as well.
Yeah, Megamats are.
Tell us about the Megamat.
Yeah, Megamats are another bridge, if you will. So we provide archival mats, so cotton paper mats, certified archival, with archival prints on top on fine art paper that soon you will be able to get on the amazing Canson paper that we widely announced during WPPI and this year.
Of course, the problem with ordering up a print on its own is that so often, particularly with fine art print, it arrives in a tube and a plastic sleeve, and it's still got tiny little marks on it, and it seems almost impossible. And that's why we recreate the mat, and we'll ship them direct to you or your framer, or wherever you need them to go. So if you've got a special local framer who makes your frames for you, fantastic, we can ship it to you.
Yeah, and this is, for instance, a 9-up from the Surprise collection, which is a reinterpretation of the Megamat. But you know what? You were just naming the framer, and frames are incredibly articulated sometimes. They are truly a piece of art, but they are very expensive too. So if you're a photographer and if you have to charge for the framing, that will rocket through the roof.
Well, we're going to talk about that because we're introducing some new concepts too when it comes to framing. And whilst we're not going to have thousands of profiles, we've come out with something again that's different, that fits that world.
For instance,
which leads us nicely onto this one. So, tell me about the new framed prints that we're doing.
So basically we are aware that sometimes going to the framer isn't an option, and you would like to deliver straight to your clients something that is finished and ready to be hanged.
But most importantly, it's just different too. It's not just your standard frame. There's something a little different about it, and that's
let me show you the back. Comes with the 3D hanger, so exactly as we do with the Pro line, and you can have different finishings as with the Pro line.
So it's almost a piece of furniture.
It's a piece of furniture.
It's
Once
not
on the
just
wall,
a picture.
You can see here it goes flat on the wall, right? So there is no wobbling things.
Yeah, no pitching forward. No. And
it's just perfect.
The other thing that we've made those hangers so that all you need is a pin or a screw directly in the wall. You don't need hooks. You don't need to. And because of the way that they're set up, I know in my office all the wall art we've got goes straight into plasterboard. There's no, it doesn't have to go into the wood behind it. It goes straight into plasterboard. So I think we need to be a little bit careful with that one. That might just drop down. So let's just moving swiftly on, because we're also experimenting with new ideas with the Pro Series to create something as a modern piece of art, something very different again, a different piece of art. And this is something that I've sort of Tullio showed, but I couldn't really grasp it until I saw it. And the concept of having a beautiful big picture with maybe some detail, or the family and then some close shots.
Exactly,
or
creating a dramatic gap in between the two. So it's like going on the third axis. It's not just Y and X, but it's
a true
Z.
3D piece, isn't it?
Definitely. And Tullio is really keen to launch this program. He loves this kind of design, so coming towards
it's a real piece of modern art, and I think that's something we should remember. We're not looking at and this is something I love about Graphistudio. We never actually just go in and copy something. So this is our version of it. No, we go, okay, so we've seen what's out there. What can we do that's different and better, and give the photographer something completely different to sell? Yeah,
I can't stress enough. We are a trade-only company, so what we do is what we strive to do is to put our clients, professional photographers, in an advantage position to deliver something their end users cannot grab anywhere on the web.
So, and that again, just leading on, we're kind of in our concept car mode, where you're seeing both concepts and on the table ready for production, soon to be launched. Unfortunately, the whole lockdown period put back by 3 months a load of things that we were working on. So we're really pleased that now everything's ramping back up again. And whilst we're not, kind of overwhelmed with the normal wedding albums that we would have, and it's a tough time because it's not back to normal. We're still having to keep a lower level of staff, a number of staff furloughed.
Yeah, exactly. We want to be candid because there is no other way to be fair with our clients. So we all know we all are in the same conditions, basically, right? So, and don't forget that we are an international player. So we
globally, all the weddings finished. So we're fighting to
and we listen to our clients from Australia down to Malaysia, up to Canada, down to South America, and we are listening to different stories. In some regions, you have still some very strict rules. In some places, they have lockdown again. In some places,
and it's why you and I aren't hugging on during our shows here, and we don't afterwards. And the camera team are wearing masks, and so we're trying to do our best to keep this. But tell me about the new prismatic
this
style.
is a visionary evolution of the wall arts concept.
Incredibly complex to make too, because of the angles and everything that's on it.
But let me tell you something. It's because we use state-of-the-art technologies. So we have cutting plotters that are controlled by computers, and
so they're not. So we're not sitting there with a mitre saw and a mitre jig doing the.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Jeremy, but no, we are not a woodworker place.
It's not strictly to. We do, but we do it with new technologies as well.
Yeah,
so that's really, really important.
I would agree. And you can see here this beautiful, gorgeous pictures from Vicky Papas Vergara.
Yeah.
And
speaking about Vicky, if you're watching.
Speaking about visionary approach to photography.
Yeah.
And in this case, you just imagine these are very fresh prototypes out of the factory. So you will be able to order different materials and colors, just as with the other Pro Line series, to create incredibly 3D kind of depth.
I love the both inverse version and X out version. So looking at this one, so you've now gone creating the prismatic effect and then taking the frame inside.
And it's nice because with this incredible picture, by Noel Mirabella, so a completely different mood, a completely different editing, completely different subject. This is a children's session, and this was instead a visionary fashion shooting. But you can tell that this concept fits them all.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
And it's what we did with our Chromolux panels as well, because we know that Chromolux, a fantastic supplier, they make awesome panels. And one of the things that I was incredibly proud of, unfortunately we weren't able to do, is that Chromolux asked us to print their panels for the photography show.
Exactly.
We ended up, taking the panels to the booth that they were going to have, the company that was going to be presenting them, and they have them on show there. But we're doing it a little bit differently too, aren't we? So it's not just about that standard aluminium that's on the back.
Yeah, there are different procedures, and you have to study, you have to learn, but they have a program that actually helps you being certified by Chromolux, level 1, level 2, so these are the kind of things that we love to do at Graphi. And speaking about...
I particularly love what we've done behind the scenes as well, because the aluminium floating frame, which most Chromolux come on, it kind of looks like a Meccano set. I don't know if you had those.
I had it when I was a kid.
Little metal frame that you build yourself and it gets glued on. But we've added the Chromolux into our Pro series, and we have the floating box system too. So you have the opportunity to have the floating box, which is you can choose the materials that it's in. You can decide if you want your certificate of authenticity on the back. So you've got 3 options: your standard aluminium, you've got your Pro series, and in between.
So this is this is an example of the certificate of authenticity, which adds value, an incredible value, because this makes it
it's a unique piece.
You cannot replicate it. Right?
It is a one-off. If you ever buy a limited edition print and it says 1 of 50, you pay extra because it's 1 of 50.
Do you think we have excited our folks enough to announce the promo?
Do you know what? Yes, we're going to give away another £500 worth of free product, and this time it's wall art.
Yeah, exactly.
So take a look at what you can see here, and although some of them are concepts and they're not on the table, click on the link, you'll see the link come up, fill in your details, and then we will draw for one lucky person a beautiful gift for us to give you of a piece of wall art, £500. There's going to be more of these promotions throughout the day. Make sure you stay live with us, otherwise you'll miss them, because you only have 5 minutes to complete that form. Make sure you get it in, get it done, and then we'll be giving away all this product. Post the show, we'll be randomly selecting from each of the different sections. So don't forget, that's £500 per giveaway, which is amazing, isn't it? I think that's fantastic.
It is. At the end of the 2 days, we will end up with thousands worth. And so, speaking about framing, you were anticipating before. Yep. You can see a Megamat to its nth degree level, yep, with this beautiful framing that we provide, as a whole thing. It's a new thing that we are about to launch. You can have every finishing and color. You have beautiful pictures provided by Jerry.
Don't forget to do that on your wall art. It's incredibly important that when wall art appears in your client's home, that your name is somewhere. Any artist signs their work. Why shouldn't you sign your
I don't
work?
understand why we wear bolts on our belt with big logos that we all know, or watches or shirts and stuff, but when it's time for photography, we become shy, we don't want to say who we are.
So the certificate of authenticity on the back makes it a unique piece by that photographer. The small, subtle, I notice on the canvas wrap here that Kelly Brown has, nice little Kelly Brown signature in there. Why shouldn't you promote yourself to all of your clients, friends and family?
Because they will be proud of that.
Absolutely. Branding is incredibly important. Your brand name as a photographer should be out there, and your clients should be your very, very best salespeople, because after all, referrals are the best thing for photographers.
Well said. Well said. It's the most powerful source of new business, definitely, but no question about that.
I love this.
I know you love
it. It's going to take two of us to do this. This was due to be a launch at the photography show. This may seem like a nice box frame with a beautiful print and a piece of wall art, a piece of a Megamat inside, but guess what? Let's just turn this one around, because if you've got a small studio or a studio at home and you do multiple genres, you maybe want to change those photographs when you're going to see. Very important for you is to be able to not have to put lots of different pictures on your wall. So imagine if you do newborn and boudoir, the last thing you want to do for a new mum coming in is having a load of boudoir pictures on the wall. But here you can change that. So here the back comes off. Let's just pop that down, Dario, and we can take that print out. Let's just
oh, you want to print it? Oh, yeah, sure.
And then if we just pop that, there we go, nearly dropped it. And then the print comes out, and you can provide multiple different Megamats to go inside there. So either your existing studio, if you have a home-based studio, or even if just the mood takes you want a different picture up there.
Yeah, and in theory, you can have also room enough to shuffle through different medias. You know what I mean? So
yes, of course.
We can create these for you, as you said before, because maybe you have different genre or different pictures from the same session.
Yeah.
And the whole thing is ready then to be hanged still through our incredible 3D elements, and it's ready to go now.
There we go.
And it's pretty ready. It's not rocket science,
Yeah.
but it's just a brilliant, clever idea. So, with these kind of new concepts, we are keep innovating what is called wall art, because at this point I feel, Jeremy, that wall art doesn't give justice to this incredible parade.
The least is the Amalfi panel.
Oh yeah.
This is an amazing product. It never ceases to amaze me when I see them, and when I see them as sets of 4, or when I see them as giant pictures. We've taken that handmade Amalfi paper, the paper that 200 years old process that's never been changed, and we've used it to enhance a fine art print. What I love about this is that you choose the backing material. Now we've got multiple different linens and cottons on these, but it could be wood finishes, it could be anything. You choose the linen materials to match or to complement the photographs themselves.
Exactly. You can tell the tone over tone scheme used with these beautiful pictures from Surprise, or this one by Jerry Gionis, on the bluish, colder color. So, or a warmer thing with linen.
I love that one.
Right?
That's beautiful.
So it's really, really about the way you want to use color to create a pattern that is expressive or subtle. It's up to you. It's up to the project. Some subjects needs to be punchy. Some subjects needs to be subtle.
And all of these you can find on our wall art website. You can look on the website, the main website, to find out more about.
And even more, when you place an order for the Amalfi panel, you can play with different colors. You can put there your pictures. You can play with different colors and finishings. And you can tell which option fits better. But like you said, Amalfi paper, a handmade cotton paper.
Iconic paper. So what's happening next, Dario? Because we're coming up to our next session.
Yeah, there will be more videos, and we will dig more about boxes, display boxes, and dry mounts.
Okay, so we're going to be we're actually talking about a whole new series of products.
Yeah,
as well.
exactly.
So stay tuned. We'll be back with you in a few moments, and looking forward to the rest of the day. And it's time for church.
See you in a second.
Oh, she's Diddy. Hello, Poppet.
My name is John Ratchford. I have a studio in Nova Scotia, Canada. And when you were a Graphi customer, you were like family. Now, I know that's a cliche thing to say, but that actually happens with them. I don't know how many times Maureen has called me to see just how I'm doing. We had a mass murder here a few months ago, a real tragic thing in this province, and it made national news, and Maureen called me to see if I was okay. That's what kind of relationship that's there. There's times where I've needed help because I've had some hard times, and they were so helpful. Maureen is, like I say, it's like dealing with family. During a period like this, they were right on top of things. They provided webinars. They did everything they could to make this time an interesting time for their client base. And they were there for us. Like I say, she's given me probably 5-6 calls through this. I was one of the lucky ones. We had a great experience with COVID in a sense. When this happened, I had 10 years of really tough times. And Graphi was so helpful in getting me through that. But when COVID happened and I thought, everybody is suffering, it changed my attitude. I just thought, whatever happens, happens. If I lose the business, I lose the business. There's not much I can do about it. But everybody's suffering, and I chose to take life one day at a time and to do what positive things I could do in my community in the meantime. So it was like being a rock star in the 2000s. I was speaking everywhere, and I had a prosperous business. It was like I wrote a lot of hits. And then for 10 years, I had a couple of albums, but they weren't hits. And I was still here and everything, but when COVID happened, and I wanted to put some positive back in the community, I won't go into details, but we did a few community things That translated into writing a couple of hits. We had so much business this summer when restrictions lifted a little bit that, like I described it, it was like trying to drink out of a fire hydrant. So we went from doing nothing to doing, we had the absolute best last 4 months we've ever had. Business has been through the roof. We've actually had to physically slow it down. So it's really had a positive impact, but the most positive one was, I think, the change in attitude that I had. I can remember during COVID, when everybody was locked in their houses, we had photographs come in, and it was the guy's mother was in them, and she had just passed away, and they lived almost 2 hours from here, and nobody was moving anywhere, and it was Mother's Day, and I drove up to their house with a book, and there's pictures of his mother in there, and there was no words when she looked down to see that. But if I could have taken a picture of her expression and what it meant, that not only that we went out of her way, but to have that precious memory of her mother in that book, you know, it was her husband's mother. I'll never forget it. I didn't want anything for it. It was just one of those things that we could do. So I can honestly say it was the generosity of a lot of people around me in the beginning, especially Graphy when things were tougher for me a few years ago, that it made me want to pay it forward. So that's what it means to be a Graphy customer for me.
You want to start?
You go.
Okay. So welcome back to Ceconi Castle. We're live all day here from Ceconi Castle, which is Graphistudio's training centre, the gift that we give to the photography world to help you to grow your understanding, your knowledge, and share with others the great skills that we all want to learn. We're talking all day about our products, we're talking about photography. We have some amazing speakers coming throughout the day with Maurizio and Sarah coming back to talk about the shots they took yesterday, which you can see again on YouTube. You can watch them all over again if you want to and see the shoots. But today they're actually going to process and print some of the photographs that they took, and you'll see them create. For this session now, we're going to actually talk about our print boxes. We have a number of different print boxes, and some of them are modular that you can change to suit your needs. And we're also going to talk about dry mounts, a whole new series of product that we're going to be launching hopefully during the latter part of this year. So Dario, let's talk about the print boxes. So now we know and love many of the print boxes we have, like the Graphy box, and we have the photo box.
The photo box, which is very versatile, you're right. You can fit inside, mats, a little go book, or just loose prints, yeah, and a USB pen.
And if you want a USB, which we obviously know that USBs are going to fade away and disappear because it will be digital downloads. Yeah. So the actual life of USBs, and we all know how many USBs have people had that they put in the drawer when they go to plug them into something, knowing that they no longer work. So, but we know that they're out there. We know that people need to still sell them as part of their printed collection. So the photo box, if you check on our products page, the photo box shows all the variations of the different types of setups you can have. So just prints, as Dario said, prints with GoBook and with USB, or with matted prints in the GoBook, and again in all the materials. But we're launching a new product here as well, aren't we? We're launching a totally new type of print.
Yeah, the display box. That then again you can have with all the different options. So materials like linen or this wooden surface that you can have also in the wall art program that we just talked about.
And we do them in 10 by 8 and 11 by 14.
Exactly, to match the classical mats sizes.
Standard classical mats that most people have. And we can provide the mats too, can't we? So the mats can come to you either opened as slip mats, or they can come to you, and we're going to talk about that in the Sue Bryce collection, aren't we?
Yeah, but we can reiterate the concept because many don't know that. You can, with us, you can order just the mats open and the prints, the mats and the prints mounted or just the prints. So there are 4 different ways to...
And currently that's all through the Sue Bryce collection order form.
It's exactly. Exactly.
So, you know, in terms, and Square too, I love the fact that we launched Square.
Yeah, we recently had last year the Square site.
Yeah, Square. So, and we'll talk about the other boxes that are in the Sue Bryce and the Kelly Brown collection in those sections which are coming up later on today. So tell us more about the hinge box. So this is a new concept for us. And again, each wrapped in all the different options and materials that we have. Like
exactly.
we were saying, linen. I love the hinges on here. It's beautiful, isn't it? And how does it stay shut and closed?
With magnets. There are hidden magnets that you can possibly hear. Okay, so that's why you can stand it like this, and it doesn't open, it doesn't go flat. And so with this beautiful hinge here, almost merged in the whole structure. It's elegant because when it's closed, you look all around, it's coherent, it's consistent. So again, this prismatic sort of, you know, angles that you saw a little bit in the wall art program as well, finds their application in this gorgeous new concept.
I love the way that we create these. The wrapping that we do, it's so perfect. I've seen a few knockoffs that people have done and tried to kind of copy what we do, as inevitably happens with any good idea. And say, well, I can get a cheap version. It astonishes me when people go, actually, it's costing me more for that cheap version than it is for the quality graphic product. And people don't realise this. We have a very high quality recognised brand name of product. We produce super high quality. If you actually look at the prices that we charge and you compare them to many, many other labs, you will find that we're actually incredibly price competitive too. Yeah,
and the reason is that we use state-of-the-art technology. One might say, yeah, but you're in Italy, you know, it must be expensive. That's the trick. It's not. I mean, of course, we try to bring the made in Italy flavor on top of every single product in our programs.
Well,
but this doesn't mean
in the past, it's all about art, it's all about craftsmanship. But it's also about technology. And being in Castle Ceconi, the home of Giacomo Ceconi, technology was his world, wasn't it? In bridge building, in tunnel making, and
oh, that's a good assist. So thank you for that, because something that I didn't say yesterday, I didn't mention about the Count Ceconi, is that how he became a tycoon. So the thing is, he had at the time. They used to have huge problems digging tunnels for the train. The train was the new transportation technology at the time, so the new thing, the new deal, and all the different empires.
Can I just point out? Yeah. First passenger train, UK.
I know Lord Stevenson invented the train. Yeah. We all know that. In fact, Lord Stevenson is depicted in one of the walls of the castle, not by chance. But you know what? The Count knew that all the empires throughout Europe, so at the time empires throughout Europe,
needed to become connected.
Mind-blowing. Yeah. They need to stay connected. They were competing each other to deliver, the fastest technology.
I don't want to cut across that because that's really important. But guess what? We're going to do another £500.
No, don't say that. You got to be kidding again.
We're giving away another £500. It's another wall art. So any of those current products, the Canvas Pro, the Acrylic Pro, the collections where we have the sets of collections together, the Amalfi panels, any of the wall art, it's a £500 gift from us to you. But you've got to click on the link and do it in the next 5 minutes to register for that promotion.
If you already applied to the form, do it again.
Do it again. Keep on applying. We're there for you. We want to give these away. Tullio and the shareholders have very kindly digged in their pockets to help photographers at a time when you guys really, really need it. So let's talk more about the dry mounts, because this is a whole new concept and it's something I'm really excited to share and see, particularly just especially with some of these photographs in there. And it's just a stunning and beautiful selection. So tell me about the dry mounts.
Indeed. So basically, we are introducing this concept because we know that you need flexible, agile programs as well. And what we do need also is that you need quality being there. So you need the finishing. So for this reason, you will see in the program different substrate to be applied on the mount. So some are lighter, some a little bit
So if
more
you need
robust.
to do an exhibition, for instance, you can choose the lighter foam export.
Exactly.
So if you need to carry stuff around, or you've got a temporary exhibition and you need some lightweight,
So this is super
you
light.
want really high quality printing. That's the key thing about it. Because yes, you can buy prints on foam export.
Yeah,
but can you get the high quality printing that we're going to offer you?
And usually,
Probably not.
when you go with prints applied on sandwich materials, like they say, like this, super light, what you don't know is that this is an HD print. So even in this case, the HD print becomes the paradigm, the way you want to deliver such a beautiful imagery. And you know, what's the point to go to this level if you are not delivering this quality?
If you're going to an exhibition, you want to show your work to be the very, very best that it can.
Of
you
course.
want it not just to be an exhibition cheap print. You want people to be astounded by the quality.
There is not a second first impression, right?
No, absolutely. First impressions are so key, because if you're at an exhibition, you only have seconds to get somebody to go, I need to talk to that person. And it's something that we teach in our UK business workshops is, what is the job of my samples? And something that people have asked is, oh, can I get samples from you? Well, if you register for the £500 giveaway, you're going to get free samples. But if under normal circumstances, all the products have special sample offers. So we've got the lightweight boxes, we've got the metal sandwiches, we've got other different materials that potentially we're going to be.
And you have the oval shapes close to you. And this is another new, but let's say a classic that becomes new because of the technology and the sizes and the substrate you were naming.
I've seen some of these blocks in round and everything, and they're okay. But when I look at the print quality, when you actually see them up close, and you know when you see the same thing advertised non-stop for £5, £10, £20 on Facebook from all of these massive suppliers that turn out, cheap products, let's be honest, whereas you're getting an HD print here. So you can print pretty much the whole of the Adobe RGB color space.
Oh, definitely.
So you're getting that whole tonal range. Tell me about the black and whites too. I know you did the session just now on HD.
Yeah,
printing.
it's as simple as you said. With even black and whites are pure black and whites, because with the HD printing you don't have those aberration, going to the greenish or bluish or reddish shadows.
Well, because you have a brilliant white paper and a pitch black ink, don't you?
Exactly. So it starts from the point of white of the paper. And when you say silver or light paper, it's there. It's silver, right? So it's grayish. It looks white just because without comparison. But if you benchmark to pure white, it's different.
Yeah, and I think that's very important to remember. So your black and whites will be black and white. The tonal range that you'll get in the black and whites will be just like black and whites used to be. If you have never shot on black and white film and printed on black and white paper, you will only have ever seen your black and whites made out of process. And that RGB process just doesn't give you the black and white.
For ages, photographers have run after the pure black and white, printing on Barita papers, using the black and white films. So it was the constant search of the pure black and white, because that's one of the artistic way to deliver photography, isn't it? And we understand that, but nowadays, finally, instead of CYMK replication of black and white, you can have a pure one, which is amazing.
I just want to finish off, because we've only got a couple of minutes now. This is the Graphibox. People have never really looked at all of the things we do from a portrait point of view. This is the Graphibox. It's in a wood veneer. It's with a hot foil ennoblement on there that really gives a beautiful finish and adds something very, very special. If I open up the Graphibox, you can see it's hinged on the side here, and inside we have a set of Matic prints. And this is probably within our starter range of products. So we have, from the very, very start point, beautiful quality, high-end production, great capability to make something, and we can go right the way through to the sky's the limit.
You just named the Graphibox. I'm pretty sure that if I should run a poll throughout our audience now, possibly 90% are saying like, what did you say? What did he say?
Yeah, what's the Graphibox?
What's a Graphibox? I'm not aware about that.
Exactly.
But even a Graphibox which is supposed to be, the entry level in our program, in our boxers program,
it's still high quality.
It's high quality.
Yeah,
it could be groundbreaking for your client, and with nice, overprinted, rise overprinting like this, or rise hot foil. Oh my goodness, it takes to the next level.
Talking of the next level, what's next?
So next, you're gonna love this. We are going to talk about this storybook.
Ah, the storybook. We love the storybook. So we're going to take a short break with another beautiful little reminder videos from some of our Graphy family, and then we're going to be off to see all about the storybook and talk again about that amazing Amalfi paper. We'll see you all guys in a minute. Thanks for watching.
Hey babes, Cass here. I'm at the studio and I want to show you what I've been working on with Graphy. They have been so kind to me. They developed a brand new product at my request, which I want to share with you because I think you guys are going to absolutely love it. It's called a dry mount, and essentially it is their gloriously gorgeous fine art paper mounted onto a board. You can actually mount it as a foam core, or I prefer the masonite mounted dry mount, so it's nice and thick, it's sturdy. You can pop it directly into a frame, and that is exactly what I have on the wall behind me. They're all dry mounts, just popped into frames. You can have it framed directly by Graphy, or you can get it custom framed locally. You can put it in an antique frame. You can pretty much do whatever you want with it. This is my absolute favorite product right now. I adore it, and I think probably about 95% of my client orders are for dry mounts. So we are so excited to release.
When you work with Graphistudios, you connect yourself to an incredible network of like-minded business people and artists. Having access to online learning with some of the industry's greatest educators means that you can grow as a person and bring more value to your market and your team. As an entrepreneur, having a resource like Graphistudios means that you have a partner that cares about you and your business. Being a Graphistudios client means more than just having one of the best suppliers in the world. It means being part of a family. When the pandemic hit and our studio had to close for 3 months, we had clients to answer to who were still expecting a product. Graphistudios was there to ensure we didn't fall behind. They took safe precautions to keep their operation running as effectively as possible and maintain deliveries to our studio so that when we reopened, our clients got their product. With Graphistudios, I'm not alone in striving to achieve my goals. At a moment's notice, I can work one-on-one with Graphistudios to help me with the product side of my business. We all have growing pains in business. And in the toughest of times, Graphistudios has always been there to support me. And that's a gift that me and my team are so grateful for. When our clients come to see their products revealed to them, their experience is incredible. Even though they've seen the samples in our studio, they're in tears when that timeless product becomes their own. They're impressed with the quality, the look, and the feel of the albums and the wall art. Seeing this reaction really makes everything we do worth it. The feeling of seeing your work come to life in print and it going to a home where it's going to be enjoyed for generations to come is such a priceless reward. My name is Andrew Yort, and I am so proud to be part of the Graphistudios family. Thank you so much for everything you do for me and my business and my team.
Hey, welcome back. Another breathtaking view of the castle. Now this fairy tale tower built by the Count Ceconi. You know, it could have been a dungeon, Jeremy. It could have been your room there.
Oh, thank you very much. I know that's where you'd like me to have me put. That's for sure. Welcome back, everybody. We're now going to be talking about a number of products that kind of don't have a specific category, but some of them are breathtaking, and they combine the very, very best of Italian heritage, of Italian craftsmanship together, but also to give photographers the opportunity to think much, much wider than weddings or portraits. So let's talk a little bit about, I think if we start off with the graphy books, and then I think the storybook will be the star of this session.
You're waiting since yesterday to talk about the storybook, I can tell you.
Well, so many of our customers that we've posted our communities, you know, have wanted it and say, look, can I get it? Can I have it? And we've been doing limited numbers of productions because that paper is so rare and so difficult. So, but anyway, we'll come to the storybook in a minute. So the graphy book, tell me about the graphy book and what have we been doing?
So basically we have a lot of clients, a lot of photographers that are involved themselves into larger projects. Right. So situations where their clients are asking for large volumes. When I say large volumes, I say anywhere between dozens to hundreds and sometimes thousands.
Right.
Now you can go online. I know that you can go online. There are fabulous providers out there with just one little issue though. Their business model is made on volume.
Yeah.
Our business model, even when we go on large print run, is quality.
Yeah.
First and foremost.
Mind you, in saying that, Verona is renowned globally as one of the best places in the world for offset printing, and it has been for many, many years. And I know that our print technologists, our printers and the guys, the years of experience that they have in our print department have been able to take modern technologies and old technologies, modern papers and old papers, and work out how to make our machines do things they were never meant to do. So, you know, it's about that quality aspect. You were mentioning about projects. I love this one. This is a charity book, isn't it? Woman's Best Friend.
Yeah, you know, when we are involved in these kind of ideas, it's just that, you know, it's just great because you know that first of all, you're part of something for a charity. So you feel this sort of a mission, if you will. On the other hand, usually we have beautiful graphics and designs, you know, to illustrate.
So this book, all the profits go to a charity that saves dogs, doesn't it, in the United States?
Exactly. That's what about.
Well, similarly, I was really lucky to be involved with a project by a fantastic photographer, a UK photographer, whose main focus is weddings, but he also does a lot of work in celebrity for the magazines that tell you about what's on television, etc. And he produced this book of some of the veterans are still alive from the D-Day project.
So Stuart really, you know, in this case, it really went above and beyond.
Yeah, he travelled the country to find people who were at D-Day who were still alive. Sometimes they were soldiers and sailors. Sometimes they were behind the scenes people who worked with the radar and things like this. And it's an astonishing book. And the profits from this went to go to the charity for soldiers, to help soldiers. All profits for this book went into the charity for soldiers. It's a fabulous book. Stuart did an insane job, but it's beautifully printed. Every single person who asked about this book, and when it was launched, couldn't believe the quality of it. And
of course,
that's where we are.
And you know what? It's HD print.
Yeah, so HD printed.
When we think about large volumes, typically you think about the press printed products. So, you know, large digital printing offset machines running day and night continuously until they smoke, right?
Yeah.
But this is not the case in graphy. Actually, there are a number of options that you can have. So depending on the budget, depending on the goal of the project, you can go actually with us, you can achieve the same results with it.
It's like that book from last year, the motorcycle race team.
Oh yeah.
You know, where the photographer from the race team spent the whole year doing the different races, and we've produced a super high quality but inexpensive book for that team to have for themselves and to give out to their sponsors. So there are loads of opportunities to work with us in so many different ways, and to use that not just for the photographer to make money, but also in those self-promotion
So
as well.
technically speaking, a perfect bound,
Yeah.
hardback cover, you can hear it, and it's wrapped with anything between photography paper to HD paper. You can print
or
it
even
with
some of the linen materials. I've seen we've wrapped in so many different materials as well. It's been, you know, it's such a beautifully made, and it's about quality at a reasonable price, isn't it?
Absolutely. This is the great, in my opinion, possibly one of the most balanced compromise between quality and price-wise, you know, the target that you need when you go large with prints.
So that leads on very nicely to our magazine program, because our magazine program that we launched last year, if you want to pass one of those over, that would be great. Many of you don't realize that we make magazines. We introduced our magazine program for a number of different things. Obviously for photographers to be able to share with their clients about their business, about their work and what they do. Now, what we established is that whilst you can buy magazines online, the quality of the print was very poor. Even with our offset systems, we seem to get, I don't know how we can do it, but better quality print, even out of the same machine. I recall from the HD printer, we did an analysis of different people who might have had the HD printer from around the world, and we came out with the best by far.
Because I tell you what, Ines, and thank you for this assist. Basically, when we talk about fine art printing or printing in general,
yeah.
You know, we have to consider that there are let's say at least three different factors. One is the technology, so the piece of printer you're using.
Yep.
The other one is the media you are printing on. And the third one, which is not replicable, is the knowledge.
Yeah.
So when you buy a fine art print or when you buy a regular print, always consider that these three factors are defining the quality of the thing you are getting.
But if the files come to us in the right way, if you give us perfect files, because of the print file that we create, the profile that we create for our systems is what enables us to get more out of those print systems. Is that right?
Yeah, it's definitely right. So some of our clients, you know, ordering magazines just to try, just to give it a try. Let's see. Oh, well, did you hear that? Graphistudio, you know, is printing magazines too. They try it. They call back. Like, you gotta be kidding.
Yeah.
This is not a magazine.
Well, I'm really proud to have been associated with a lot of different projects. So we have had school yearbooks, which are done for the schools at the end of the year. Now, people in America have the yearbooks all the time, but there are so many possibilities. We've done school yearbooks, we've done charity magazines, we've done business alliance magazines for photographers, we've done their own work, we've done work for others. There are so many possibilities to do.
It could be a PR piece or it could be a final product. But guess what?
Speaking of PR piece.
Exactly, it's that time again.
Yeah, it's that time again. It's another £500 promo. Once again, we're going to give you the opportunity by clicking on the link. This time it's a Go book. So £500 of the Go book. You can order up multiple copies of the same Go book, but you can make it out of whatever's in the Go book range, a £500 voucher that we will provide you with to get a free Go book set. It's up to you to click on the link now. You only have 5 minutes to do so. Even if you have applied before, please do so now, because we want to give these away. We are very lucky to have been given all this budget from the shareholders to be able to give away £500. So please click on the link for the Go Book promotion. There will be more later on today. We've still got young books, we've got original wedding books. We have so much to give away later on today. Now, let's switch from magazines, which I love and I think they're phenomenal because the price is always also cheap too. Now, when I say cheap, I mean reasonable, because we do nothing that's cheap, because cheap says not good quality. The price is insanely inexpensive for the quality that we're given, and I've been told that by many. Now, thinking about quality, let's look at something that is a true heritage product. Let's look at the storybook.
And the storybook, even the name says it all.
Yeah.
So when we have envisioned this product, we were thinking about the long heritage we have in Italy, about printing, hand binding things, leather working, these kind of things that you normally see typically in small shops in
Well, like if you go into
downtown
Venice, you can
exactly.
see the kind of Hemingway-inspired journals. So this is the inspiration behind that, isn't it? It's very much that inspiration of a a true Italian legacy, that craftsmanship, that love and care.
Right, it's like a portfolio, if you will. It's like a portfolio from the past century, beautifully printed on this incredibly, almost alive
But that
cotton
paper is
paper.
not really designed for printing on, is it?
No, it is not. Yeah,
It took us
definitely.
how long? A year, maybe longer to
Maybe
work out
longer
how
than
to
a
do that?
year.
And I know none of the printer manufacturers said that we could do this.
Yeah, again, it was like with the HD, they found it laughable. They were saying, no, you can't make it.
So this paper itself is made the same way as it has done for the last 200 years. So they take the cotton pulp, and if you go to our website and look up on the Amalfi section, you can see where they actually grind that whole paper up, and then they put each individual piece of paper into its own jig that then dries slightly, then they peel it out to dry. So each piece of paper is handmade. So just imagine the ink on this paper, if you're writing with a fountain pen, you would normally use paper not unlike this to dry the ink off, whereas we've managed to print on this. It's outstanding. And we're going to launch other options, aren't we?
Yeah.
Other materials, other variations.
Yeah,
give you the opportunity.
Yeah, you can see here the different variations with different materials. Some are more textured, more, let's say, thicker.
Yeah.
Some are more traditional, some have more punchy colors, some are pastel colors. Personally, I love, Alcantara and everything around it.
There's a real touch to this product in so many ways. You have the smell, you have the touch, you have the look. You're all three senses are being.
Now, you know what? I want to challenge our audience and say, now listen, if you show something, like if you introduce yourself as a photographer, as an artist to your client, you go with this in your hand instead of a brochure or a business card, right? Or a traditional album, and you go with this and say, listen, this is my portfolio.
Yeah.
Okay, this is me, this is my brand, this is the way I introduce myself and my imagery. And you go there with this incredible piece of art wrapped in true sequoia leather, which is, by the way, is hand tanned. So this is leather that is hand processed in the place where they produce this, and it took years to source this material. And then you find this incredible paper inside.
And the thing is that deckled edge that people put on paper to make it look old is actually how it comes out of the jig.
Yeah.
That it is old. It's not just pretending. It really is how it comes out of each jig.
Now, especially if you're a newborn photographer like Calibra in this case, and you showcase this, this is almost alive as the beautiful children represented.
We have customers screaming to get this product.
We
know that during lockdown we were supposed to be completing the order form and completing the range, and it was slightly frustrating, but also quite exciting to see all the possible range possibilities that kept getting posted during lockdown. It's like, stop teasing me, we need this now.
But the more attentive of our clients today are noticing that everything is in vertical.
Yeah.
It's not really true though.
Yeah, we were going to be able to do horizontal, but not necessarily with all of the papers because of the size of the paper. But here's another version that's kind of almost a crossover between the Graphibook and the Storybook, where we've taken the similar concept where we've done this hand stitching and we're building in, and this is a beautiful product, this is a beautiful book. And this is something that we've done for a corporation. And this type of product to give you a high quality luxury feel in both in terms of print and in terms of what the product is actually designed to do.
It has been printed on recycled paper, which will be part of the program.
So we're launching recycled paper into our ranges.
And by the way, this gives me the opportunity to stress one concept. All the medias we use in our products, in all the programs that you can find in Graphi, are certified. When I say certified, I mean CSF, so they come from recyclable areas where they plant and cut trees for this purpose continuously. So it's a way, because we are concerned about the environment, as anyone should be these days. So
I actually have a question about
and
that,
it must
which
be
I'm going to ask you
sustainable.
in a minute, because we're going to have a little Q&A session. And I think that that's something that I would like us to expand on too. We'll talk about materials in the Q&A session. We've got a few questions coming through. If you have questions about what can we create for you, pretty much we're going to say yes. In my experience, when somebody says, "Are you able to do this?" we're the company that likes to say yes, and we'll find the way to make it. If it's at all possible, we will be able to do it. So never ever consider what's happened before as the line of which nothing can else happen. Come to us with a concept, and after all, many of our products have come out of ideas and concepts from photographers too, where they said, "I'd love to do this, is it possible?" And then we find the way to do it. So both the inspiration from the team, and also from photographers is what creates these new exciting products. So in terms of the storybook, don't forget that we will be able to bring that to you very, very shortly as a full live product. And I know we have some questions that we're going to answer shortly.
Yeah, but before that, there are more videos to share, more interviews from some of our successful case histories from our friends and part of our family, the Graphistudio family. We will also talk about the Calibrand collection shortly after, before the lunch break. So stay tuned.
Back soon.
Yeah, we will be back soon with a Q&A.
Okay, see you soon.
Thank you for joining us.
Okay, so welcome Sean LeBlanc and welcome Dario. You and I have had a great day today at today's workshops and today's presentations, and incredibly privileged to be joined all the way from Canada by somebody who actually I've already spent some time learning a little bit about when he's been over here. Sean LeBlanc, welcome.
Hello, great to see you guys again.
One of the reasons that we wanted to bring you along and to the part of this whole week, in 2 days of the presentations, is because you've created a business in a really quick time and stepped away from a very high paid career. Mm-hmm. Tell us a bit about your experience, a little bit about how that's happened, and what's brought you into the photography world and how you've experiences of it.
Yeah, well, I got my first camera about 10 years ago on a mountain biking trip to Moab, Utah. And on that trip, to be honest, I did very little mountain biking and a lot of playing around with my camera. And it was really at that time that I fell in love with photography. And from there, I started to photograph families, and then I also discovered the Chrisman's work in terms of wedding photography. And it was really at that time where, their work just opened my eyes to creative possibilities. And so I started to get into photographing weddings. And I was doing this all the while I was an engineer at a large energy company here in Calgary called Suncor Energy. And I kept pursuing my hobby for photography and eventually started to get into destination weddings. And I had the opportunity to photograph a destination wedding in Japan.
Wow.
An incredible opportunity during cherry blossom season. But it was one that I almost missed because of my corporate world commitments as an engineer. And so it was really at that time, Jeremy, that I started to look at leaving the corporate world behind and pursuing my passion for photography.
That's a really big step, isn't it? I mean, I know, from our conversations in the past, you were, had a pretty high flying career there, and that's a huge step when you make that change.
Yeah. I mean, I was an engineer for 14 years, earning a great salary, had awesome benefits and a bonus every year. But then, one day I was sitting in a 3-hour meeting and all I could think about was photography and how to grow a business. And so, like I say, that combined with this opportunity to photograph a wedding in Japan, I just told my wife, I was like, this is something I really want to do. And so then, started putting things in place to eventually make the jump to full-time photography.
That's
so that was back in, that was about 3 years ago now.
that's such an amazing support for you. And I know sometimes it's a real tough ask for partners to support somebody who's going to step away from a high paid job to the unknown. And so, you know, my hat's off to Terry about that. That was quite amazing.
Yeah, I mean, she could tell it was my real passion. You know, like I would get up early before work to work on photography. I would work on it during lunch. And even when I came home, you know, I'd be up quite late just, you know, working on photos and trying to grow my business. And, you know, even my family, my parents could see that it was something that I was very passionate about. And eventually everything just fell into place.
So follow your dream, become brilliant at what you do, and the money will come.
Yeah, exactly. So if you put yourself out there and again are very passionate about what you do, I mean, it really doesn't feel like work. It's something that you absolutely love to do. And again, something that I think about when I wake up in the morning and then even go to bed at night, I'm still thinking about it. So it's when you do the work, success will come with that as well.
So guys, I don't wanna sound as the bad cop, but because you have been an engineer for 14 years, you had quite a career. I expect that you will possibly approach your business with the same, you know, with the same clear mind, with the same pragmatism that one would expect from an engineer. So, for instance, we all know about the last year, 2020, was so promising, and then we had this pandemic and everything changed. But over the last year or a couple of years, how did you, I would say, how did you find your wedding or portrait clients? Did you apply any method, that's why I said, you know, as an engineer, I guess that you know, you didn't went out saying, hey, I take pictures. It's not like that, right?
Right. Yeah, no, that's a great question, Dario. So, you know, before I made that leap, I spent a lot of time learning the business of photography, specifically how to sell printed work and create printed work for my clients. I mean, that's something that really took my business to the next level once I started to get into that. And again, I just took...
You say printed work.
Printed work, yes, absolutely. And so, so again, I took some time before I made the leap to really learn how to offer that to my clients and be successful with sales. Because I didn't view myself as a salesman by any means, but it's something that, again, I'm very passionate about and believe in 100%. And my clients could see that, which would ultimately lead to sales. And so in terms of finding clients, you know, for weddings, I don't do much on that end. I really only photograph about 10 weddings a year now. But the portrait side of my business is something that I'm really aggressively growing. And so in terms of the genres that I photograph, I work with families, pets, as well as started doing some boudoir as well. And it's kind of a mixed bag in terms of how I find my clients. So a lot of it is through referrals when it comes to families. Also, I've set up some alliances with a custom home builder and a high-end garage company here in Calgary that have been referring awesome clients to me as well. And then pre-pandemic, I was doing expos. So actually having a booth at a trade show and selling gift certificates to bring families in. For pet work, I have an ongoing book project that I've been working on with a local rescue here in Calgary. That's been a great way to generate leads for portrait clients. And then for boudoir, I've just been running Facebook contests, and that's been a great way to bring referrals or bring new leads in. And it's been going really well. So having, you know, not all my eggs in one basket, but kind of creating a variety of ways to bring in new clients has kept steady leads coming into my business here.
So obviously from your lead generation, it's bringing these customers in here. And obviously you're creating something different for them. Tell us a bit more about that. You know, the art projects, the custom exclusive projects that you're doing, those custom artwork projects, is that something that's helping you to create that, you know, higher value paying client?
Absolutely. So, all of the conversations start with creating wall art. I've just come to love, the Graphi Pro line wall art, and something that, again, my clients can see I'm very passionate about it. And it starts with the initial conversation about what would they love to display in their home, or where would they love to display their artwork in their home. And that really is where the conversation starts and leads to creating physical wall art for their home. And so a recent example, I worked with a wonderful family from Northern Alberta, and they had just found me on Google. I created a blog post about a family portrait session I did out in the mountains. And so through Google, they were able to find my work and reached out to me that way. And I gave them a call. So I don't email anyone really anymore. It's all done over the phone. And we just talked about, first of all, their family and where would they love to display some of this beautiful artwork. And I also told them about work artwork pieces going into their home. And so they actually created a 10-minute YouTube video that they sent me of their home. And so it was kind of at that time that I knew this was going to lead to something very special. And so from there, we went out and did the photo session, and I do same day reveals where my clients will come back to my studio and I premiere all of the best photographs for them. And they ended up ordering 10 custom pieces of Graphi Pro Line wall art for their home. So the biggest one being a 60 by 40. There were some collections, and it was my biggest sale to date when it comes to working with a family. And it was something that was very custom for their home. And
I'll just take you back a little bit there, Sean. You said you did the same day reveal. So what kind of tips can you give us, best tips for presenting this exclusive artwork? Well, how do you present it that makes them want it so much?
Yeah, well, a lot of it has to do with communication, right? So, again, that initial conversation was about having them visualize this artwork and then communicating with them, what to expect at the premiere. So when all of their beautiful photographs come together, that's really when we're going to work to create, again, something beautiful for their home. And so the other thing that I'm doing is before they even come in for their premiere, I'm quoting them 2 or 3 times and letting them know that payment will be due for whatever they decide to order at the end of their premiere. So I'm setting those expectations that, they're not just coming in to see all their beautiful photographs, but they're also coming in to order as well. And so, sorry, it's very dry here, so I'm just going to take a sip.
Yeah, it's been pretty hot here to do as well. So, so that sounds like communication is the key to everything that you're doing.
That's right, and it all starts from the initial conversation. Again, and that visualization piece. Where would they love to display this artwork? And then quoting as well. Quoting is an important part because it makes the decision that much more real, and so again, I'm quoting them 2 to 3 times before they're coming in, also letting them know that payment will be due at the end of the premiere for whatever they decide to order. And so that sets you up for success. So when they see all of their beautiful photographs come together, they know that again, they're there to make a decision, and I'm there to help them, and I'm there to make decisions easy for them. The other thing I would say is, going back to the passion piece, I'm offering them artwork that I'm very passionate about as well. So, I have Graphi Pro Line in my own home. And so I have a home studio here. So when my clients walk in, they see that I actually have artwork of my own kids, of my own family on display in my home that I'm very proud of. And so, again, it's something that I believe in 100% as well. And that comes through with, my communication. It comes through with my confidence when I'm presenting this artwork to them as well. And so they're seeing that confidence, and then again making the decision and purchasing some beautiful wall art for their home. And the other piece that I would say, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, Sean, but you said a few
No
times
problem.
that when you interview your clients, you talk about them. You talk to them about your passion, and you name also this Italian company that handcrafts the wall arts that you're offering. But let's be honest, the world is plenty of wall arts. I mean, in theory, you could sell files, and they could go anywhere online or to the next corner lab and print something. So how can you address this? How can you make the point and tell them, hey, listen, I've cherry-picked something and let me show you why?
Yeah, that's a great point, Dario. And of course they can do that. But again, what I'm offering and what I believe in is offering something very exclusive, something that will stand the test of time, something that is luxurious in nature. So the brand that I've created for my photography business is more of a luxury brand, one where I want to work with exclusive clients that really appreciate artwork, and that's where credit and graph talent come play. And so when I'm I actually take pieces off the wall and will let my clients hold these pieces, and that's where they can really see the quality that I've been talking about. The other thing that I'd like to mention as well is, when clients are coming to me, they often go to my website first. And so on my website, that's where, I'm showcasing a lot of the, everything's about creating artwork. And so they see that on my website. They also see some of the beautiful products that I offer. And so when they do inquire, they have a bit of that knowledge already. The fact that working with my studio will result in creating artwork from their session as well. So, and again, just the passion piece that you mentioned, Dario, it's something that, I can easily talk about with them. And again, just having them touch and feel the artwork, and again, seeing it in my own home, with my own family, is something that definitely goes a long way.
And do you shoot for the product, Sean? Has the product affected the process of your shooting? Has it been influenced about creating the wall art? So are you shooting for the product?
Yeah, absolutely. So, for these photo sessions, so when they come in for their premiere, I'm only showing them 30 to 40 of the absolute best photographs that I capture for them. But during the session, I'm capturing as much variety as possible. So, I'm shooting high, I'm shooting low, close, far, wide angle lens, telephoto lens, landscape, portrait for square. So I'm capturing a lot of variety. So that way I have a lot to work with when it comes to creating their artwork for them. As well as, I talked about having them visualize artwork in their home. And so if they've told me they would love to have something that's balanced above their bed, an artwork piece above their bed, now I know I need to shoot for a collection that would work above their bed. And so that would kind of lead to what I end up photographing, during the session as well. But variety is very key, as well as details. Certainly on a wedding day, you want to be capturing lots of details to create the ultimate album for them. But when it comes to wall art, you also want to be showcasing those details. And so also in my studio, a lot of the sample collections that I have will showcase those details so that it becomes more part of the artwork. So, certainly variety is very key when you're photographing.
So in the end, I think we can say that if you speak a specific language, you will end up attracting the people that have the same language in common with you. So sometimes we listen to photographers complaining that people, approach them and they just talk about the pricings or any discounts or free gifts, giveaways. They don't seem to value the work of that photographer. And I understand that it's not easy. There is also that market share. But the thing is that if you do not position your brand, if you do not create your brand identity, you can't intercept the right people for you.
right? People that understand what you're doing, what you're offering. And otherwise it's like, speaking a different language. You would never, tune.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Mindset is a big part of it. A lot of the students that I work with, it's all about creating that mindset that, you're worth what you charge, but also you 100% believe in what you create. So, if you think that all your clients are ever going to want are digitals, well, that'll come through in your communication
So you're going
and
to sell,
everything
isn't
you
it?
say. Yeah. And that's what they'll end up wanting. So, for me, again, I believe that creating something physical, printed work is how, I get fulfillment as an artist and as a photographer. And so that comes through in all of my communication. And so that big sale with that family I was telling you about that ordered the 10 pieces, digitals didn't even come up. They didn't buy any digitals. It was all just artwork from that sale. And so it was, so to do something like that for a family was absolutely awesome. So again, it comes back to mindset and what you believe in and what you're saying with the language and how you communicate with your clients.
You mentioned earlier albums, and I know your wedding numbers are well carefully controlled. You have exactly what you want to do, and you've obviously got a similar process on selling albums, because I understand the albums generate significant revenue for you, as well as being a good point for helping the portrait sales. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so with albums, in my experience, albums definitely lend themselves well to weddings. On a wedding day, there are so many moments that are unfolding. And to capture that ultimate story, an album works very well for weddings. And then for portraits, wall art works very well because, of course, there's not as many photographs and, really you're creating something for their wall in that case. And so in my experience, that's how those have worked well. So when it comes to albums and weddings, the way, again, it goes back to your communication and the language you're using. So when I first get an inquiry, again, I'm calling them right away, speaking to them on the phone, discovering what's important to them, but also learning, afterwards, when I capture all these beautiful photographs for you, what would you love to do with those photographs? And, 80-90% of them will always say, oh, I'd love to create an album. And so basically they're telling you that they would love an album. And so really you're starting that discussion at that point from that initial inquiry. Then from there, all of my wedding collections include a starter album of some kind with, the first 20 pages. And so when you use that language of the first 20 pages, that gives the opportunity to grow that album. And so throughout their whole wedding experience, you continue to talk about the album and have them, I often have them come to my studio where they are seeing, 60-page albums in my studio and just reinforcing that as well. But the other thing is I also create offers for them to upgrade before their wedding. So again, you're reinforcing that they're going to want more when all of that comes together. Then of course their beautiful wedding day happens. And when they come in for their premiere, what I love to do is offer their premiere within 7 to 10 days of their actual wedding, where I show them the ultimate wedding album design that I've put together, where they're reliving their wedding day story. And then I take them through their entire story. So, why did I select this photograph? Why do these two photographs tie together well? This is the heirloom that you told me about that your grandpa was going to give you at this time. Look at how amazing that is. And so when they see the full wedding album design come together, and again, they're very excited because it's close to their wedding day, and they see all of that come together. And then I quote them for the album upgrade at that point. A lot of my clients end up moving forward with exactly what I presented. So I have very few clients that actually make changes to their wedding album design. once I've taken them through that whole process there.
So you've already given them in their mind, they've already painted these pictures in their mind that you've helped them to paint. And so they know that they're going to want more. You've created this album for them to see. You talk them through the story. The whole thing means it's almost impossible for them to say, well, I don't want that picture, or I don't want that picture, because taking it out destroys the story. So it's an impossibility for them not to take those extra pages, those extra spreads, however you sell it, that's for sure.
But the other thing, you know, and I'll just mention two other things quickly, Jeremy, is the passion piece. You know, when I'm taking them through the whole story, I mean, they're seeing the thought that went into capturing this photograph, right? Like, and I'll often showcase, you know, how I'm an expert in my field in putting this album design together. And so when I start speaking about, you know, composition and lighting, even at a high level, they see, wow, this guy, you know, he knows what he's doing, and this is the ultimate album. And then when you tie that in with all of these personal things that they've told you before their wedding, you know, going back to the heirloom example, or something that, you know, was very special to them, and how you captured that in a creative way, they, you know, it all comes together, and they say yes when you quote them at the end for the additional sides.
Yes. From something intangible into something tangible and durable. Mm-hmm. And so crystallizing emotions, right? We all know that. But then, you know, along the road over the last 20 years, because of the digital shooting, photographers, first and foremost, changed their mind, and they thought that at this point was just pointless printing or creating objects, because digital files were much more shareable, quicker, easier. And, you know, over the last 10 years, I've heard so many talks talking and complaining about printed products as a cost instead of a value. And we were saying, guys, wake up, hello, you know, photography is photography. So it's writing with light. It's not just, you know, capturing imageries that then you can share on social medias. You are depleting your business. You're wasting money. You're just, you know, you invest on cameras and lenses for what? For Facebook? For Instagram? You know, for a 72 DPI small thing? Well, save your money at least. It's just pointless. It doesn't make any sense. But like you said, you know, we have people looking at the design of, you know, the storytelling through the pages of the album that you offer. You have people just dropping their jaws in front of the incredible wall arts that you show them. And at that point, you know, there is no other way. They just want to get their hands into something similar for their own story. But if we don't share, if we don't show them this, if we don't speak a consistent language, which is made of tangible emotions that you shape for them. You said, I'm the expert, I show them, they see my expertise taking form. And at that point, you know, they buy more often than not everything that you offer. But that's exactly where possibly a lot of people, a lot of friends out there are getting lost. And to this extent, how can other photographers get in touch with you and possibly, you know, learn from your, you know, from your experience?
Sure. Yeah. So, you know, I'm on all the social media channels. So Instagram, Facebook, just at Sean LeBlanc. You know, my website is a great place to start with. So SeanLeBlancphotography.com, sorry. And yeah, would love to hear from anyone that is interested in, you know, certainly offering printed work for their clients. So I do work with students all over the world on both a one-on-one basis, and have started doing webinars as well, just to talk a bit more about the process and you know, putting the right pieces into place to have those successes.
So I have one last question for you, Sean. You know,
sure.
We have a similar mindset. It's a passion that you have. You're sharing that passion. You've become an expert at your passion. you truly understand the client, and you're giving the client something so special, which is amazing for them to truly understand. It clearly works for you from a financial point of view, and obviously this is a public forum, so we're not going to talk about specifics on money. But clearly, you've managed to replace your corporate salary with what you're doing by bringing emotional connections from the families together through photography and sharing that with them. Am I right in saying it's worked?
Of course, yes. And that's, the financial component is a great piece, but also, now that I'm a full-time photographer and just living my passion here, I'm always amazed by the new opportunities that come up, such as this one to speak with you, both of you over on the other side of the world here, and just being an entrepreneur and creating your own opportunities. I mean, it's quite a privilege to be able to do this for a living now. So I'm just so thankful for that I have the opportunity to live my passion here.
Cool. So a final note, because we're going to have to wind up, something just to leave everybody with. What would you say to everybody that's watching right now?
What would I say? I'd say, hang in there. Use this time to learn as much as you can. Take a 30,000 foot look at your business and sort of everything you're doing. Again, get print. If it's an area that you're looking to grow, there's a wonderful company, of course, Graphistudio in Italy that offers the most amazing products that I've ever seen. And like I say, spend some time working with those that have had success with offering printed work and see your business grow that way.
Awesome. Dario, last word from you.
Well, Sean, case history, it should be a paradigm for so many photographers out there. You just nailed it down, and you did it with pragmatism, with I would say also with a humble approach. The typical humble approach that you can expect from someone well-educated, someone grounded, someone that knows how to do things properly. And I believe that your clients absorb these feelings and they share with you not only the passion, but even your honest, but very knowledgeable approach to photography. And therefore, I believe that many should get in touch with you and listen from you first, in first person, how to do these, even in a pandemic time where everybody are in despair. But it's not really the pandemic, it's not really the economy, it's not really the competition. It's everything starts from here. You said many times passion, and it comes and starts here, or it ends here. It's really up to us, in my opinion. So thank you, Sean, for being with us. It's always a pleasure to share time and talk to you. Jeremy, thank you for hosting this chat. And ladies and gentlemen,
thank you.
Sean Blanc, a successful story and a great human being.
Oh, thank you to both of you. It was a pleasure to be on this morning, and I look forward to coming out to Italy, hopefully soon, once things, get back to normal here a bit more.
Sure. Look forward to that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sean. Thank you, Dario. Thank you, Sean. Thanks for the time you've given us for this afternoon. And this will be a brilliant interview for everybody to watch and be saved for the future. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Ciao.
Ciao.
Welcome back, welcome back. Thank you, Sean LeBlanc, for this incredible interview last night.
Which we spent a long time with Sean having a great chat. I mean, if anybody can epitomise taking a leap into the world of photography and to give you an opportunity to show actually this can be done. Follow your dreams, follow your passion, but use your business head, or at least find out how to. And that's how he researched, because he said, I wasn't a salesman. You know, I needed to learn how to do these things, but in a way that worked for my customers. So, you know, great job, Sean.
Yeah, very well said. So we have interviewed Sean last night because of the time difference, of course. He's been gracious enough to devote, you know, more than half an hour to Graphi family. So, well, Jeremy.
What's next? Well,
the first of the 3 collections.
We talked about the Graphi family, and we're so privileged to have some fantastic members of our Graphi family. And the Graphi family has grown over the years from, you know, Yavant many years at the start point of our lives, right the way through to Sue Bryce and Jerry Jonas, and of course, newborn specialist family photographer Kelly Brown from Australia. We're so proud to have these cooperations, and it helps us to hone our product ranges. It helps us to give us a clear direction for certain marketplaces and give that little bit of flavour that we know comes from a subject matter expert. So let's look at the Kelly Brown collection.
Yeah, first of all, it took more than 1 year of work, cooperative mode with Kelly, just to find the right tuning and cherry picking the colors, the materials, and even more importantly, the combinations of these 2 factors to create something that actually works perfectly for newborn, maternity, family sessions.
And you can find all of this on our main website. Obviously, because we're a trade-only supplier, to find the prices you need to register with us. But what we've done is we've created a collection.
Yeah.
Rather than individual order forms, it comes in a collection because it makes it easier for people to start with us, to see a collection of products and go, I recognize that, this is what it is.
Yeah, it's like, you know, creating a coherent word where you know, if you refer to this kind of discipline or niche, you know that you will find everything consistently tuned with your mood, with the way you look at photography.
So let's start with products. We'll start with the print side of it, but you'll notice for the most part, this is about displaying the products with an organic, earthy feel in terms of colors. It's about creating display products that can show off your photography, or to keep them in a timeless fashion, or to use those classic Italian materials. So we're talking about stories that start as a newborn and become a lifetime of stories. And this starts really with the print boxes in the jewel case. And let's have a look at the jewel case. So tell us a little bit about the jewel case.
So basically the idea was to create another bridge product to allow our customers to create a sort of frame idea that becomes a box, and inside you can have up to 50 prints and I should say, a USB pen in this room, or even there with a false bottom, you can put something physical inside.
A real memory. So if it's a newborn session, you maybe put the birthing bracelet in there.
Exactly.
If they've had
the first pair of shoes,
something, you can store things underneath there, so that this, whilst when they're young, and it starts off as a beautiful display box to remind you of that very, very special moment in your life when you brought a new treasure into the world.
Indeed. So this box comes with this cloud leatherette. Beautiful color. It's a neutral gray, warm gray, and it comes also with a pinkish, what we call the
minky pink. The lovely
it's an antique pink.
Minky pink.
Okay, color, which is again adorable, and like you said before, it fits perfectly the typical mood of photo sessions with newborns or children in general.
And it enables you to just display a different picture every time, so that
you can shuffle through these,
pictures,
and they can be fine art, they can be HD, they can be any sort of media in the graphic program. So it's really
it's your choice, or your own prints. If we want you to do our HD printing.
By the way, this is a beautiful, soft touch.
So that's the deep matte touch paper, which has got a beautiful, luxurious feel to it, and
something that will leave your clients speechless. There's nothing like that out there.
So we have two colors.
Yeah.
You can have it with or without the prints, with or without the USB drive.
Exactly.
And you can.
And you can overprint or laser engrave your brand,
so
or
branding or the person's name.
Exactly.
So we know that branding is important, so as a reminder to your client of where this comes from. You can have a false bottom in it, and that's an option that you choose to store something special in there.
Exactly.
Brilliant. So that's
and
the
it
dual
stays
case.
flat or standing still on the shelf or a table like a frame.
So that's the dual case. So if we stay on display products, then we move to this beautiful wooden showcase, and it is actually called Showcase. Isn't it?
It is called, that's the name, Showcase. Again, with two different finishings, what we call the shabby chic and the white. So first and foremost, you said the beautiful wooden box. And again, as I said, with covers, with the original wedding book yesterday during the live, this is solid, massive wood. It's not a laminated version. It's not a pre-produced piece that you can buy elsewhere. It's made a la carte each single time.
Handmade each single time to the thickness that you want it to be within the program, with the materials that you want, either in 11 by 14 or 8 by 10. With or without prints, you decide, with or without mats. And again, the program that we can offer you is the full matted prints, loose prints with the mounts or mounts on their own. It's really up to you. Tell me a little bit about the mounts though, because that's really important, because there's a mount and then there's a mount, isn't there? I know we're going to expand a bit more in the Sue Bryce collection, but our mounts are the quality end of the market.
Yeah, some tend to privilege aspects like the price point rather than practicalities or bulk rates or volume. So we tend, as usual, to stick to quality. And when I say quality, I mean that each single mat is an archival cotton paper mat.
Back and front.
Back and front. Good said. Cool. Back and front. And you remember I was mentioning the original wedding book a few seconds ago.
Yeah.
Guess what happens now?
It's not another promo, is it?
Is it another promo?
I'm not sick of them though, because the chances we get to help photographers in this time, we often do special offers on discounts, on samples. We do promotions to help you upgrade your client to a bigger album or more pages, or to have parent books and pocket books. So we're always sending out different promos, and those promos make a massive difference to photographers, especially at this time. But now this is an incredible promo. It's not 20% off, it's not 30% off, it's not 50%. It's a gift from us to you, the photographer. It's a special gift from the shareholders, from Enzo, Maurizio and Tullio, to help you during this really, really difficult time. Make sure you link from that link that's on the YouTube channel now, straight in. You only have a few minutes to actually sign your name in. Don't forget, if you've already signed in, you can do it again. We want you to be able to win. It's not a win, it's a gift from us. Be one of those to get the gift from us. And this time it's an original wedding book.
Correct.
Any other covers?
Oh, any cover of choice.
Any size?
Any size you like.
Any number of pages?
Any number of pages you
Any
need.
print type in there?
Any paper you love.
Anything that we do, you can have. So you could have
Definitely.
a 40 by 50 centimeters book that opens up to a meter wide spread. I mean, that's just
that's
just
it.
crazy,
That's
isn't
it. But let me say one thing about these giveaways in these 2 days. The whole broadcast from the castle wants to be a sort of rebirth.
Yeah.
After such a tough time that we all had. And the way we want to celebrate this is to encourage people to trust in their ideas and say, okay guys, we're all together in this and we will get out of this all together. Stay tight, stay tuned with us. We are here to serve and support.
And we're going to keep inventing, keep developing, keep giving you new things. Speaking of new things, this is a new color. I haven't seen this one.
Yeah, we Tullio, the team, we love just experimenting and playing around with options and colors. So it's basically the same finishing of the Contessa, which is the top range in this program.
Yeah.
Let me talk about that. You know that I'm particularly
so is this
keen.
coming? This is so we're looking for feedback on this one, aren't we?
Yeah, we are looking for feedback.
Do you like the darker wood? Let us know. If you do, then for sure, then I know that we'll add it to the range. So, Contessa.
Contessa,
it's a classic matted album.
And indeed, and you know how keen I am about classic matted albums.
But it's not just an old school matted album, is it?
It is not. Yeah. It is not actually. So this is a wooden cover with a laser engraving. It could be your brand again, or it could be in a person name, or a pattern that you like, or you like. I mean, something whatever, as any other cover. So sequoia leather, spine and back. The whole thing is warm in your hand. It looks like an alive human being already. And inside, let me show you, beautiful linen, and this timeless, gorgeous, simple, clean,
beautiful white mounts inside, single pictures, fine art printing, just stunning capability. The HD printing with the choice of paper options in there as well.
It's all archival, so it's cotton paper, 45 degrees, bevel mat.
The Japanese Print Industry Association, when they did the testing and the measurements on the HD print systems, they said there should be no noticeable change in color for 300 years.
That's correct. That's correct.
Cool. Okay, so we need to move along a little bit. So that comes from our matted album program, but it gives you a simple, in the Kelly Brown collection, beautiful album to order up, just as you see it there.
Just let me say one thing about the matted album. In the original wedding book program, as well as the Contessa matted album, you don't need to learn anything to design that. You don't need to keep in memory a long list of apertures. Forget about these hassles.
It's all there for you, isn't it?
It's just drag and drop your pictures on a wide spread, and we interpret and convert it into apertures.
We're talking matted albums. Let's talk about Storia.
And
the Storia is to create a story, a family story. It's a library, isn't it? It's creating a library.
Exactly. That's why we showcase typically 3 volumes.
Yeah.
All these
Which could
sleeves.
Be newborn.
First year, maternity, newborn,
first year, or cake smash, or whatever.
As you can see, these are magnetized, all right? So the 3 volumes will stick together and will be a perfect complementary in their shelves. Inside,
beautiful Alcantara.
The Storia, it's a soft, delicate Alcantara, looks like and feels like a skin. And then another small matted album, kind of.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. It goes anywhere from 6 to 12 apertures, 12 pages. Adorable pictures, again, fine art, HD print, or any HD media. I love it. I just love it. It's timeless. It's clean. It's elegant.
And it can be a single book on its own. It can be a book with its storage box, and you can build a family collection. We can engrave it. We can engrave down the back, so we can make that whole family history for you ready to go. Now let's finish off with one of my favourite.
Indeed.
Absolutely. Beautiful original cowhide.
Okay.
Okay, this is kind of like it's walked out of the fields here. Let's open up and have a look inside.
It's beautiful. This is what we call the Etrusco leather. Etrusco means it's an ancient civilization before the Roman Empire.
Okay.
All right. So it comes from Tuscany. It's handmade. So each single piece of leather is handmade, hand-tanned. We laser engrave it. It's thick. It's tangible. I mean, it's
almost
really
saddle hide, isn't it? It's almost saddle hide.
Yeah. Japanese binding, natural linen cover. And again,
the
one you love the most,
the Amalfi paper.
Amalfi paper, beautifully printed this way.
If you missed
us
talking about this on the storybook, it's a handmade paper made in the Amalfi region in the paper mills that have been doing it the same way by hand for the last 200 years.
Exactly. So once again, this product is called favola, which is the Italian word for fable. Right? So it's cowhide. Outside, Alcantara, stitched by, hand sewn together. Then you have the Amalfi handmade paper, linen, natural linen on the cover,
so you can
and
have
Japanese
the book
binding
on its own, and you can add the cover, so that within the order form you can add the cover.
What I'm trying to say that it's made of every single element at the top-notch quality.
This is Italian legacy at its finest.
Definitely, and personally, and even Kelly really loves this that much. So thank you, Kelly, for being part of our family. And it's been a privilege and an honor to develop this program with you. We love you. We know that you are quite busy with your RISE Award, which is an incredible initiative itself.
We can talk about that later on. What's happening next?
So now we are approaching the lunch break.
Yay!
And right after that, with more videos, with more contents for you anyway, right after that, be ready, the first live photo critique with Mauricio Arias-Mora.
Oh, that's going to be, I'm really looking forward to it.
Oh, me too. It's the in and out of the composition, the color management.
So we'll be back in an hour and a half. Yeah. So we're going to get some awesome Italian lunch. We're going to get some prosciutto crudo San Daniele. We'll have maybe a glass of wine. No, probably not. Yes, maybe we will. But awesome. Thank you. Thank you for watching.
Thank you for watching.
See you again live in about an hour and a half.
In about an hour and a half with Mauricio Arias-Mora. Be tuned at 3 p.m. Central Europe time.
That's 2 p.m. UK time.
Hi, my name is Maureen Nisus. I manage the US and Canada for Graphistudio. I'm thrilled to be talking about the Sue Bryce collection today and some of the other innovative products that we've been working on that are either currently available that we're going to touch on or that will be coming soon. With respect to the Sue Bryce collection, Sue and Graphi have collaborated to come up with the best-in-class product available for photographers, and it's now one of the most sought-after products by photographers all over the world. We're going to talk today about how this product line is different compared to alternative options, and we're going to talk about very specific features that I think are really important for you to know. To all of you that were planning on going to the Portrait Masters, we're going to miss you this year. And I know the amazing team at the Portrait Masters will raise the bar. Next year is going to be incredible. So we look forward to seeing all of you in person next year. And for you, all of you again that are navigating with COVID, and you need somebody to talk to, you need some help with Graphistudio, please reach out to us. If you don't know who your Graphistudio sales representative is, go to your trade area and then you'll see in the customer service details your sales representative's phone number, their email. And again, I manage the US and Canada, so if you have a different contact, if you're in a different part of the world, Graphistudio is located in 154 regions. You can always reach out to the Graphistudio headquarters in Italy, and they can assist you. So let's get started. Let's look at the Reveal Box. The Reveal Box is our #1 selling product globally. We're going to talk about the unique features. I want to point out the fact that we've just recently launched our square mats available in the Reveal Box and our other products as well that we're going to be going over. So we have a 10 by 10, and then we have behind me, we have our 14 by 14 mat sizes. So just know that that has been launched, so we're really excited about that. A couple of unique features on the reveal box. It features a removable magnetic lid. So you can display the product in an upright position, as you see here, or you can display it flat. I love the fact that with our boxes, and this is so important for all of you that are tuning in, it doesn't matter if the depth capacity is for 10, 20, 30 mats, the price point is the same. And that's really, really important, and I'll touch on that in just a second. So 10, 20, 30 mats, the price point is the same. The only time the price point will change is if you change the material, the size, or you add personalization. So let's go back to why that's important. So now you can order a deeper capacity box, and with our new innovative false bottom, you can see if I just tug on this ribbon, I can remove this panel, and this false bottom has these clever little spacers. Each of these spacers, magnetic spacers, is equivalent to 5 mats, and they stack on each other. And there's magnets they just snap in the corners. So now my box will look full. If I order a box capacity for 30 capacity, and I can fill it up over time, so you can create some really clever continuity programs from a marketing standpoint with your clients. So let's go ahead and put the false bottom back. Also, I want to touch on, before I go on to a different product, is the fact that the false bottom creates this really nice cavity. So now you can have keepsakes that your clients' memories can be stored within the reveal box. Okay, put that magnetic lid back on, and we're going to talk about our mats and prints. We'll position that over here. We're well known for these beautiful museum gallery quality mats. You can see, let me just grab our regular mat. It's a beautiful 45-degree cut. So we have 2 different mat thicknesses. We have 0.11 inches and 0.18 inches. The bold is almost twice as thick as the regular. This is the regular. We have beautiful specialty mats. This is what's called our wood fiber. And then we have the Materica, which has a nice pebble finish. And then to enhance the overall presentation, we have the option to add the V-groove. And so that's our larger mats. Let's look at the smaller mats. And I want to show you the personalization that can be added to the mat. So you can either, for the reveal box, you can personalize the lid, and you can also personalize the bottom of the box. And we're going to talk about that because I think it's really important that you have all of the tools that you need to be able to make your job as easy as possible. So the material swatch box contains all of our materials in little swatches. And again, it's not to confuse you. And I know Sue talks a lot about a confused mind says no. But what this will do is it'll help you. It'll help you get the most ideal sample into your studio, because what you sell, what you love is what you sell. And also, let's just say your customers want to see a different material, and you can upgrade your clients really easily with the material swatch box. The other reason why I love it, it has little samples of our papers. We get asked all of the time, what does the HD look like compared to the luster? And then it has, this is priceless, the customization and ennoblement brochure, where we're showing the different personalization techniques on the different materials in this kit. So it really is like a custom piece of furniture, just so you know. It's a great tool. I recommend it if you're buying the Sue Bryce collection. It's great for all of the other products within the Graphi program. So why that's important is it'll show you the different techniques of personalizing the reveal box. So for example, we have a lot of clients that'll add their studio logo or their client's name on the little lip here of the reveal box. Or if you're going to do it on the inside of the box and you include your studio name, don't forget to add Made in Italy. That is going to elevate the whole enhanced presentation for the product, for the perceived value. An example of the personalization on the bottom of the reveal box, this is the gold raised foil. Actually, it's silver, but there was a little glare. It looked like gold for a second. It is available in gold and silver, by the way. So that's a beautiful way to personalize the reveal box. And then we're going to go back to prints. So we've talked about the handcrafted reveal box. All of our boxes are handcrafted. We talked about the mats, and just when you thought it couldn't get any better, it can with the printing. Graphistudio has a partnership with Canon, and the partnership has just gone to a completely different level than and exceeded our expectations in Canon's too. The HD printing is unlike anything else that you've ever seen with print quality. We offer HD fine art printing, which is certified by the Jetta Institute for 300 years. The quality of this print is going to blow your mind away. You're never going to see detail like you will see with HD printing. The deep, rich blacks, the vibrant colors. You can also submit in a larger color space versus sRGB. You can send us Adobe files and maximize every single pixel possible to get the best output. So the combination of the boxes, the prints, and the mats make this product really unique. The next product we're going to talk about is the folio box. The folio box offers some really interesting personalization options. You can personalize the outside of the lid, and it's like a clamshell lid, so it's connected. You can personalize the inside with graphics or a text. If you are a boudoir photographer, it represents great opportunities to create some type of a text message for your clients. And then you can also change the material on the front cover, on the inside, and then on the side. So there's a lot of great personalization options for the folio. In order for you to create a one-of-a-kind experience for your clients, you want to create a one-of-a-kind product as well. And the folio box will help you do that. The smaller version of the folio box, this is with our soft leather. It's a Sequoia leather, and then the logo is laser engraved. So just, again, a beautiful presentation. On this example, the inside lid is plain. The next product we're going to talk about is the Legacy box. I absolutely love the Legacy box. It's elegant and it's really affordable. Our clients are often shocked when they find out it starts at $42 for the smaller size. And that would include, again, remember we talked about it doesn't matter about the capacity for the box because the price point will be the same. The only thing that will change the price is when you change the material or the size. So the base price for the Legacy box includes this printed photographic lid. So now with COVID, I'm seeing a lot of our clients stock up on product, on boxes, on mats. So this is just with the reveal box and with all of the other boxes, you can easily have additional boxes on hand so there's no delays when you need to deliver to your client, especially when it comes to in-person sales. The Legacy box is great because for the lid, you could just have your studio logo, and then in the reveal session, have your clients pick out their photo, and then they could select from one of these beautiful, let me just show you the larger size, these beautiful specialty lids. This is printed on real Italian leather. And the next example is printed on canvas. And what an incredible experience for your clients to have their photo printed on either a canvas lid or the leather. So you can send your clients home after the in-person sales session with the photographic lid with your brand. They can select a photo for the lid, and Graphistudio can drop ship one of these lids to your clients. Makes it really easy. Okay, we're going to move on to a product called the Portfolio. And I touched on earlier that Graphistudio is located in Italy. We're just north of Venice on the base of the Dolomites. And this product reminds me of this kind of a vintage, like an old European sketchbook. And it's just an incredible product. The presentation with the suede protective wrap. Instead of a sketchbook, of course, it holds printed mats. So mats and prints. So just a beautiful, beautiful product. We're going to put that over here, and I'd like you to see the larger size. This accommodates 11 by 14 mats. And you can see we have our black mat. And if I didn't touch on it, our slip-in mats, I want to make sure you all have a chance to see the the process and how that works. So when you order mats from Graphistudio, you can either have Graphi mount the prints, so you're not doing the work we are. So when the product arrives, it's ready to be delivered to your clients. Or you can order the slip-in mat. The slip-in mat has double-sided adhesive on the inside of the mat. So when you have, I would suggest having some type of protective gloves. I like the medical gloves that are not coated, because then I can position the print really easily in the mat and kind of underneath the mat so it's nice and snug. I always put a little tape on the back of the print, a 2x2 archival tape, so it doesn't slip. And then when the print is positioned, I will remove the archival tape, put a little weight on it, and it's sealed properly. So remember, Graphistudio offers slip-in mats and matted prints, so either or. Okay, so now we're going to move on to our Graphi magazines. But before we do that, let's talk about our mega mats. The mega mats have been requested by many of you that follow Sue. You love the quality of the Graphistudio mats in the Sue Bryce collection, so you've asked us to come up with a solution where you can deliver high quality, larger mats, ready to be framed, and offer your customers an art gallery experience. They're 1/4 of an inch thick. The mega mats have 32 different sizes. This is featuring our beautiful fine art printing. And this one is a 24 by 36. And then we have we didn't stop there, we kept on going. We're listening to you. We have our 9-up. The 9-up accommodates the 5 by 7 and 6 by 8 prints. Again, the intention is it's ready to be framed, and I'm going to show you at the end some frame options that we're working on that'll blow you away. So really excited about our frames. Okay, now we can talk about the magazines, because I'm really excited about our magazines. They're affordable. You can use the templates in the Sue Bryce Portrait Masters store to get started. For an 8.5 by 11, 24 pages, they run at $4.80. And a minimum of 2 is required for ordering, which is really amazing. So look at the Graphi magazines. You can order them in the Portrait Masters as well if you're in the US. And then if you have a Graphi account, they'll be in your trade area. Super product, great for marketing. We're going to talk a little bit about some of our innovative products that we've launched and are coming. So the Amalfi panel, I want to point out how incredible this is. It features our HD fine art printing, our Amalfi mat. We have a partnership with the Amalfi paper company, and of course it's in Amalfi in Italy on the Amalfi coast. The mat is made the same way today as it was made hundreds of years ago, and that's by hand. It's an incredible company, incredible product, and it has an incredible story. The panel is available in a wide variety of different materials, and also the back is finished. Again, no details left behind, and it has an integrated hanger, so it's ready to be put on the wall. And let me show you just a different material for the panel. And I need to show you the Canvas Pro. The Canvas Pro, again, talking about innovation, Graphistudio was hearing from many of our clients that they've stopped ordering canvases because the end consumer thought they looked inferior, and they felt that they could purchase the product on their own at Groupon, Costco. So we wanted to change the game. We wanted our customers to be able to stand out by offering product that was so unique and different. Let me tell you why this is different. So the front panel is solid. It doesn't have that trampoline effect where it's going to stretch over time. It's also printed on Italian cotton canvas with our HD printing, so it's archivable, and it looks amazing. You can see the little detail. It's just spectacular. Then we have touch lamination that not only protects the canvas, but when you touch it, it feels like it's printed on like a combination of suede and velvet. It's the most spectacular product I've ever seen in our industry when it comes to canvases. The edges are available in a wide variety of different materials and colors. There's 2 different thicknesses. This is a 2.3. We also have a 1.2. And what's really amazing, the back is finished. There's no details missed in this product. We have integrated hangers that are 4 inches down, 4 inches over, so it makes displaying like collections on a wall really easy. And you can also print your certificate of authenticity and sign it, which is so important. And on that certificate, I would also add handcrafted, made in Italy. When you sign it, it's art. And then just so you can appreciate how amazing the internal construction is on our wall art. So we talked about how incredible the front and the back, but now look at the inside core. This isn't just 4 sticks attached together. The inside and everything is well thought through from an engineering standpoint. So this product would last for generations with your clients. And then I'm going to leave you with our new frames that are coming for the mega mats. And how beautiful are these frames? I have a brown black wood fiber. We're looking at, of course, white. And what we wanted to do was create a frame that's never been done before, like how it was engineered, how I showed you. But let's just look at the back. See how we have this little button, push down button, that now I can access the back. So if I needed to clean the acrylic or the print, I can access the product. We didn't stop there. We wanted to use the success of the reveal box. Now we can add 3 mega mats to the frames that you just saw. So you have more prints, more flexibility, and an innovative option to get into the frame. So I want to thank all of you for your time today and appreciate your support. Again, if there's anything that I can do, Graphistudio, my sales team, please reach out to us. We want to help, and we look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Way. And I think that everybody has a story, and I think that everybody kind of, in some small way, wants to share that. Like, I just think they want to be understood. So my approach with my clients is very much stem from my experience in clinical psychology and just learning about people. I mean, I have such a passion for people and their stories, and it's always a goal to bring their stories to life in photographs. So sometimes it's quick, sometimes I can do it quick, and sometimes it's months. And my projects are definitely like months to years, but I start with a conversation. So I always invite them to my studio and we have a face-to-face conversation, or if they're fly-in clients, we talk on the phone and I just learn about them. That's all my consult is. It's not business. It's not, all of the little details of, sessions and pricing and all of the things that you think would be in a consult. It's just like, I just want to see your soul. I want to see just as much as you'll give me. Whatever you can give me, I will take. And I just learn about them, and then my wheels start turning. It just takes time. So I kind of let that marinate. I sit and think a lot. Like our creative state, this is like my cognitive psychology brain coming in right now, but it's an alpha wave, so it's slow. It's like happens when we're kind of in between like rest and sleep. Like we lay down, we close our eyes, and that alpha wave kicks in, and that's where we get our creative juices. So I actually force myself into boredom, and I force myself into rest to help plan for my sessions and to just jot down ideas and pull things together. I think it's one of the most important things I do. That's when I do most of my writing. And I don't know, I tap into a creative space. Thomas Edison used to fall asleep sitting up in a chair with ball bearings, one in each hand. And as he dozed off and his hands relaxed, he would drop the balls, the sound would wake him up, and he would get up and jot down his ideas. So I really take a lot of that approach. And then I don't sleep a lot. I'm like you. I probably, I'm like a solid 5 hours a night. I'm good to go. But yeah, it just takes time, and you start to kind of pull the pieces together. And I go into this studio and I pull little bits of wardrobe, like a single prop, and I just kind of build off of it and think about it. And it just kind of fits together.
It absolutely fits together. So your work has been defined as
both whimsical and magical. I mean, magical for me is just the only way to describe your work. When I show your work at events that we attend around the world, people will come into our booth. Oh, that's Cass's work. That's Noelle Marabella. That's and it's such an honor for me. It has to be an incredible honor for you, but it's such an honor for me to have your work included in our booth. And you often say, Cass, that you never sought out photography.
No.
It found you.
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that? Because I know that's a heartfelt story, and I know you said all topics were fair, and you wear your heart on your sleeve. I've known you long enough now, and we've had some pretty deep conversations. And I know we're going to transition into this powerful wall that you've built in your studio that every time I look at it, I pinch myself. And I know the sweat equity that went involved. I personally know, you know that, because we've spent some time on the phone, and right before, you were ready for the grand opening, and you handled that with such grace. I have to tell you that, with everybody watching around the world. And I want to know, like, what led you into photography?
Well, my background is psychology, so I never had any plans in ever going to photography ever. When I started university, I had been a high school dropout. I was a single mom. I was 18 years old with a baby when I finished high school. And I didn't even think university was in my future, let alone anything else. And after spending 8 years on my psychology degree, I got a master's. I graduated with a perfect 4.0, from high school dropout to like scholarships putting me through school and getting 100% on everything. I got 100% in every master's course I took except statistics. I got a 98.4. Just to put things into perspective, I was like hardcore, addicted to school, loved what I was doing, obsessed with it, never wanted to do anything else. And then I got pregnant with my daughter, my first daughter. And my son was about, I think he was eight or 9 at the time. And she was like mega planned for. I mean, we had tried for years and we were so excited. And then I lost her. And she was stillborn. I literally cannot say it without crying. I'm so sorry. And it just changed my whole universe. It totally knocked me out. I mean, I was a hot mess. I was, of course, like completely overwhelmed with sorrow. I was living in like the darkest, just the most desperate space and mental space you can imagine. And I knew I needed something to pull me out of it. I was, I had this psychology background. I wasn't quite finished my master's yet, but I was like, okay, Cass, like, I think therapy is in order. Like, you've lost a child. This is, you need somebody to help you work through it. Tried it, wasn't working for me. It was, no offense to the guys out there, but a middle-aged white male that just didn't really connect with what I was going through. And I thought, okay, I need something else. So that's when I got my first camera. And I had never used a DSLR before. I had never even owned a nice camera. I had never done anything in Photoshop. I was just like, I'm gonna get a camera, a good one, and I'm just gonna go out and create. I'm just gonna go out and look for beauty every single day. And that's exactly what I did. I went out and I don't know, it just, I put myself back in nature, which we all know is a very healing space. And I began to notice all of the little nuances of the world that I never necessarily took time to notice before. Like the way the light penetrates the irises of our eyes, and the way dandelion seeds get carried away by the wind, and the way frost collects itself on window panes like tapestries, and branches like little puzzle pieces. And the world became like poetry to me, and I couldn't get enough. I just, every day it was like, go out and find something beautiful. It doesn't matter if it's just the way the fog is settling on the forest floor, or the way the light beams are coming through the clouds or whatever, like just a leaf, like the veins in a single leaf when the light shines through. It's just, everything was so beautiful to me. And I did that for basically until I had my second daughter, Noelle. And then I realized that I loved just photographing babies and photographing sleeping babies. And photographing sleeping babies allowed me to connect with my little Ava, who was essentially born sleeping. So I went into a different space, and it was just a very beautiful space that I never ever wanted to leave. And somehow that brought me here. It's been 9 years. I haven't been doing it professionally for 9 years, but 9 years ago I picked up my camera, and I never ever looked back.
Incredible. What an incredible story. You are so courageous. Do you feel photography has been somewhat therapeutic for you and your family?
Oh, totally. It's like my daily therapy. It's my daily excitement. I absolutely love it. And I've transitioned into a space now where I'm working on more projects and just more tapping into my activist roots and using my voice. And I really believe that photographers just give a huge service to the world. I mean, absolutely ginormous. Like, we are storytellers and we're legacy preservers, and we're a voice, like we're a visual voice for the entire world. And I think it's really important that we show up and represent.
So in honor of Ava, you created this amazing wall. And I remember we talked, and you went days and days without any sleep. And I was worried for you. I was ready to, like I said, drive from Minnesota to, I was close, Cass. You need to know that. And after the grand opening, you just crashed, and you on the couch that you have erected at Ava's wall. I would love, if this is an appropriate time to share the screen, I will give you control, and I would love for everybody to see the wall, to see your studio for that matter, and your work, and all of you. I'm preparing you because you will be blown away. Look at this.
So this is Ava's wall. You can see there's a little plaque on the left-hand side that I had made for her. This is like mostly my nature wall. This was actually just a cell phone picture that was taken the day of the grand opening. So this is the pretty wall. I will, if I can move to my next slide. This is just a terrible cell phone picture, but it shows you a little bit more of the studio. It's maybe about a third visible here. So I have like a gold wall, and I have my Ava's wall, and then on the other side of the studio, it's all whites, white on white on white. But these are all of my Graphi dry mounts, the product that you guys created for me just in time for my grand opening, which has pretty much enabled me to do everything that I want to do for my clients, which is a pretty amazing thing. You guys have been very good to me.
Thank you.
Just so everybody knows, I actually used to offer just digital packages, and it wasn't even that terribly long ago. I was offering high-res digitals, which is totally crazy to me now. The beginning of 2019, I was still offering digital packages. And I remember one day I posted in Sue Bryce's group, and I was like, yeah, this is what I'm doing, but I'd really like to move to print-based. But it was so scary for me because I live in a small town. We've been really heavily impacted by a recession here. We're oil field based, and oil field is not going well right now for us. So it's just a scary time to go from doing something that is working for you kind of to something that you don't know will work at all. But I had posted in Sue Bryce's group, and everybody was like, Cass, are you nuts? Like, I cannot believe you're not offering print-based work. This is crazy. Your work is so beautiful. And I was like, I had such a strong pull to move to just print-based services, but it was so terrifying to think about taking that next step. So it kind of got my wheels turning, and I was like thinking and thinking. And then I decided, you know what? I'm just going to do it. Like, I can't keep going at the pace I'm going, doing digital packages. I am so passionate about print. If you saw my house, it's a complete shrine to my children and my family. I'm just going to do it. And if it doesn't work, at least I tried. So I decided to commit to the studio, commit to, you know, offering really amazing prints, which is where you guys came in. And I remember contacting you guys and saying, look, I want to move to print-based. What you guys have right now doesn't really fit the full bill of needs for me, because I really want to offer dry mounts. I want to offer something that's, you know, easier to frame, a different look. I don't want to be limited to, even though I love, like, obsessed with matted prints, I don't want to be limited to that. I'm not really an acrylic person myself. I want something a little bit more organic. So you guys were so good to me. You had sent me like 14 different samples and got me totally set up for the grand opening. So everything that's on my walls in the view that you see right here, they're all dry mounts. And then on my other wall, I have the matted prints and different things like that. And then on the front desk, you can see my picture of my little apple boy. That is a canvas. So you guys got me all set up, and I am going to tell you, it is the best decision I have ever made for my business. If anybody has any doubt about switching from digital to print-based, it has completely and totally changed my world, and I will never in a million years ever go back. It has been incredible, like incredible.
I can't imagine your work not being on print. That to me is a crime. So just, I'm saying this, it's going to be documented forever. There's no way that your work should, and the effort that you put into it, and the way that we celebrate prints. You know, when I see my children, see family photos of them with my husband and I on the walls, and how it makes them feel, we need to provide that experience to our customers. And Cass, your work it deserves that and so much more.
But all of our work is meant to be printed. It's not meant to sit on a hard drive, you know, collecting dust in some virtual space somewhere. Like, it's meant to be touched and looked at and felt and flipped through. And for every single client, I go into a session thinking, I want to create something that hangs on your wall that your children and your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren stare at in complete awe and wonder. I want them to look back on these precious lives that I get to photograph and think, wow, how incredible is that? You know, I remember looking at my grandma's art. She had a picture of 3 kittens on her wall. It was just 3 kittens. It was a print. I was totally in love with it. And I used to stare at it for hours. And when I think about my clients' experience now and what I create for them, I often think, I wonder what the children are thinking. I wonder what these little ones are thinking. I wonder what's going through their minds when they look at these images, because it's magic. It taps into a magic, really special, beautiful space.
Cass, there's an interesting story of the grandfather holding the grandchild. Can you share that story with us?
Honestly, I had come back from a trip. I looked completely homeless. I took my kids out for a bite to eat. I kind of toyed with the idea. I was like, I don't know if I should go out, not go out, because I literally looked like I just crawled out of a hole in the ground somewhere, not showered, greasy hair, terribly dressed. And I thought, you know what, we're starving. We're going to just go for it. I'm going to put my dignity aside and I'm going to feed the children. So we went to one of our favorite restaurants, and I round the corner and this guy is just sitting there. And I mean, his energy completely enveloped our entire space. And I was so intrigued with everything about him, his whole presence and his just everything that radiated out of him. And I looked at my teenager and I said, what I'm about to do is going to really embarrass you. I'm sorry. And I just walked right up to his table and I just flat out said, I'm totally in love with your face and your beard, and I want to photograph you. And I'd really like it to be with this little baby across the table. And I'm really hoping he's your grandson. And then he just ended up being the most incredible human ever. He is a total doll. That wasn't his grandson. It was a lady that works for him her child. He had a nursery set upstairs in the shop. He runs a metal shop. And she brought the baby to work every day, and she brought a nanny in when she needed to. And he ends up being this totally amazing guy who's, you know, he's got an airplane. He flies people for Angel Flight, which is a service that we have here that, you know, takes sick kids to the hospitals in the big cities, or grown-ups or whomever, and totally free of charge. And he's the director of this whole service in Alberta. And he fundraises a ton, and he's just an exceptional human. So it ended up being just a story, I think, full of beauty and hope, and exactly what the world needed at the time, and what he needed at the time too, because it really lifted him up.
And what we need right now. That's why I wanted you to share that story. I love that. It's so moving. Well, I'll let you keep going, because I know you have some other examples prepared.
Okay, so if you want to see kind of, I guess, I have some dry mounts in here, because I know we talked about that. Yeah. I know everybody's really curious about the dry mounts right now, so I put a couple slides in just to show you guys what they are, because they haven't officially been released yet. So these are photos that are mounted properly onto an actual board. So Graphi doesn't actually print loose prints, I think bigger than 11 by 12 or even 8 by 12. Because the paper is so high end and so fragile that you really need to give it structure for it to be safe and for it to last. So the dry mounts, I have a couple pictures. They are totally structured, mounted onto a board. You can have them framed at Graphi, or you can frame them yourself or pop them into an existing frame. And look how gorgeous they are. I just want to show the world. These are actually my babies here. This is one that I ordered for my house. That is 30 by 45. It's quite large, and it's the fine art paper, so it's all high definition, 300-year archival gorgeousness, and you can print it huge. And I'm telling you that when my clients walk into my studio and see these up close, they cry. They cannot even believe that the prints are more beautiful than like what is on the computer screen. Like, it actually prints more beautiful than what's on your screen. And usually it's the opposite problem that you have when you print. Usually you're trying to match what you see on your screen, and that is not the case with these. They are just exceptional. So I wanted to show you guys those. And then
can you, what is the story behind this photo with, there's a heart. I see the heart. Can you talk a little bit about that?
I can. These are my three kids. This is my oldest boy, Kale, in the middle, and Noel and Flynn on either side. And I actually shot this on Ava's birthday. So the little girl that I lost this year, I didn't lose her this year. She would have been 9 this year. I shot this on her birthday this year. I got the little ones to sleep. My oldest, my 17-year-old was not sleeping, for anybody who's curious if I've, you know, put all three kids to sleep. No, just the little ones. And Noelle is wearing Ava's bracelet that was given to me when she passed away. And I have the red twine intertwined around each of their little fingers, and then forming a heart at the end. It was just a little touch to to kind of bind them all together. It's my absolute favorite photo that I've ever taken of all three of my kids. I have it actually just off to the side of me in my office.
Yeah, it is so stunning. And you know, if the frame wasn't there and it was just a close up, it would look like a real live, you know, individuals. You know,
I'm proud of it like, because it prints like, it really is like 3D looking. It prints so you feel like you can actually reach in and like literally just wrap your arms and your hands around those little babies and pick them up and hold them. It is so stunning in person. This is just a cell phone shot, so I didn't even shoot it with my big camera. And even just the cell phone shot, I look at it and I'm like, wow. But to see it in person is just, it's something, it feels like it transports you into another space, into a space that you thought was lost forever, but then you get to actually hang on to it until the end of time, because it's so incredibly real.
We have some questions coming in, but I'm going to have you continue on, and I think we can answer some of these at the end. And, and for all of you that are tuning in, if we don't have an opportunity to answer your questions, we certainly will do that after the broadcast. So thank you for those questions, and keep them coming in. Thanks, Cass.
We will try our very best. So you asked me to put together just a few images. This is my Apple image of Flynn that you wanted me to include in here. So this is the one that I've already talked about. I've been moving into more personal projects lately, and I don't know, I guess if I could encourage anybody who's watching to do anything, it would be to use your voice, because you have a platform, however small or however large, you have a platform, you have the ability to speak through images. So you can reach parts of the world that most people don't even have access to. And I think that is something so incredibly special and sacred. And I don't think it's something to be squandered. So this is something that I've been focusing on lately, is using my voice, doing projects, putting them out into the world to bring light to certain things. And it could be just bringing light to how incredibly magnificent our world is and how amazing it is. Or it could be, you know, political issues or social issues or whatever. So this is one of my projects that I did this year. This is totally inspired by my life as a young single mom. I remember being in college with a little boy to look after and just being so poor. Like, we were talking, guys, like, no, couldn't afford to drive, saving for a whole year to buy my son a snowsuit. Like, I was about this big because I couldn't afford to like feed us both really well. So I fed him organic and made everything for him from scratch. And I lived in poverty. And I remember reading that women are more susceptible to heart disease and certain cancers and things like that, simply because we have so much stress in our lives, because we carry so much of the load. And I was like, well, isn't this just great? How fantastic, you know, I'm working my butt off and I'm really trying so hard, and now I'm more susceptible to all of these things simply because of my lot in life. And I just thought that was really unfair. So this project kind of stems from those early days. It's all of the things that women and young moms and old moms and any moms carry throughout their lives. I didn't want to kind of break down the whole image, but everything in here has meaning. All of the book titles, I've got Little Women, Agents of Repression, Race Against Time, Hard Times, like everything has meaning. The past due notice at the top, the mother's name is Emma Dreaming. She lives on Meager Street. Every little thing is kind of etched into the image. The Me Too movement is in there. The computer screen, that's actually my stomach, shot earlier this year when I was about 15 pounds heavier. And the website was created from scratch. It was like everything in there was well thought out and put together. And those are just the things you see. It's not any of the things that you don't see. It's, you know, this mom holding her baby, shielding her from all of the things that she's carrying and all of the things that you can't see that she's carrying. And looking at her, you would never guess, because she does it with grace. And I think that is telling of so many women around the world. So that is one of my favorite projects that I've ever created.
Cass, this went viral. How many views did this have?
I can't remember.
I lost track at like 50,000 it's such a strong piece. What is the title of this? Like, because she carries it well?
Yeah, just because she carries it well doesn't mean it isn't heavy. And then its kind of subtitle is Love and Rage, because when I wrote Ward Churchill to ask him if I could use Agents of Repression in the image, he said, absolutely. He said, I only have one request. Will you please send me a copy of the image when it's done? And I said, yes, of course. So as soon as it was done, I sent it to him, and he said it was absolutely beautiful. And then he signed his name, Love and Rage Ward. And it literally just about ripped my heart out. I was like, wow, he looks at it and he actually gets it. Love and Rage. I couldn't get those words out of my head. So that was one of my favorite things about creating the project, was just connecting with him, using his book, having him totally get it. And just those words, love and rage, 3 words, so simple, but I read them over and over again, and I thought, I need to write about this. So when I posted the image, I wrote about that little story, and its subtitle is now Love and Rage, which I think is totally fitting.
It's incredible. This also won the Grand Champion Awards at the Portrait Masters, correct?
It did. It
Oh.
did. And that really meant so much, just because it's such a meaningful image to me, for somebody to recognize all of that. It's a single image capture. It's not a composite. I mounted everything from the ceiling. Every single item in her stack and on top of it is wired in place. It was a lot of work, but it was one of those things that, I mean, I just had this printed huge for my studio, like absolutely massive. And I'm so excited. It's just about ready to ship.
Yeah, well, for, many women viewing in today that they've had to carry a lot on their shoulders. I'm sure this is very powerful. When I say this went viral, I mean, the numbers that I threw out earlier are just a small little number where it's at today. This just went global, and Cass, you deserve every single click, every view, because this, like you said, means something different to everybody that views it. As I'm looking at it, I can see hundreds of different stories, and as it should evoke that. And just because it's heavy, she wears it well.
Yeah.
I think we have a lot to learn, and you're right. We can inspire, and we can show our work, and we can create change. And I hope you continue to do projects like this that are so moving.
Oh, right now I'm working on a book, and that's all I do between clients. When I'm not doing family stuff, it's all book stuff, and it's all huge, like mind-blowing. I'm going to create some waves. That's all I'm going to say. It's all happening behind the scenes, and it is going to be incredible.
We're ready. We can't wait for more waves.
Okay. So I only have a few in here. This is a recent project that I just did in a very old 100-year-old house. This mom, I've been wanting to photograph her for 2 years. I had heard about her. I'd never seen her. I'd never spoken to her. I'd never seen a picture of her. I just heard about her through a very, very dear friend of mine. She's not on social media. She is a very honorable, very traditional, very, very sweet woman. Somebody that just because she's not on social media, not really online, she's not somebody I would normally have access to, to work on projects and things. So this was shot for the book. And I called her one day and I just said, I got your number from my super dearest friend, Nan. And I said, I really want to photograph you. I have a vision. I've had it for 2 years. It has to be you. There's nobody else. If it's not you, I won't shoot it. And on a scale of 1 to 10, you probably think I'm like an 11 for craziness, but it has to happen. So she was so gracious, and I worked it out with her and her husband and the family, and she ended up joining me in this very old house. We spent about 5 hours here, and this is just one of our shots of the day, but you'll have to wait to see the rest, but it was pretty phenomenal. And that's a lot of kind of what I'm doing behind the scenes right now, is just different populations, different voices, and not your mainstream, and working on stories and legacies and putting together, I think, a message that I think is important for the world. So that's a lot of my focus. This is the image of my 3 little babes, which we've already talked about. I do a ton of storytelling photography, like a ton. I'm all about the real moments. I'm all about, single image captures, getting it all in the frame and looking for beauty. I think our world is so incredibly, stunningly beautiful. Like, this scene to me was straight out of a fairy tale. I felt like I was pinching myself. I couldn't believe it was real. I took this in England in my favorite bluebell wood of all time. And that's, I guess, how I roll for every session. For every session I do with kids, for every session I do with my clients, it's all about the stories. This one I shot for a student of mine who's a friend who just lost her, she just lost her 5-year-old son, and he had an asthma attack and he passed away a few months ago. And I had to shoot something. I had to create something, my own visual message for her. So I shot this with my kids. I'm on the other side of the world. She lives in Australia, but the story and the message is there, and you can kind of make your own inferences, but I titled it, Wait for Me. And this is one that I shot earlier this year. 100-year-old little dumpling Carl, who is the cutest, sweetest 100-year-old man ever. I researched 100 years of headlines. Every headline has 4 subheadlines. So we're looking at 500 articles. I did it with my dear friend Becky, and I learned a ton. I learned that history repeats itself over and over and over again. I learned that we very rarely ever learn our lesson. I could have copied headlines from one year to another and just switched out countries' names, and that part was really, really depressing. I learned that even working with my super dearest friend Becky, that we had different views that we had to work through for this project. And there were times that my husband came downstairs and we were squawking at each other and fighting about things and fighting about what to include. And he was like, okay, ladies, simmer down. Do I have to break this up? You know, it's going to be okay. It was crazy, and it was so amazing at the same time. So we covered 100 years of history, typed everything up into newspaper articles so that I could put them on the wall, because I learned I couldn't really use newspaper articles and abide by all of the copyright rules just using original articles. So I created my own. But I also learned that our youth are phenomenal. They are changing the world. They are the future. And that is why I have Carl holding Baby New Year. So this was our local New Year's baby, first baby of the year. He was born with a broken arm, which was totally fitting because I feel like he was born into a broken world. But the paper that's sitting on Carl's knee, I have one side that was like threatening nuclear war, you know, or threatening World War III and all of these different things. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, all of these current headlines are so repetitive of past headlines. But then on the other side, I have all of the things that our youth are doing to make the world a much better place to live in. And that's kind of where I left it off. It's like, you know, yeah, we've kind of screwed up the last 100 years. We're trying to make progress. We're starting to get there, but it's, you know, I feel like our youth are just going to make the world an amazing place. I think they've inherited some issues, but they are doing phenomenal things. So I wanted to leave it off on a positive note, which is why if you zoom in on that paper, it's more about the youth, the paper that's sitting on his knee. And then all of the articles on the wall are just 100 years of amazing history that this gentleman has lived through. And I mean, if you met him, you would fall in love with him so deeply. He is the most joyous human to be around. So that is that one. My little triumphant heart. This little guy had heart surgery, and you know, sometimes the images are simple, you know, it's not something that I've spent 6 months on. It's as simple as a title, Triumphant Heart. Look at him. He totally conquered, he totally persevered. And his little bear with the stitched chest is one of my favorite images that I've ever created. This was a client image, and mom lost 9 babies between her first and her second daughter. 9 babies. 9. So I have 11 balloons, 2 for the 2 girls that are living, and 9 for the babies that she lost. And these are her 2 girls. And she actually called me last fall, and she said, you know, I really need to get that photo printed. She said, it's the only photo that I have of all of my children together. I was like, wow, you know, look what we do. Look at the gift that we give people. It's the only photo that I have of all of my children together. How profound is that? This is one that I just shot. Mom wanted a globe, and I was like, oh man, I've seen so many globe shots this year. I really didn't want to shoot with a globe because there's been so many, and I just was thinking about, okay, how do I make it something that I'm putting out into the world instead of something that's been done? So I put the globe on his back to represent the fact that our children have inherited all of the decisions of their elders and the impacts that those decisions have had on the world. And they carry that with them every day, but I put the future in his hands. I put life in his hands to show that he really does have the future and life and the whole world out in front of him. And then sometimes you just got to end it on something cute, Maureen. Yeah, so those are just a few.
The comments coming in, like Deborah Snail, fascinating, and she also wrote that the thought process behind this is incredible. I so agree. It's just, we want to get into your head, Cass, because
it's a messy space in here, Maureen. You don't want in. Once you're in, you can't leave. You just stuck with me forever.
Thank goodness. I'll accept that. But again, the attention to detail. You had, and I want you to continue on with your slideshow, but I want to interject quickly. You had the honor and privilege to photograph quadruplets, which is a rarity, right? There's like only 70 sets of quadruplets in a population of, I'm quoting you actually, like 7 billion people or 7.6 billion people. And so what an amazing opportunity, first and foremost. You photograph them in this like beautiful matching outfit and they look like little bunny rabbits. It was just adorable. And then you also captured their individuality. You had 5 assistants. How long was that photo shoot? I mean, I know how much time you told me it takes for one subject. A quadruplets? What is that like what kind of a project is that?
So they're identical quadruplets. So they're all completely identical, which is what makes them really, really rare. And that shoot, believe it or not, only took me 3 hours. However, the prep for it was bonkers. And I had so much help and we were doing it all outside. And I was moving around like little shelters to create covered shade. And I had like several hundred fresh flowers that we all had out in water that we were arranging fresh on the spot. So it was crazy, but it was so much fun. And those babies were so good. Because they were so young, they were sleepy. Now that they're older, it's like herding cats. Like 2 years old, those sessions kicked my butt, but it's so worth it and so much fun. They were easier the last shoot. Now I think they're 3 now. But at 2, they were like, I'm like, okay, we are working today. We are getting it done. They're delightful.
We also have members in here that they're excited to see your book. So you have a waiting list started already. You'll have to keep us up to speed on when that happens, Cass.
It'll be so long. I asked one of my most favorite mentors of my entire life, if he would be a part of the book. And I warned him that it will be weeks of just interviewing him and shooting. Like, so much time invested in every single element and every single story and every single lesson that it's going to be a while, but it'll be phenomenal.
We know it will be. We absolutely know that. Can you tell me, like, what resources have had the most impact on your photography career? Just trying to understand a little bit more about the journey that you have taken. Could you share that with us?
Well, you guys, because I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing now without amazing products. Sue Bryce, I think, has really impacted me in terms of a resource, in terms of a human, and she probably doesn't know that, but just, I got so much encouragement from listening to her. And it was around the time that I started listening to her speak that I got the courage to open up my own studio and switch to totally print-based service. And that to me has been, I think, the most life-altering business decision in terms of the way I operate and the way I do things and the way I put myself out there. I think that's the biggest. And then you guys, because I literally wouldn't even have a business without Amazing Print. So it's kind of both hand in hand. I think those have been the 2 largest things.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Outside of like my internal self and just,
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
We appreciate you, Cass. I hope you know that. We have big plans. Since this COVID is behind us, we'll put our foot on the pedal and go a little faster. But I want to talk at the end. I want you to go through your slideshow because I know we have a lot of questions coming in. When are the dry mounts going to be available? And we are so excited to bring them to the marketplace. We really are. But Cass knows that, we want to do it right. We want to test the different substrates and materials. And in addition to the dry mounts, we are working on frames, and we just don't want to put something in the marketplace for the sake of doing it. We want to do it with a program and a process and details behind it to support it. So that involves having everything in a user-friendly order form, programming, and the frame piece of it's really important because we want to help photographers have a product that's ready to be delivered and drop shipped to their clients as well if they don't have a framing partner. So those are a lot of things that we're working on. So we've gone from being a company that's well known for albums and books to really the core DNA, the driving force is innovation and being a world-class printer in our partnership with Canon and bringing HD printing has really opened up the doors for us to go into these near neighbor outlets and opportunities for fine art portrait photographers for really any genre. And the product line is going to continue to evolve, and we want to do incredible large format prints that can be delivered to clients and put on the walls. That's really the goal here. And we're seeing a huge surge right now as weddings are kind of somewhat on hiatus, bigger events. We're seeing a lot of wedding photographers pivot into portrait applications, and Sue Bryce talked about that in our last Zoom. And there's a huge opportunity because, and I'd like to hear your feedback too, Cass, but from my perspective in talking to photographers and my own personal experience during COVID has really allowed us to embrace our families and appreciate some, what we've taken for granted for a long time. And getting those memories on the walls right now, I think there's a huge, and it always should have been, photographers should always have been appreciated, but I think there's a transition happening in our industry for the better for photographers. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, my experience just through this whole pandemic has actually been positive business-wise. And I know it's not like that for everyone. So I say that, very carefully and with a lot of tenderness for people that are really struggling. But I have noticed that there's a definite uptick. Like I had my busiest summer yet of my whole career this summer locally, even though all of my fly-in clients, which is about half of my business, people flying in from out of country or way out of province, had to be canceled. And even though I canceled every workshop and, everything was put on hold, it's like all of the local clients kind of filled that gap. It'll be interesting to see how winter goes because winter is typically my slower time compared to summer. So I don't know how that will go, but I've definitely noticed a shift. I've definitely noticed a shift in priorities, and it shocked me. It actually shocked me. Like I didn't go into it, just with glitter flying out of myself, so positive. And, I was scared, I was nervous, and it really surprised me where people were prioritizing. And I think because we were in lockdown for so long and not spending money on anything extra, because we couldn't leave the house and we couldn't eat out and we couldn't do all of those things. I think people had a lot of just disposable income that they were kind of hanging on to for anybody who was lucky enough to still be working, that they put into something that they value. So that's what I noticed this year. And I'm very hopeful for the future and for changes. And if things are quiet or if we, fall into a hard place, there's other things to focus on in the meantime. So for me, for instance, working on my book is so important to me. I actually had to book time off in September to give myself time to focus on it because I really haven't had any time to shoot it over the summer. I did one in the spring and I did one just like a couple weeks ago, and I have to pick up the pace. I need to get it moving. So I would just encourage people to, if you do have a little bit of a lull, focus on something different. And that could even just be something that is the most important, which is your family or your marriage or your kids or, maybe your homeschooling or something like that. It doesn't have to be business related. And I would hope that people wouldn't put so much pressure on themselves to think that they need to be, hitting the grindstone 18 hours a day and really making it work even when times are tough. Do whatever works for you and try not to carry guilt about it, I guess. I think photographers and just people running businesses in general have had so much pressure on them over the last few months, and it would be nice to see some of that pressure lift.
Yeah, yes. I love your advice, and absolutely, this is an opportunity, you know, because we might not get a break like this moving forward. This is a good break just to have some balance, right?
Yeah, a little bit. And I mean, for all of us with little kids, I think we're all sitting here thinking, this is nuts. It doesn't feel like a break because homeschooling is no joke.
Yeah.
Like being in lockdown and homeschooling, I could not homeschool 3 kids and work a full-time job. Like there's just no way. So it's like for us, we weren't working, but we were working. Like we were really working. Like I didn't have time to paint my house, and you know, I didn't have time for extra things. I was just taking care of the kids. So and teaching and really doing a crap job of it. I was not cut out for teaching, you know, the younger grades. And so I just think, you know what, yes, we say, well, we'll never get this time again, and work on your business and do those things. And I did those things. I created a beautiful graphic magazine, and I finally got my marketing materials together, and I putzed around doing things like that and doing things in the studio and getting organized and all of that stuff. But there's other things that are important too. So, you know, balance out those both worlds. It would be my advice, and don't put too much pressure on one or the other.
That's incredible advice. Are your kids, are they at home? Are you with homeschooling right now?
They're not right now. So they're back in school. We'll see how long it lasts. And, but they homeschooled from March all the way through to June, which, you know, it was bonkers.
Yeah.
It was fun, but it was crazy. It was crazy. Anybody who has kids can totally relate with what I'm saying right now.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure half of our audience, their hands are up based, and, you know, and I'm right there to raise my hand. I have 3 boys, and I can relate absolutely. Owning my own business, and the part that I feel that has helped me is like I used to have like an intense travel schedule. So now I'm more present, and I'm more home, you know, I'm here for my customers and my family. So that's helped put a little balance and perspective in my life. I want to have you continue to show us your slideshow, Cass. We want to
I don't think we have many more. This is my last one, I think.
Last one, okay. And we're on an hour. So, and let's just conclude, you know, so I want to talk on behalf of Graphistudio, Cass. I mean, I wanted to tell you again, we are thrilled to be working with you and working on developing these beautiful dry mounts that we hope will be introduced at some point in 2020. We have a virtual conference that will be aired from the Graphistudio Castle on Sunday. And I've posted details for everybody that if you're tuning in today and you'll rewatch this, wherever you are in the world, there's going to be an amazing virtual event. And we're going to be talking about dry mounts, and we're going to be working closely with Cass on hopefully identifying a launch date for this program, because you have a impressive group that your members follow you, and they're excited, and they're asking, when are the dry mounts going to be available officially? So I want all of you to know we're working on it. It's during COVID, for safety purposes, what we've done, just so you know, Italy was hit really hard, and we were only off, I think, for a week. It was incredible. And but they had to like relocate these like huge pieces of equipment and machines for social safety and distancing. And we took it really seriously, and we still don't have the team back at 100% capacity. So that slowed us down just a little bit, but we'll get right back on track, because this is an important project for us. We also have like different shapes. If you remember we have a lot of requests for the ovals and the circle dry mounts.
Yeah.
The materials we're looking at are, you know, a combination of K-mount and masonite, and just really excited to bring that product line to the marketplace.
That's going to be huge. I think it's going to explode because of my entire client base. I mean, if you look through my order forms, it's like 95% dry mounts. mind you, that's what I'm passionate about. That's what I show because that's what I love. I show dry mounts, I show matted prints and canvas, but it's like dry mounts, dry mounts. Everybody wants the dry mounts because they're so versatile. So it's, and again, because I'm passionate about dry mounts, I'm sure that that's why they're flying off the shelves, but I think it's going to explode for you guys. I think it's going to be amazing. And my students are definitely borderline harassing both of us about when are we going to finally release.
Well, there's nothing like a Zoom interview to inspire our friends in Italy. This always helps as well. A little inspiration, a little push never hurts. So we'll see what happens. And of course, I'm very active in the community, so I'll be updating everybody within the Graphi closed groups in the US and Canada. And as soon as we get through our virtual events, so we have the 2 virtual events next week. We have the one at the Castle, then we have the Sue Bryce Portrait Masters. So for all of you tuning in, I hope you can participate. Did you register?
Oh yeah, I did.
Good. Oh, good. So we'll be involved with that too. So as soon as we get through those 2 live events, then I'll report back on an ETA for this program. And Cass, there's some questions coming in, so maybe after this Zoom, you can just pop in and answer them. And I appreciate you and I appreciate your time today. Thank you so much for carving out the last hour for this Zoom.
Thank you for having me. It's so lovely to see your face and talk to you, and I loved every minute.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You have a great day, Cass.
Bye.
Okay, talk soon.
Yeah.
We're almost done.
Hey, Don Davis.
Come join me, baby.
I'm gonna pick up a beverage. It's been a good, long, beautiful, and frustrating day.
Yeah, it's been a COVID day.
It's been a COVID day.
It's been a COVID
Exactly.
day. Anytime it's a bad day, well, it's not a bad day, but
Cheers.
cheers. Hi, welcome home.
Hi, Lulu.
Hi, Dave.
Let's dance in this kitchen. Hey, Puppy wants to say hi, Hunter.
Hi, puppy.
Hi, Puppy.
You want to say hi to our Graphi family?
You do?
You do?
Come on, Hunter. Let's get Puppy in. Puppy gonna say hello. Oh, big dog.
We don't do anything without our baby.
All right.
Okay.
Time to get serious.
Hi, Graphi family.
Hi, Graphi family.
We are so excited for Sunday, and we hope that you're all having a great time in Italy and doing this virtual conference. And we're so excited. We wish we could be there. Thank you for having us. We are super excited to tell everybody about how much we love our family at Graphistudio.
And I have the questions that Maureen has sent to us.
Yay!
So Dawn, what does it mean to be a Graphistudio customer?
It means that we get to provide the best products in the entire world for our clients. And I'm serious. We are so proud of the fine art books that we get to provide to our clients, that we get to offer, the wall art, everything that Graphistudio provides for us to offer our clients is superb. It's really the best in the world.
And it's awesome because Graphi has really grown along with us, with our business. And now they really are the only vendor you really need. They do everything from prints, books, wall art, as you shared.
Yep.
Oh, yes.
No, he
Hunter
says the
loves
same
Graphi
thing.
too.
16 years we've been with Graphistudio, and there isn't a day that we haven't been absolutely grateful. So, do we have to start this over?
No, we don't. Let's go. This is who we are. This is how we go.
This is who we are.
So, come here, Hunter.
I know Maureen's shaking her head.
So, question.
Yes.
How is being a Graphistudio customer made a difference in our business during this particular period?
Oh, I can think of one story that just happened yesterday, actually.
Yes, the phone call you just received.
We had a mitzvah client about almost 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago, that never finished their book, and they just reached out to us yesterday begging to start their book design all over again because they realized during this time with COVID how important family is, and they never finished their book, and they really, really want to have one. And they're so grateful that that we still have their files and that we're going to move forward with their photographs and put them in a book. So yeah, I mean, it's
truly is.
It truly is, like you said, a picture it's a photograph. It's not a picture until it's printed.
Right. You know, we take pictures all the time on our digital devices, and we're so used to looking at them on screens and things, but to me it's not a photograph until it's printed, because then you don't need a device to look at it. You can cherish it, you can treasure it, you can hand it down from generation to generation. And we don't know where we're going to be on the next viewing platform or next device, but prints are going to last forever.
Yeah, exactly.
Next question.
Next question.
What is a positive learning experience or gift that these times have given us?
I'll let you answer that one.
Let me answer that one. Well, I kind of think that when this all happened, at first everybody's kind of panicking, and where do we go? What do we do? Because what we're in is in an emotional industry. People are, expecting us to capture those special moments in their life. And when that all changed and people had to pivot and reschedule and postpone, we did do a few micro weddings. Yeah, those were wonderful. But what it's come as a lesson for us is it's kind of like a pause, time out, and then refocus on our family, refocus on each other, focus on things we've wanted to learn outside of our business, new skill sets, and just in a way, slow down.
Yeah, I really feel like in the beginning it was, the first couple weeks we were like, okay, and then a month goes by and we're like depressed because all of our clients are, postponing and rescheduling and all of that. And then, we're like, what are we going to do? And, I think, as God always does for us, he just kind of starts to provide, and we start to pick up and find our place back where we're supposed to be. But I think the most important thing is that we really able to sit back and breathe and realize that family is the most important thing, and our marriage and our dog and our children and just life is so much more valuable than being on the run 24/7, which was what we were constantly doing.
Agreed. Yeah. So the fourth question is, can you talk about a special experience with a client where the deliverer of their photograph has had a positive impact?
I'm thinking of one in particular with the Salvation Army. Do you remember who I'm thinking of?
I do very much. We've had a lot of great experiences with the Salvation Army. We've been doing holiday portraits, family sessions there.
Over 10, 11, 12 years? I don't know.
Indeed.
We stopped counting.
We did. One experience that comes to mind is a particular gentleman at the Salvation Army that was just getting clean. So he was in the men's rehab program, men's residence program, learning new life skills, and we did his portrait. And he came back the following year, only this time he had his family. He says, "Do you remember me?" I'm like, "Of course, I never forget a face." And he comes up and he goes, "Man, you helped me change my life." Meaning all of us, because we had other photographers with us. Dawn was there printing. And when he said that, he came and he said, "Look at this." He pulls this photograph, all folded up in his wallet. He takes it out and he says, "I always want to be this man. So whenever I get that urge to itch or go back to my old ways, I take out this picture and I look at it. And this is the first time I'm seeing myself with clear eyes."
That was a year ago when we took that picture, and he was like 30 days clean. And that was a really, really special moment for him to get all dressed up and to have this photograph taken. And he carries that with him as a reminder of never wanting to go back. And that's
we've seen
the power,
him year
right?
and year after that, and he's stayed true. He's with his family, so you can't take for granted what we do. It's not just taking pictures. It's a gift that we have and a gift that we have to share.
Right. So we just want to say thank you to Tulio,
Maureen,
Yes, for
Lisa,
Dario, Daniele, everybody, the behind the scenes.
all the craftsmen that work tirelessly.
The artisans, yes.
Artisans, craftsmen at Graphistudio, Tullio, his daughters. It's just outstanding what they do and their commitment to our craft and to our industry.
And the education that they provide.
Education.
I mean, Maureen just did an incredible interview with a newborn photographer just recently, and I love, love, love that you always, as a company, you are lifting us up. You are providing better and better products every year for us to offer our clients, and we just can't thank you enough for bringing us in, making us feel like family. And again,
one of our core beliefs is you always have to be green and growing.
Yes.
So I love that they're always sharing.
And we always say that Graphistudio
is
the book.
The book is the hook.
The hook, yes.
Definitely.
We love it. So thank you, everybody. I'm so glad you're all working with Graphistudio. I hope you love them as much as we do.
It's amazing. I love it. Happy to be a part of the Graphy family.
Yes.
Someday we will make it to the castle.
Yes.
Thank you. Enjoy. Ciao.
Ciao. Puppy says bye.
Hunter says bye.
Guess what? I'm having my espresso. Oh. I can't live without espresso, and guess where espresso originates? Hi Graphistudio and all the photographers from around the world. This is Yervan from Melbourne, Australia. Nice to be part of this event. I have been shooting weddings for the last 35 years, and my last 5 years have been my best year. I have been recognized as a brand. My clients love what I do, and they come for my work, not for my price. This was what I wanted to achieve. But to achieve that, the most important part is the book that Graphistudio produces. For me as a photographer, it is very important I sell the right product. And as a photographer, my product is printing. Printed albums, printed books, prints. So let me explain what photography is. I visually experience a moment with my clients. So as a fly on the wall or as a photographer, I capture those beautiful moments. There's not one wedding I've shot that's exactly the same like the other wedding. For me, it's capturing the moment of two people in love, and everyone is different. Then I have my tools. I have a camera. Cameras are all great. It doesn't matter what your brand you use. The heart of the camera is the lens. When you have the right lens, you have great images. But more importantly than the camera and lens, it's the light. If you don't have good light, you have no picture. It doesn't matter how good the ISO of the camera it is. No good light, no good picture. When I capture the moment, it's in RAW format. RAW format doesn't represent my work. It's not the way I want the picture to be finished. I want black and white, I want color, I want filter, I want to clean up the picture from the junk around it. So that's the next stage, post-production. I finish all my pictures before I print it for my client. And once my client approves the work, I have to print it in a beautiful book. This is where Graphistudio comes. Graphistudio produces all my books, and I want this book to be an original book, one-off book for my clients. I don't cut corners, because if you cut corners, you will lose eventually. People will realize that, oh, why the album is not good, why the book is not good, why the colors are not good. My clients need to have the experience of wow. I have been working with Graphistudio for the last 15 years. The lens is the heart of the camera, and Graphistudio is the heart of my business. Without those beautiful books, I don't have a business. But there's nothing that comes close to Graphistudio. For us, it's a celebration to show those books to our clients, because that's our finished work. This is how we want our albums to be seen. So this is the box. How beautiful quality is this? Look at it. And let's have a look. It has a beautiful ribbon so you can raise it. And here is the book. Look how beautiful it is. It's a vertical album. The album cover is all leather, like the box. When I see these pictures going out, when my clients cry and are so excited about it, that's all it matters. I have produced another book in my lifetime, one-off book. This year, 2020, July, was gonna be my busiest year in my whole career. But look what happened. It doesn't matter. Things happen in life. 2021 is gonna be my best year and your best year, believe me. I am nearly booked out 2021 and nearly booked out twice a week. So looking forward to share my work with you, to send my albums to Graphistudio. In the meantime, have a great year next year and enjoy our beautiful industry. Cheers and good day.
Welcome back, guys. Still live from Graphistudio, Ceconi, Castle, Italy. I'm so pleased now to introduce you to my maestro, Mauricio alias Mora, and this beautiful photo critique where you are going to see the in and out before, during, and after the shooting. You will reveal a bit of your magic. I'm lucky enough to be here, and I saw just a sneak peek of the slideshow. It's breathtaking. So, Mauricio, to you, people enjoy the next hour with this great photographer, Mauricio.
Okay, thank you, Dario. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. Well, thank you to all Graphi family. If you are waking up right now on the West Coast in California, hi, everybody there. If you can watch all the recording that we did yesterday. So yesterday we did a live shoot. Okay, so that was 8 hours of broadcasting live. It was amazing, incredible what really Graphistudio can accomplish when they want to do something. There's no limits for them. And I'm very proud to be part of it now. So yesterday I was shooting and experimenting. So yesterday I photographed with the tilt shift, with the Canon Mark II, with the Mark III, with the 1DX. My friends from Canon allowed me to use the R5 and the R6 with the 2470 and the 7200. And also they allowed me to borrow some of these crazy new lenses that are gonna come out pretty soon, like the 800. It's like having a little telescope for you, So I mix it up, right? I like to push boundaries and see how far can we take things, right? I use Profoto for the whole shoot, and I mainly, my purpose with the class really wasn't really to teach you technical aspects, but mostly give you the building blocks for you guys to make whatever you want. And share my philosophy of just do it. There's no rules, there's no limits. Whatever crosses your mind, don't get back to your home with regrets, ever. Just try. Just let it go and just try. So I've been doing this for more than 8 years now, teaching, and I think that's the best advice I can give you. Be yourself and allow yourself to be free and kind of bend and create your own reality. So I focused yesterday on 4 type of lighting. Okay, so I was focusing on lighting, not so much on composition, but type of lighting. So that was my main focus. So I did first inside with the flash, with lighting, and then I did outside natural light, then I did inside with natural light, and I finished outside with artificial light. Okay, so now let me take you through a little bit of what was my take, okay? So I hope you can see my screen, or you can see it on the TV that I have over here behind me. So I think we can go back and forward, if I'm not mistaken. So I can show you kind of like how what I was looking for, right? So I will show you the raw files and also the final JPEG. So first of all, this is all my take, you know. Okay, for example, this first photograph here, I'm trying to go a little bit slow. I tend to move pretty fast when I'm doing the post-processing. But so what I'm doing here is to show you the raw file and the JPEG file. I did not do a heavy Photoshop or anything like that. I just wanted to show you, like, I'm not a purist, right? But however, I try to get as much as I can on the camera. Some of these photos might look surreal, but they are real, you know, and I use my tool as much as I can. So I find the photography is a media, and then it's very plastic media, so it's very flexible. You can do a lot with it. In terms of manipulation, I don't mind it. Like I said, there's no rules. You can do whatever you want, but this is just my take on it, my point of view. Okay, so for example, this is all I did in this photograph, right? I was start exploring the type of lights, just going around, just moving pretty quickly and checking like what type of light we'll see. So like this is the JPEG, this is a raw file, okay? If you want to know more about the shooting aspect of it, you should be there yesterday and then be on the live. Because when you're the live, if you're my friend, you probably sign up for wall art and albums, you know, they're giving away. So this is gonna be pretty awesome. So now this is my take. I took approximately 1,400 photos, right? So this is one camera, this is the 1DX, okay. So with the 1DX also, I experimented with multiple exposures, right? I was trying to show you guys how to build a photograph, and my approach how to build it with light is mainly isolating my subject, making it the brightest spot in the photograph, and then killing everything else. That's the start point, and then adding elements, and usually a background and foreground. Okay. So that's why I was starting in the dark, and then I moved back to light up the background and then adding elements in the foreground and playing with colors. The palette of color that I usually always trying to use is cold and warm. Okay, so and then also I start like very simple, right, with this, and you can tell like from here to here with the multiple exposures, right, from here to here is not. It didn't take that many pictures, right? It's mainly to have like a vision. Like if you have already an idea that you want to create, and then you understand how the tools work, then you just have to try and fail, failing a lot to achieve something good. So, for example, this is the raw file, by the way, and this is the JPEG file. So, like you see, it's not that different. And over here, you can see my ISO, the aperture, the shutter speed, and all that jazz. Okay. Now, let me take you through this one. This is the multiple exposure, right? So I start with the autofocus image. And then I add light. You can actually watch that on YouTube. You know, the one and then this is the raw file that I came out of it, and this is the JPEG file. And you know what I did, it wasn't really like a dramatic change. You know, I would now go through
absolutely everything, you know, save that for the workshop. But this is like my first round. Okay, so when I go through my photos, I pick everything. I do one round, okay, to check everything, and then I go to a second round, and this is what I get out of it, right? So this is what I will show you from my 1DX, okay? So this is the before and after, 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 before and after. Everything that you see here is just, there's no dramatic changes. I'm using my own presets that I have created from Lightroom. I wish I could talk more in depth about the shooting part of it, but I welcome you, I invite you to watch it on YouTube from yesterday, or you know, just come to the next workshop. And so this one, for example, this is a raw file. You know, this is the one version of it, and this is the second version of it, which I like, I prefer. Alice told me that that's the one she likes, so I agree with her. So I did this one, for example, just to talk about one, with my filter, right? Instead of shooting this, I turn myself back, and then I just photograph, you know, my UV filter and the reflection of her right behind me. When I was doing this photograph, I remember that my point was showing composition, you know, versus, you know, this structure, and then how to frame it, you know, in a way that you would not be missed, even if you go far from it. Okay. So same here, you know, it's just about like post-processing for me. When I'm taking photos, I use this mantra or thinking about what is this photograph about? What is this photo about? So in the post-processing aspect of it, I do the same thing. I think, what is this photo about? And then based on the answer to that question, in the same way when I'm photographing, I say, well, this photograph is, you know, I remember being there and thinking, well, the sky's not quite where I need it to be. And then I like the shape of the mountain. I want to frame, and I use the light. So answering these questions in my head about like what is this photograph about, and how to make the best photo in this situation that I'm in. Then answering to that question, tell me, this is the lens you're gonna use, this is the aperture you're gonna use, this is the flash you're gonna use or not. You know, this is the other extra elements that you might wanna, you know, integrate on it or not. So this is the preparation part of it, the thought process that comes inside mind. So then when I'm in front of the computer, downloading the pictures, backing up everything and fixing everything back again, and I ask this question again, what is this photo about? And then I'm thinking about, okay, well, this photo is about, you know, and I would think it's about the sky, it's about her, it's about the composition, it's about symmetry, it's about all these different elements. So based on these questions, then the post-processing comes to life. Like you can tell from this photograph and this photograph, it's not a giant difference, you know. It's a little bit of exposure. Like I say, I use my own presets, and then I do some local adjustments, you know. And then in Photoshop, what I did was take out the I don't know if you can tell, the light here that I have. So because I want to keep the drama, I want to keep the backlighted, the little front light that I have over there, and then I want to have, you know, all the frame, a little bit of the fountain, and all that part. So if I decided, okay, I don't need the fountain, I don't need that part, then I'm gonna burn that down or make it more obscure. If I think all the sky needs a little bit more of protagonism, then I'm gonna light that up. But this is what it makes sense to me, so that's what I go for. So basically, my post-processing is not very heavy in terms of a lot of elements that I play with. It's mainly accentuate the vision and help the person that is going to be in contact with this photograph later, you know, to understand and see what I want them to see and what I want them to understand. remember that your photograph will be seen and will be exposed later, so into the world. So the other person have to read it, have to understand it. So post-processing with local adjustment for me are a lot about that, about taking you to this trip in the photograph. So that's why I like dynamic photograph, where you can feel something, have some emotion, some motion, something special, like my friend Dave Geschman used to say. And that's what I'm looking for, looking for something that it make you feel something or wonder about, like, what is this, why this is for, So I show you guys, like, this is the raw file and the final product of this one. So this is the 1DX, okay, the first take. Well, with the Canon R6, I did ambient and natural light, right? So I was talking about, this type of photograph always work. It's 7200, it's backlighted, the light is beautiful. There's no way this is not gonna work. This is perfect for family portraits. This is perfect for kids. Only need to know is really understand light, and pick a nice area. And this is the type of photograph that everybody want to have and hang in their house. So I think if you know how to do this right, effectively, I think this is one of the best, money-making type of photography that you can have, right? So this is something. Now I move around a lot. I try to explore it. I did this photograph with a plexiglass, and I did it with this camera also because this person was moving, and then I was moving at the same time, and I was just trying to push the camera to see, like, really this, eye focus, following the person, and all that works. And really, I'm very impressed by it. The post-processing that I'm doing in this one, actually, Alice helped me to do this. Post-processing, she's really good at it, and it's like a painting, almost, on the pictures. Ambient light, to me, it's about just being aware. We see what we know, right? So the more you know, the more you see. The more aware are you, your awareness, you're more conscious. So your consciousness grow when you're exposed to more and different things, right? So a big, tip that I will give everybody is to really get out of your bubble of your, comfortable area or group of people that you will surround all the time with, and then just really be exchange, okay? I have the chance to travel a lot. I'm from Nicaragua. I'm been in the United States for more than 11 years and traveled the world quite a bit, everywhere. Now I'm in Italy, and let me tell you something. Being an stranger is one of the best things that you can do in terms of creativity, because then you can be that other person to see things like other people are just don't see it because they're so used to that thing. So to me, that has a big asset that I have, is that I am always the different thing everywhere I go. So I haven't been in one place, too often. Let me show you this. This is the R5, okay? This is Canon R5, and this is very fun. Let me take you a little bit through these photos, all the fails of it. Failing is very important. If you don't fail, you never will succeed. You don't ever try. And something that's very important also is that the night before, I think, we were talking with David. David is right here next to me. You can see it. So he was telling me about this idea about having mirrors and then stuff like that. I always play with mirrors. If you know my photography, you know that. So I was saying, like, let's make a photo of that. But I was like, people need to hold it, and so I was really trying to think about this photograph with multiple mirrors, multiple reflections to get like part of this person in one or another way. And I was also trying the camera to focus, because I know when I shoot through mirrors, usually the focus is very, very hard. You pretty much have to focus outside of whatever you're shooting through and then come back inside and keep shooting and hope and maintain that lane, that distance, it will not change, right? So it's hard to do. So I was just pushing the camera and making sure that if the camera can keep up with my motion, my focus, my lane that I was doing, that zooming in and out, to see if the camera will respond and help me really. And effectively it did, you know, like you can tell it's pretty good. So you can see like how much I'm moving as I'm taking photos. So because I'm changing my mind and I'm trying to get like the best out of it, right? So there are photos that you might think, oh, that's the picture, or no, that's not the photo, you know. So I took with this one 361 pictures, right? And let me take you now back to my selection. So this is my selection, right? The first round. And this is the before and after, right? This is the before and after, okay? Again, here before and after, okay? So it's just about messing it up. It's just, to me, right? To me, it's about almost it's some idea that just have to work it, but you have to be there and allow yourself also to your subconscious work. There's very interesting how your subconscious work. Like I'm saying before, if you only see what you know. So if you look at a lot of pictures, a lot of photography, or just, I don't know, music or dance or any type of expression called art that you're attracted to, and you expose yourself more and more, or just simple nature, whatever it is that really inspire you. But the more you observe and the more dig into it, you know, then you have this, collecting this database of ideas and knowledge that when you are in a situation and the adrenaline is pumping, your brain will get all this from your subconscious and then just put it right there in front of you. And your body will respond with that. And I believe in God, and that helps a lot too. Because sometimes it's like a miracle when things work. I'm like, what? I guess that worked, you know? And then it's great. It's great when it happens, you know. But again, it is about that. And now let me. The technical aspect of this is not rocket science. It's really two mirrors, right? Like one in front of the other one. That's all it is. But then again, it's just about what you want to get out of it, or if you even see it, you know, in the first place. Okay, let me take you to the Mark III. So with the Mark III, I was playing with the 7200, and I use it for the inside, you know, flash, and then outside. So this is, for example, the before and the after of that photograph, right? So of course, it's not that much post-processing in it. Like I told you at the beginning, the main purpose of this was showing dimension. So it's not like all pitch black. You know, I light up the background with a mirror, with the reflecting the light on a surface, and then going back to the background. And then I light up my front ground with some video light on blue. And then I have my key light on my subject. This is the one that I was playing with some fabric, and I'm having on my hand the remote control of the flash. So I was like triggering with my hand as this was happening. So just low shutter speed, open it up for 2 seconds, and letting the fabric paint on top of me, and as I am shooting the flash with my hand. Okay, this is remember I was trying to get some flare, and this is what I'm doing. So it's very interesting the flare and the light itself, because the light really has all the colors in it. White light has all the colors in it. So you only need really like a darker background to allow the light itself to be revealed. And the files of the cameras right now really absorb of this, and the cameras are getting better and better with more information every time. So the latitude and the dynamic range you have with the camera is amazing. So you can actually, be very plastic about it. And then I just push a little bit of the blacks here, and then to get a little bit more of color and more texture on top of my subject. Okay. Now I was trying to be more, more sober, more natural light, show the context and the harmony between the colors. I'm not a professional fashion photographer. This is actually like my first experience just with, I usually have couples, right? I have two people. So I'm very inspired by the relationships that I see, the way people express, emotions, and how they touch each other, how they connect with each other. And then for I was thinking all the time about what's the story here, because I sometimes I have two subjects to play with. So the story here was a little bit of this ghost that lives in the castle. That I hope one day if you guys come here, Daria will tell you the story about it. And this idea of this woman looking for that thing, that is absent, but is still dagging around looking for that thing that it will be there. So this is natural light, easy breezy. I did not touch this much. This is the raw file. This is the final JPEG file. Just to show a little bit of the range, You can go very crazy, but also you want to be able to do everything. I think if you are a photographer, you call yourself that, you should know how to do everything, understand at least everything. Then you decide and then say, this is what I'm going to do. And then you specialize and that's your thing. People know you because of that. But I was just trying to show the different type of lights that you can have access to it at any point at the time. So this lighting is beautiful, and I'm very inspired lately because of Alice and Lisa with her style. Really is more like this. I'm just copying them a little bit and showing the range, the dynamic range of the light, all the gradient between the highlights and the shadows. Usually, my photograph I just expose for the highlights and then make it black or make it very strong, very masculine. But I think this is a very, for this occasion, really, it calls for something more subtle. Okie dokie. Now let's go with this guy, which is the tilt shift. Okay. So let me show you a little bit of the whole take. Okay. So I was exploring what the cool thing about the tilt shift for me is that I don't know what I'm gonna get out of it. I'm always changing all the different ways that you can focus with, and I love it. I really, really, really love to play with. I fail quite a bit to get exactly what I needed. And then, for example, here, this is one of my favorite ones that I got. This is the before, this is the raw file, this is the JPEG file, okay? So, and then I love the dimension that the tilt shift give you, right? Because it's a transversal cut, of focus point, and then you can have like this part, perfectly sharp, and then her eyes too. It's pretty cool. So let's see what else here we got here. This is the type of things that I'm talking about. Like, what in the air, how this happened, I don't know, but I like it. And you ask me why or want to justify why, I like it. So this is the type of photograph that I really love with this type of lenses, like the tilt shift is a 45 Canon tilt shift that I use to play with, and it's Alice actually, and then she let me to play with, and this is the type of photograph that surprised me, because yes, we have this, right? Yes, I can do that too, right? But that photograph for some reason evoke more a feeling. And then this was my first round. This is my second round. And let me show you the before and after of every photo here. Again, in my mind at this point, this was like around 5 in the afternoon. I was thinking about like, what's the story? I've been photographing this girl, and I'm being drawn by this type of lighting, this type of like ghosty, like low shutter speed thing. And so I was thinking about the details, about the absence of something and the cutting, in specific areas to make a more interesting, a more abstract type of composition with a portrait. An abstraction, abstract is just, you abstract something so you let the other person, the person who is being subjected to your image that you're putting in front of them, to feel the blank. That's how abstraction works. So that's what I was trying to accomplish there. So we have here, let me show you here. And let me show you, now I'm going to take you to the live room, okay? So I hope you can see this, right? So in Lightroom, I have here a little bit more, and then let me show you like how really the post-processing itself goes in terms of settings and stuff. So you can check it out. So it's very basic. You can look at it. I hope you're looking at the screen of the computer, what I'm touching here. So it's not that much what I'm doing. If you can see, this is the photo without anything. This is a photo with something on it. And it's just to punch, what is this photo about? It's just to result and enhance a little bit of what is this photograph about. It's not that much about everything else besides the composition. I'm matching her, elbow with the other corner here, the other triangle here. It's just about geometry, triangles, and I'm tilting the photograph to kill a little bit of the what is like the ground and the grass, because it's not saying anything to me. And I think the most interesting part is all the way above, above on the tower. And I think this is so geometric that I could not help myself to, to make it even more evident by tilting the image that way. Okay. So here, for example, this is a black and white. This is my own preset. And I invite everybody to just create your own preset. You need to practice quite a bit, to develop this idea of what is your taste, what is your what is your look, right? I remember I had a friend in San Francisco, and I did not like at all his way that he post-process photos. Like I find it so wacky. But you know what? When I was looking at his photos, or anywhere that I would find a photo with that type of post-processing that I did not like, I said like, that photo is from, I will not say his name, but that photo is like from him, because I recognize his photographs, because his look, So it's very important that you guys develop really and get to have an own and a look, an image, which will translate also into your products, speaking of which. Because at the end of the day, you have a brand, and then you want to make sure that you have a palette of colors that you are known for. A type of approach in photography that you are known for. You want to make sure that you have, a type of albums or materials, or the look of the wall art, or all these elements that you can have really now, making a small commercial to Graphy, that you can develop with them. And And it's amazing. It took me quite a bit to understand really the process of Graphistudios and how they work in terms of how you can really make your own collection pretty much and for your own brand. It still amazes me, the flexibility, and how open, this is. I didn't even pick this photograph, by the way, but I just wanna show, the before and after. And this one is still debating if it's gonna be okay on color or in black and white. You can leave me in your comments which one you prefer. If you prefer color, if you prefer black and white, I'm not quite sold right now, honestly, in which one you would like it. But if you have any suggestion, I'm all ears. Okay, same thing. Let me show you. This is the raw file again. This is the before. This is the after. And this is no Photoshop, nothing. And this yesterday I did this flare with my phone. So this is something that I don't bring stuff, like I don't bring a lot of crystals or stuff to my weddings or my shoots. But it happens that I have this one in this time, and I have my filter, my UV filter, which I use quite a bit because that's what I have. I like to think that my photographs are a little bit more surrealist, right? So I like to alter the perception of the obvious and go for the second or third thought process that comes to my mind. So in this case, what I have was that, and then I was like, I need to a closer, of this trip that this woman has been going through, in the castle. This hunted woman that is over here. Okay. Let me check. Let me show you the my other camera here, so you can see. This is very cool. These are the ones that Alice actually helped me to develop. So this is the R5. So the amount of pixels you have here and the details you have here, you don't have, with the 1DX, for example, which I love the 1DX because I have the speed. But now I can have the same speed with the R5 or the R6. And it's lighter, but still, I don't know. I'm debating right now. You can comment also on that one and see what will be the next peak for that. But honestly, it's no way to go wrong with this new technology. Let me kill a little bit of this highlight. It's a little bit hot. Let me change it a little bit here. Just bear with me, people. Bear with me. Okie dokie. Awesome. Yep. Yeah, like you can tell, like the before, and the after, it's not huge, giant difference, because it's not a manipulation of which I don't have any problem, right? If you want to build a photograph, make of different parts of a photograph, and that's totally cool with me. Not judging anything. It's a totally different genre for me. But in my personal taste, this is what I like. I like to try to bend reality with the camera itself. Okay. Let me go back and take you now with the R6. Okay. This is the raw file. Let me go back. And this is before and after. This is just a plexiglass, that I was using for that. And again, it's a good tip, to have when you have your source of light, hide it, and you focus on your subject. Then the source of light your subject becomes the source of light, and then you can have a very beautiful, classic, I would say, photograph. Now, I want to know, guys, do I have the vision on the screen or on myself? Both? Okay. So I would like to play you guys a slideshow that I did, with this photograph, because it's very important to me to have a story at the end, right? So I'm just gonna play it, and there's no music, nothing in it. I just wanna play this. This is like my take. So I recommend you always to trying to build something out of it, right? So when you have the wedding, or when you have an engagement, when you have a family shoot, I always build a slideshow because I wanna tell the story, and it help me to evaluate myself and critique myself and thinking about, okay, how am I gonna do better? What I did wrong, and how this photo makes sense after this photo, the same way, the same logic that you use to build the album, you storytelling, right? So this is my take on the story. Actually, here we go. Yeah. So, what we'll be doing, we'll be posting this slideshow on Graphistudio's Facebook page, and I will be posting this slideshow also on the Instagram, and so you can see it. Now, I have since we're all about printing, so I want to show you guys what my friends for Graphy did for me, which is from the Canon printing?
The Canon Pixma 300 Pro.
Okay.
Brand new.
So let me actually show you the photograph of this. And let me tell you something honestly. It's always amazing to see your photograph printed. It's a different feeling. You need to print your photos, guys. It's not the same thing that you look at it in Instagram or anywhere else. This is the other one. That's crazy. It's amazing she's in focus. Okay. Okay. How are we doing on time?
We have to slow.
Slideshow? Okay. So let me play you guys here. The slideshow. So I will be posting this anyways on Facebook and Instagram, so you can see the result of the light shoot that we did yesterday. And how we can explore light and see light in any situation, in different ways. There's no way to complain, guys. There's always an option everywhere we go. And I invite you also to rewatch on YouTube our live shoot that we did, and also to come here to Castle Ceconi. It's gonna be, thank you. It's gonna be good. I'll be watching the screen right now. Is the screen right now? Okay. Okay, almost done. Okay, guys, so at the end, I want to just talk a little bit of the criteria. What criteria I use to pick one or another one. Why I think this is better than this one or this one, right? So this is very personal. Everybody can have their own point of view, or really why this might work, or this, like, why I did not pick any of these photos that I took, right? I took quite a bit, I have many options, but I did not see, what I really was looking for. And my final criteria, really, it comes down to how I feel about it, okay? So if I feel something, even if it's, oh, it's an interesting composition, oh, I think it's cool looking photo, all this stuff, it's okay. But if you don't really feel connected with the photos that you or feel proud of it, or that you want to show to people, that you feel like, okay, this is something that I identify myself or want to be identified for or with, that's the final criteria for me, because that's the one that you will live with at the end. Because I take lots of photos, but the difference between, this one, why this one was the winner of it, I was like, Alice was helping me to pick the photos, is because, like, this one really, we felt something immediately when we saw it. Like, it was like, oh yeah, like it feels something different than just having maybe like a more complex type of composition, but it doesn't feel, as real. So, and for example, this photograph, I take a lot of motion in it, but the one that really struck me was the one that it feels more like this flower, right? Actually, Alice told me about like, oh, this feels like a como like petals of flowers, the roses, which you come back to the first photograph that I did, when she is the multiple exposure, the colors, the consistency of that. So like you can tell through the whole story of the day how colors, patterns, and different type of effects repeat themselves, to keep something more coherent. And we go from the, from the bright and the moody also to the more dark and moody as well. Any questions? Do we have any questions? If you don't have any questions, that's okay.
Yeah, we have one.
We have one? Okay, awesome.
One that I want to share with you.
Okay.
It's some say some pictures are quite ethereal, some are more dramatic. The question is, how can you balance this? How can you find a balance designing the album?
Right.
Is there a proportion, a golden ratio that you look for?
Right. That's a great question. So, for example, this photograph here that I have here. Okay, this photograph here, this is the photograph that are gonna be more likely in an album for most of my couples, right? So there are gonna be a lot of these type of photos, right? Because why? Because we're talking about wedding day. Wedding day is happy day. It's a day of unity. It's a day of sharing and celebration and elevate ourselves and joyful, right? I don't think that I'm going to go, like this moody, with a wedding day, right? But I definitely will have, something like this because it match, right? So this photograph can go with this photograph, can go with this photograph, can go with this photograph. And then the palette of color it maintains, really, and it can transition from this photograph, right? So that's a different type of arrangement that you create, So you see the palette in the album, like how it match everything, right? So in the terms of building the album, you pick the photograph that that you're gonna go with the palette of color and the mood of the couple, of the event that you have, and then you have like 3-4 like really crazy images. They're gonna stand up, and that's gonna be like double spread, giant. But these ones I recommend actually for wall art, because this is the type of photos that you do and then you hope people hang on their houses as a wall art. So this is what I really would call wall art, because that to me it cross more than only just the photograph, for the memory and to evoke feelings, but also regardless if you know the people in the picture, you appreciate the photograph for the sake of the art of the photograph itself. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
It does. And also another question was, would you go all black and white in an album?
Definitely, yes.
Because I have to say,
yeah,
it was a constant stream of people, overwhelmed by the beauty of this. And I told you, you were going to blow them away. And some are just like, oh my gosh, I can't even define what I'm looking. But I say, look at those black and white. Would you go straight with every single page in black and white in a real wedding? I mean, not in a portfolio, in a real job for real people.
Yes, totally. Like, when you're building the album, I will never mix colors and black and white. Like, it's all the spreads, all the 2 pages, one full spread, all black and white. The next one could be, in colors, right? But I can go all the way black and white, and it will be like a fine art, type of piece. But really, really, we have to resonate with the couple. Young couples, not all of them will appreciate that because they really like colors. They want to have something vibrant. But if they're like a different type of customer, my demographic, for last years being like people from California, from Silicon, but engineers, mainly lawyers, People forgot a Burning Man, you know, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So they will appreciate, you know, this type of photography, and that's why I never have problems with that. But like, for example, you should have a balance between this photograph, which is very classic, you know, and more sober, because a bride want to see herself beautiful. You know, that's the main point. It's not about anything else besides her beauty and the day and how she's dressed, and like something that really show her, you know, and how she's dressed and match everything, the background with her. That's what you're looking for there. There's nothing else. But then the photograph, when they're looking for thousands and thousands and thousands of photographers, just looking at a lot of pictures, and the photo that's gonna say like, oh, what is this? That's the photo that I want to put out there, so they know that they're getting something like when you go to a boutique and then you want a one-of-a-kind type of thing, and you don't want to buy just like a bunch of stuff that you know you're gonna go to the party and somebody else have the same dress, you know. So that's what I want to give them. I want to give them something unique that they cannot have anywhere else, you know.
Yeah, you mentioned young couples, for instance. You were talking about your audience, your typical couples. So, you know, it's a matter like you attract them, they attract you, right? Like magnets, because you speak their language, or they speak yours, as you prefer. And even with Alice yesterday, we were talking about speaking a consistent language as a brand in order to attract the proper people that will resonate with your grammar, so to speak.
Yes.
Right? So, and you have mentioned here and there colors, petals, flowers. And I'm curious, this is a question that doesn't come from the socials, it comes from me straight, from my heart. So listening to you, and why are you referring to flowers? Is there a reason for, specific reason for? Because I love it. I love it because I think that it's a timeless way to express things, concepts, and I believe that maybe young couples, which we believe they are kind of artificial virtual life, always on social medias. Most probably is not the case, and they speak a language that has been around forever, maybe.
No. I see what he's saying, and it's true. You point out something that okay, love, it's love, right? It always will be, you know. And love is the strongest force of the universe. It's like gravity, is nature, is part of what makes planets stay together and don't go in the space, is gravity. It's what makes two people really cannot be without each other, right? So there's some constant, you know, deep truth that we always need to inspire to be, and nature is in it, you know, is that. And then how do you interpret it? How do you filter that reality? What kind of mirror are you for people to reflect that? It doesn't matter. Light, you know, from the sun come from and light every surface, but it's reflected in different ways from different surfaces. So that's who you are. You're a different surface reflecting the same light, but the light is the same everywhere. So I think if you have to just understand that yes, it's always beauty. Beauty is beauty. La belleza, you know, it is always gonna be beautiful. It's undeniable. When something is pretty, it strike you, you know. And then it evoke a feeling. It doesn't matter if it's something abstract or something literal. It doesn't matter. It's beautiful. It's pretty. It's gorgeous. So you have to appreciate and understand that it doesn't have to come in one shape or form. It's just to connect with that soul, with that part of you.
Yeah, I really love this approach. In these last 2 minutes, I want to spend, more time talking about the consistency of the message, because this delicate analogy that you said, love is like gravity, is everywhere, and it's like the sunlight that goes everywhere and lights everywhere. But then it's a matter of how it's reflected, right? So a mirror works differently than sand or water or a wood.
Exactly.
So
you get it right.
So at this point, I'm thinking to human beings and the different way we reflect this light, which is love.
It's true.
But ultimately, it's up to us. So it's a choice, isn't it?
Choice.
And even as a photographer, it's a choice.
It is a choice. Yeah.
So when I hear your colleagues out there complaining about things that they cannot control anyway, like pandemic rather than the economy, or the credit crunch, or new trends and social medias, wherever.
Yeah.
The reality is that we choose how to react to this. We
Yes.
choose where to be.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah, we can't control what happens around us. I hope, guys, everywhere you are, you know that this, we live in cycles. So this cycle of this crisis is going to come down, but then we're going to go into a new cycle of growth. So everything's going to pass, and you have to keep your mind into that next step where things are going to grow, and you have to be open to adjust yourself, to change, and to improve, and realize something to keep growing in that cycle. So I think you have to be positive to really do that. Like you say, you can't control what happened, but you can control how you react to that is happening. That's
true. Very true words. So,
okay.
Mauricio, I can't thank you enough for this introspective at this point.
Yeah,
session.
Now we're talking about something else.
Yeah, it's been amazing as usual, because your photography speaks for you in a way that it delivers part of your feelings and your heart and your brain too, of course.
Thank you, sir.
So, because ultimately photography, it's about the story that you represent, but it's also about you as a medium.
Yeah.
Right? Representing and putting together elements and give back to the community a story that is worthy to be told. So thank you so much. Thank you really from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you.
I hope that everybody have enjoyed this session. And now, after a few videos, the upcoming new photo critique with Sarah Edmonds. So a completely different style, completely different background, but still incredible, powerful message for the whole community.
Yes,
thank you so much, Mauricio.
No, thank you, sir. I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Yeah.
Bye.
Ciao.
A customer of mine came in for a portrait. We asked lots of questions and found out that she had a passion, and her passion was aerial silks. So we moved up our studio and set it up in the aerial silk studio and took these pictures. Unfortunately, she just left her husband and she was diagnosed with cancer, which is very sad. So she wanted to have pictures with her children. Because we discovered how important aerial silks were to her, when she got the pictures back, they blew her away. She never expected to see anything like that, and her as part of it, and she saw her own strength, and she told us that helped her get through her cancer, and she's now cancer-free at the moment. So and very excited about having the Graphi acrylics on the wall. She said it changed her life, and the process of being able to produce a product that has that effect on people, that's a massive big deal. And I don't know another way of printing a photograph that has the same effect as the Acrylic Pro or the Canvas Pro. They're both just, when customers see them, they're just blown away. And that gives me the confidence to quote the prices I need to quote to survive in this market. Photography has changed very much over the last decade, since the smartphone. Photography now, people can take 1 million pictures, therefore they don't value a photograph in itself in the way we did before, when you had to use a film and go to the trouble and energy to take pictures. So they think differently about photography. We need to produce a product that just blows them away, and Graphi products do that. The quality of the Graphi products, the wall art, is unparalleled. I haven't tried every lab in the world, but every lab I have tried, Graphi are noticeably better. That gives me a unique product that I believe in, and to take photographs and have a product and a process that you believe in is a big deal, and Graphi gives me that. absolutely. Able to produce a product that people are shocked by, that the process that I have of producing something as amazing as that gives me the confidence to ring people up and talk about it. Anything that gives you motivation in photography is a positive, a big positive. Being able to produce artwork during this difficult time, bespoke artwork, was very useful. It's totally changed the way I think about working. I value my time more than I realised. I value the people in my life more than I realised. COVID has been a positive for me. I haven't lost anyone I care about, but it's taught me, and it's taught many of the people I talk to, how important the people are in their lives, and it's reset their lives. Few of the people I've sat and had real conversations with are going to go back to what they were before. I'm going to work by appointment. I'm going to work more from home. I'm going to spend more time with the people that I care about.
Go. Watch your camera angle there, honey. Okay, there we go. I'll go on my tiptoes. Hey, we're Erica and Lanny from Two Men Studios in Canada.
And we are excited to have you all joining the Graphistudio virtual thingy thing.
Conference. Virtual conference that's happening. You know, we would be more excited if we were meeting in person, but we can't do that right now. But just because we can't meet in person doesn't mean we have to stop building communities. So let's all have a great few days.
All right, enjoy everyone.
Go get them.
I've been working with Graphistudio for well over a decade, and I've got to tell you, these guys are so committed to innovation and excellence, and there is never a no, it's simply a how. Whatever you want, there's going to be a product and a service that's going to suit you. When it comes to albums and wall art, they are my #1 choice and have been for so long, and I just simply love their ethos, their passion, and their commitment to the industry. You guys are second to none. We love you. Thank you for being an incredible partner for all these years.
Hi, I'm Sue Bryce, and I'm so honoured to work with the team at Graphistudio. I got to design my entire collection with them and visit their studio and castle in Italy, and it truly is an unforgettable experience. I love my Graphi family. Thank you for the most beautiful quality products and collection that I have ever seen, and mostly thank you for always looking after me. Grazie mille, Graphistudio. Ciao.
Welcome back. So I hope you enjoy Latin American man, amazing talent, definitely. So it's now time to dive into the next photo critique with the lovely Sarah Edmonds. She will show you something completely different than Mauricio. It's a different discipline basically, but still incredibly useful for your career, I believe. As you know, Sarah Edmonds is a multi-award photographer, and she's going to show you some of the pictures and comment with you some of the pictures that she took yesterday in our shooting sessions, and you will see some bits of her post-production. So Sarah, it's all to you. Enjoy Sarah Edmonds, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi everybody, thank you so much for coming to see the results of yesterday. We're going to see the good, the bad and the ugly, and we'll see what we came up with. As you remember, if you were taking part, if you were watching, we started in the studio, so just a simple studio backdrop, and I was looking for a really classic look. So let's just go through some of the pictures that we took. Now, I've saved some that I liked, I've saved some that I didn't like so much because I want to show you why I wouldn't choose them as well. So I don't just want to show you my favorites, I want to show you ones where I think, I missed that. So usually what I do is I start off testing the lighting, and at this point I'm just making the subject feel at ease. I'm not looking at posing, I'm just making sure I've got everything's looking light-wise as I want it to look. So obviously during those shots I'm not refining the posing as I would normally, and as you might have seen, I'm very, very particular about posing everything down to the fingertip before I actually shoot. So we were a little bit time compressed yesterday. I was speaking in English to Catherine, who didn't always understand what I was saying. So not always I was able to get across exactly what I wanted, but I'm going to show you those little parts that didn't quite work for me, as well as the bits that I do like. So this was the very first shot, and already I was very happy with that, except that I wanted to darken the background a little bit. I really like dark backgrounds, and so even if I have a lighter background, I simply darken it by pulling the model away from the background slightly or feathering the light, so therefore pulling the light away from the model, turning it towards me so that the light skims across the model and is not hitting the background anymore. So that was my first test shot, and Catherine has nailed it straight away. But we can see in the next shot that we're getting a little bit more of what I was trying to achieve. So just darkening down that background. I was posing her hands quite carefully because I like to have nice, elegant hands. And even Catherine, who's a tiny, petite, beautiful doll of a creature with beautiful, tiny hands, sometimes if you haven't posed correctly, the hands can look enormous on the picture, and that's my fault as the photographer. So I want to make sure that I'm getting that right as well. So this was a little bit more of what I was looking for. Here, Catherine tended to instinctively put her head back a little bit, which is possibly something she's learnt from doing fashion shoots. However, I'm not too keen on it because we lose the catchlight in the eye, and the jaw suddenly becomes heavy, and nothing about Catherine is heavy. So we're giving the wrong impression in the picture. So I immediately corrected her, asked her to just bring her forehead towards the camera. And then I got this lovely, this is a retouched one, by the way. Let's have a look at the unretouched one. So this is the full-size retouched one. I kind of wish I'd retouched the whole thing now. The reason I cut off the arms was because I wasn't too keen on the hands posing, because I was still was still concentrating on the face and I hadn't got down to the hands yet. But what I really love is just the way she's got her chin forward and her neck is creating, we've got this sort of zigzag Z shape coming into the picture, and now all of a sudden it's starting to look really interesting. And I really love that. I love the short light. I love shooting into the shadow. So I've got the light coming and I'm shooting into the part where the shadows are being cast on the face. It slims the face down. If it was the other way around and we were shooting into the lit part and the shadow was on the hidden side, the face suddenly looks very broad. So all of a sudden I thought, yeah, I'm loving this, the shapes that's starting to happen now. See her arms as well. There's a really nice soft, a soft triangle. There's nothing that is at right angle, but the whole thing is just creating these shapes that I really like. In these types of portraits, the composition is all in the posing. So it's not that there isn't a composition because we don't have a landscape. The composition is the shape of the subject. So I've always got that in mind when I'm trying to look at the picture. So now, this is something that I retouched. When I retouch, I always have to leave it a few days and come back to it. And I didn't have time to do that this time. So I'm absolutely positive that I'll come back to this in a few days and think that it's overdone. So forgive me if that's the case, but we need to leave our eyes to adjust and then go back, review it, and then usually what I do is reduce the opacity of what I've done. But clearly here what I'm trying to do is I've tried, you know, she's got this beret on and I'm just trying to make her look like she should have a paintbrush in her hand, basically. That's what I had in mind. So there's the original there. And there she's tilted her head back again slightly and I've lost the catch light. I'm very about the connection in the eyes and trying to get everything in place. So all of what I call the structure of the image in place. So I'm talking about the shape of the body, relaxing the shoulders, relaxing the hands, getting the right pose, and then right at the last minute getting that little sparkle in the eye, that connection. So there's actually a lot going on before I actually click the shutter. Now, this is when I was just taking a shot. I'd altered the light slightly to try and soften it because I was getting some very dark shadows, which I love, but it's not flattering for everybody. So when you get a very lateral light, you're going to be bringing out all of the bumps in the skin. So I just wanted to try something else, not because it's better, it's just a different thing that I wanted to show. And all I did was pull the light towards me away from the model, direct it away from her so that she's just getting the soft feathered edge of the light. And because she's therefore getting less light, I turned the power of the light up slightly. So I didn't use the aperture to control the light, I just used my Godox trigger to change the value to make it go up and down because I wanted to keep that 2.8. Let me just check that it is. Yeah, it's 2.8. I didn't want to close down to f4 or 5.6. I wanted to keep that aperture, so therefore I'm changing the light rather than using the aperture to control it. So here this was a test shot. Now, the expression isn't there. The hand is looking awkward. She's grabbing onto the chair. Although I do like the fact that the beret matches the chair, and I wish I'd got that more into the shot. But this shot doesn't work for these reasons. So that's something that I would discard just because of the hands, the blankness in the face. That's not working for me. So the lighting can be as spot on as you like, but if all of the other elements aren't in place, it all needs to come together. So that would be discarded for me. Then I decided to try something just to change it up. I took off the beret and I got her to change her position slightly, showing how you can do something straight on. I tend to prefer having the body turned to one side just because it slims everything down and we can turn the face and it just looks like an old classic painting. And that's something that I take inspiration from a lot. I try to look at paintings of portraits a lot, and I try and study those, because those artists have studied everything very carefully. Nothing is done by accident. They don't take a paintbrush and just improvise. They know exactly where every limb is going, where every finger has been placed, where the light is falling. It's all studied very, very well. So if you're going to take inspiration for a classic portrait in terms of photography and lighting and posing, then that's definitely a good place to start. However, sometimes you want to have something straight on. As I've said before, I don't like limbs coming towards the camera, because for two reasons. If you've got a wide angle lens, it tends to distort, and you tend to get a huge hand or a huge foot. Whatever's coming towards the camera will look large. If you've got a shorter lens, a longer lens, so anything longer than a normal lens, which is 50 millimeters, that's going to foreshorten the arm. And that's something that in competition gets people sort of missing out on silvers or the marks that they were hoping for. Foreshortened limbs, that's one of the things that judges look for. And it's now stuck into my head through my judges training. So I always try to avoid foreshortening limbs. That means that I always try to keep the limbs going in this direction, that way, and not towards the camera. So that goes for dancers as well. Whenever dancers are dancing and trying to take the picture, I never just let them dance and take the picture, because invariably a leg coming towards my camera or an arm coming towards my camera. So I pose them in a way that everything is going across the frame. And that way I'm getting exactly what I wanted. So this is a very classic headshot, just a nice studio portrait facing straight on, and you simply get the model to cross their arms, and in fact she could have crossed them even more, so that the line coming from the shoulders is actually coming down into a triangle. That would be even more flattering. She's a little bit square in that one. Here I just zoomed in a little bit tighter, and as we can see, we've got some really nice soft lighting on her now. And yet I'm not hitting the background at all, so it's looking really dark in the background, but it's really soft, it's very flattering on the face, and that is all done by feathering. So instead of having the light pointing at her, it's pointing across her, so that the light is just skimming her face. So in a way, it's a huge waste of light and photons and power, but it does mean that we can get that beautifully feathered light. And you might remember that I had a grid. So you think, why have a grid and then try to feather? It just means more control. It means that the feathering is just skimming her face and nothing is hitting the background. Had I taken off the grid, we would have had more light on the background. And just for this exercise, that's not what I wanted. So we just have a few more. And again, she's instinctively putting her head back. So this is something she's just got into the habit of doing as part of her job. And but I just kept on having to remind her to just bring her forehead forward, because that means we want the eyes to be closer to the camera than the chin, because we're women, we want to look pretty, let's just face it. Okay, so this is when I decided that I wanted to, although this was working well, it's very flat, it's one light, there is nothing lighting up her hair at all, this glorious hair, so I decided to add another light. Here it's slightly too bright, even though I had it on very low power, but you can see how it is just bringing that beret to life. Let's compare it to this one. And it's just disappearing into that background. I've added that, what they call a hair light, and it's called that because the idea is just to give a little bit of gloss and shine to the hair. I'm not looking to create a super strong rim light that is going to blow out and look nuclear. I want it to look very, very natural. I want it to look like it shouldn't even be noticeable. So again, we've got no expression because I'm concentrating on the lighting, and then I take the beret off so that I want the light to hit the hair. I've already lowered the power again slightly. And then I suddenly noticed as I was retouching, I saw the background that had a little bit of draping, and my light was causing that to be emphasized quite a bit. And then I realized that I quite liked it, so I left it in my retouch because I thought it looked like rays of light coming through. So I'll show you these are still raw files. Some more close-ups, which I'm doing with let's just have a look at how sharp this is. Let's wait for this to load. It's a large file, so it takes a while for... So actually I've got the nose sharp on that one, so that was a bad one to choose. Unflag. Here we go. Now it's fantastic having this sharpness and high resolution, but it means that even the most beautiful skin, all of a sudden when it's close up, so you see how super sharp that is. Okay, then we decided to change outfit and use a blanket instead. But again, I really like this hair light. I think it's really making all the difference. And some of these worked, some of these didn't, mainly because we had a little bit of a problem with the hands, Catherine was doing her very, very best to preserve her modesty, hold on to the blanket, and also get elegant hands. So look at that beautiful expression. That's what I love to see. It's loading, it's looking a little bit soft there, but just because it's the full resolution file is loading. Okay, there we go. There, just for that second, she's just connecting beautifully. And then we started to experiment with some full length. And you can see I got down quite low because I wanted to make her look statuesque, and probably in retouching I would pull this down to make it look like it's full length and make her look really statuesque. And I love that hair over one shoulder. And then I saw that I actually preferred this 3/4 cut. And I wonder if I can find... So, shall we have a look at the finished... Before I look at the retouching, shall we have a look at the print? Yeah? Yeah. Okay, shall I hold it up? So on one of these I did a retouch and we printed it. So I'm going to have a look at the retouch with you now, but that's the end result. And that's printed with Prograph 300 from Canon. On fine art cotton paper, apparently. And it's looking absolutely gorgeous. It's not easy to print on fine art paper. I've tried for many years. Okay, so that's the finished result. I think this is the original that I've got on here. So let me just open up Photoshop and I can take you through a little bit of what I did. Let's find the right one. There we go. Okay, so you can see all my layers there. And I've started off with a liquify. What I'll do is just start with the the file as opened from RAW. Now remember that when you are opening from Lightroom, you need to make any adjustments that you want to make to, so if you want to recover shadows or highlights or change the color balance, you need to do that in Lightroom. Because the minute you open it in Photoshop, it gets converted into a TIFF file or a PSD, depending on what you have specified in your Lightroom preferences. Now, I've got TIFF file specified, 16-bit Adobe RGB. Now, that needs to be specified in Lightroom. This is really important. You can't open in Lightroom in 8-bit sRGB and then convert to Adobe RGB 16-bit, hoping to recover that information. You can't, it's been lost. All of the original information is in the raw file. So the moment you then open it from either Camera Raw or Lightroom into Photoshop, you have to make sure that those settings have been set correctly so that you've opened the file with as much information as possible. Otherwise, Photoshop assumes that you no longer want all of that information, it throws it away, and then it's baked in to a TIFF file or a PSD file. So make sure you always remember to do that, because Graphistudio is one of the few labs who can print Adobe RGB, which is a wider color gamut. So it's a real shame to throw away that color gamut when it's available there to be printed. So here we are with the original file. Now I wanted to do a liquefy because her arms are creating a sort of bulk that I didn't want, but at the same time I can't make it completely perfect, otherwise it'll look like she has no arms. So the first thing I did was a liquefy, just to get rid of that artificial bulk created by the arms. And as you can see, I also just emphasized the hair slightly. So I just added a little bit of wave. I gave volume where there should be volume and made it more natural so that it looks like this beautiful snake coming down her shoulder. I then did a frequency separation, some frequency separation on the skin, which is always my first port of call, and I just tidied up some of that messy hair around her head. Now, usually in the studio, I would perfect that hair as much as I could beforehand. So I probably would have spent 5 to 10 minutes combing, perfecting, making sure everything was perfect, just because I know how long it takes to do in Photoshop. So I wasn't able to do that yesterday, but so I did a little bit today, but there's only so much you can do with hair retouching. So the more you can do in real life, the less messy and muddy it's going to look when it comes to being retouched. And so if I can just show you the various steps of that frequency separation. Here is the tones that I've smoothed out. Let me just enlarge. So what I've done here is on the lower frequency separation. Now here, and this is not the moment to go into detail about frequency separation, but what I've done here is just smooth the skin underneath the texture. Now, I've already lowered the opacity slightly, but if you want a more natural look, all you do is lower that opacity even more, and you get an even more natural look. Okay, or you can go up to 100 and it's super smooth. Let's leave that at about 80. I can't remember now. You should name each layer. I didn't. So now I have no idea what is on here. What is on here? Nothing. Here I have a skin smooth. This is my own action that I use to do bodies. It's something called inverse high pass technique, which is, you can look it up. It's a very quick and simple way to smooth out skin. but I keep it even more natural than it already is by putting it underneath the texture layer again. So it's almost like 2 layers of protecting the texture of the skin. But that you can just see with and without. I've just smoothed out the blotchiness on her shoulders slightly, and I believe there's a little bit on her skin as well. Again, you can just lower the opacity to make it more natural, or make it higher if you want something less natural, super smooth. And again, it's always a good idea to keep these layers, because the chances are you're going to come back in a few days and think, oh God, I went way over the top, and you just need to lower everything. And then you can see my texture layer, and this is the work that I've done on the texture, which is mainly, let's take a look, that's before and that's after. So she had some hairs covering her face that I hadn't spotted, and I just cleaned those up along with some blemishes on the skin. But as you can see, I have not smoothed the texture of the skin at all. I have not blurred the texture of the skin, I have not smoothed the texture of the skin, and that's something I never do. There is no need. When it's printed, I'm looking at this now, and even though that looks quite textury on the screen, I'm looking at the file and it looks just like real skin. You can see the pores, you can see the texture, as you should be able to. So here, this is the layer where I just cleaned up the hair, before and after. If there's some blotchiness and mess bits, that's because this was all done a few hours ago. And then selective colour, what have I done there? I've probably balanced out the skin colour. Okay, there it is. Her shoulders, her body has got a lot more yellow in it than her face. That's quite common. So what I've done is I've just selected her shoulders there. I have used selective colour, the reds channel, and I've just reduced the yellow and I've reduced the black, because it's natural. People tend to get suntanned there a lot. So that, if you can see the before and the after, that's just evened out the skin tone nicely. The next step was dodge and burn. And that's when you can really start to get artistic and painterly, as they call it, on a piece of work. Now, I've got this at just 30%. You need to be very careful with dodge and burn. It's very easy to make a woman look like a drag queen if you overdo the contouring. Now, anyone who knows about makeup contouring knows exactly what I'm talking about. It's the same principle. Basically, what you're doing is you are putting shadows where we want shadows and highlights where we want highlights. You can also use dodging like a concealer to fill in under the eyes and other little bits where we want to fill things in. But otherwise, it's more like contouring, where we emphasize anything that is lighter will come forward and anything that is darker will go backwards. So that's why, much like makeup, we're going to contour, so burn, in the arch of the eye, along the lash line, in the cheekbones, a tiny little bit, depending on the lighting. You've always got to obey the rules of the lighting. You can't be drawing a shadow down this side of the nose if the light is coming from here. It needs to be on this side, otherwise it's going to immediately look wrong. Usually the main errors in dodge and burning are simply people not knowing where to put the dodge and where to put the burn. If you're interested in that, I would suggest doing a lesson in drawing, sketching portraits, sketching the female face. And that will teach you what is supposed to come forward and what is supposed to go back. Once you've learnt that shading, that is what dodging and burning is. So I do dodging and burning. I don't use the dodge and burn tools. I use a simple curve. So one curve just with the midtones pulled up slightly for the dodge, and a midtone with the midtones pulled down slightly for the burn. And if I put that up to 100, you can see how OTT it is. And she looks like a mix between a drag queen and someone who's overdone the contouring. So yeah, you can go for it, have fun, dodge and burn to your heart's content, but just go back to zero, let your eyes get used to it, and then slowly increase until you've got what you want, which I believe I had 30, and that's plenty. I usually end up at 30%. I also have a visual aid here, which is black and white. Now this is essential because if you put the picture in black and white, now warmer colours tend to look lighter, cooler colours tend to look darker. So your eyes can be tricked by colour. If you've got a pure grayscale black and white, you can immediately see where the brightest and most contrasty part of the image is. And you need to be absolutely sure that it's where you want it to be. If the brightest image is, for example, the back of the shoulder, something is wrong, because nobody wants to be looking at the back of the shoulder unless there's a tattoo and that's the focus of the piece. It needs to be very deliberate. Your eye needs to be drawn. You are the artist. You need to draw the eye of the viewer exactly where you want it to be. And you can check that using black and white, but I wouldn't use the black and white adjustment layer because that tends to be based on color channels and it's not a pure grayscale image. So I'm going to show you a very quick way of doing a pure grayscale image. You press Alt, New Layer, Soft Light, fill with soft light neutral color, 50% gray, okay? And this will, if we just turn off every other layer, you will see that we just have this 50% grey layer. Now to turn it black and white, all you do, let's add the other layers, all you do is, let me turn this one off, all you do is set it to colour and then you have a perfect grayscale. I'm not saying that's the best way to turn it black and white, I'm saying it's the best way to have a pure, unadulterated grayscale image that you can use to assess the luminosity of your image. So here I can see that possibly the wrap she's got is a little bit bright. It's drawing the eye slightly. The shoulder as well, because really it should all be about the face. But it's very minor. Overall, it's pretty balanced. Sometimes you will put on this layer and you will immediately see that one aspect, very often it's the chest, is all of a sudden you go, oh my God, it's really bright, and it's just attracting all of your attention onto there. So that's a good tip to use. So we've done our dodge and burn. Okay, and you can see that that just adds an extra three-dimensionality. I've also added a little bit, even though I had a nice, you know, a nice hair light there that's really subtle, it's really natural. You can see, look at that highlight on her shoulder. It's not this bright stripe of blown out highlight. It's just a very, very natural three-dimensional lighting. So my tip is just to tone it down. What I've done is I've used a gradient, a radial gradient on the background, and I've just masked her out because this adds a little spot of light behind her and it just makes her stand out a little bit. Now, if you're working on a seamless background, be very careful with gradients. I love gradients. I use radial gradients and gradient maps to color grade a lot. However, if you're using a seamless background, gradients tend to cause havoc with banding on the piece. So I will often add a texture to remedy that because I know that that's going to be a problem, but I'm not willing to give up my gradients. Right, so after this, I did this is my color grading folder. So let's open up and we will see what I did. My first step is I love the black and white gradient map. I use it to turn pictures to black and white. It's contrasty, punchy. It's one step, it's fantastic. I also love it. Let me turn all these others off so we can see one at a time. It also is a wonderful way to add moodiness to the image and a little bit of contrast. It adds a little bit of contrast and a little bit of rich darkness, but not saturated. You'll have noticed that I like to desaturate my images a little bit. So using this black and white gradient map, set to multiply, just gives this lovely rich moodiness, and I put it on pretty much every picture I use. The next one is just luminosity, and all that does is just add a tiny little bit of contrast, again, without adding saturation. If you do a contrast curve, you're going to be boosting the saturation in the image, and that's absolutely not what I want. But look, I'm only on 16%. It's very, very subtle. The multiply also is on 16%. The next one is normal, meaning it's just black and white. So it's just my way of desaturating again a tiny bit, 16%, hardly anything. I've then used a LUT color lookup table. I'm very fond of these, and one of my favorites that I tend to use a lot is Foggy Night, and it just gives this cool tone. If I put up, this is at 10%, so if I put that up to 100, you can see what it does. But just on a very low percentage, it just gives this beautiful, cool tone that I absolutely adore. Another one of my favorites, on a very low percent, 9%, is the Film Stock 50. It gives a nice golden bit of contrast to the image, especially to faces and to people. So if I turn this one up, you can see what I mean. That's way too strong. The contrast is too high there. So I've just got it at literally 9%. It's all very subtle, but I put it in a folder altogether, and there's the before and after. Again, I would possibly look at it again the next day and just reduce. See, I'm on, actually the whole folder's on 53%, so you can see I've already pulled back on it. But having looked at it printed, I'm really happy with it. It's looking great, so I'm very happy with that. Right, what did I do next? I seem to have lightened this little bit. I've put just a little bit of light above her head. And here comes the texture. This is one of my favorite textures I just got from Adobe Stock. But I've masked her out because this texture is quite colourful. It's got lots of green in it, and it's going to mess up her skin quite a bit in terms of the colour tone. And also texture in general, I like to mask off skin because you think it looks good on the small screen, and then when it's printed, it looks blotchy, it looks like the subject has skin problems. So I've masked that off, but I really like the added flavour that's given, and I like the little colours as well, that's sort of picking up on the greenish tone of the wrap, the warm tones of her skin and her lips, and I think it's working really well. Here you can see I've just darkened down her shoulder a little bit. I could see that it was just too bright, so I've darkened that down a little bit. And that's it from start to finish. You saw it being shot, and here we have the finished image. And it was all done in front of you guys. Talk about feeling naked. So I'm sure Catherine's going to love that. She usually has to wait a bit longer for her to retouched images, so she's going to be very happy. She's going to be very happy with that. Let's have a look at some others that this is very, very similar. I'm not going to go through this one as well because it's a very similar process to what I did before, but I just want to point out that I decided, instead of retouching out the drapes in the background, I decided to kind of make it look like it was light streaming in. So I love happy accidents like that. Okay, we talked about that one. I did exactly the same process. I did a little bit of liquefy just to pull in her arm slightly because her arm was looking very straight down and blocky, and I wanted to create a little bit more shape. So in fact, let's talk about structure. Structure is my word for the composition of the portrait. And we can start off by looking at the rule of thirds. Okay, so we can see, I hope, can they see my cursor? Can they see my cursor as I move? Possono vedere il mio cursore quando sposto? Penso di sì. Anyway. I hope you can. Anyway, I hope you can. Yes, you can see my cursor moving. Okay. So here, this line, her face is smack bang on the rule of thirds. and you can see that the structure, according to the rule of thirds, is working great. Okay, now this is something I check not before I start doing the retouch, as I'm setting the crop. That's one of the first things I do when I'm looking at, I open up an image, I set the crop. I will sometimes crop it in slightly, I will sometimes crop it out, and I will add pixels to it in order to get the right structure. So by structure I mean crop and positioning of the body. Let's try another tool, the diagonal. So here we can see that the center is right on track, her shoulder is lining up with her eyes, everything is working there, but it's not particularly useful in this sense. And this is my favorite, the triangle. So ideally her arm would be following this line here, and I tried to move it in with the liquify, but I didn't want to push it too far. But ideally she would have had her arm forward so that it would create a little bit more shape. If I press Shift 0, we switch, and here we can see it's really starting to work, okay? Her neckline is perfectly in line with this one here, and it goes from her head down to her shoulder, and her head, the top of her head here as well, is perfect. And when you see that, you go, okay, it's right. Or you might think, I need to move it out slightly, I need to change the ratio down to an 8:10, something like that. When it comes to, this just checks whether it's in the center or not, or off. When it comes to the golden spiral, for portraits I find it useful for negative space. So it's sitting perfectly in the negative space there. Shift 0, it's just sitting perfectly, and it's just cradling her face and body there, so that's working perfectly. It's sitting perfectly in the negative space there. So it's just confirming to me that what my instinct told me was correct. It's working. I don't need to move it out or in. It's just sitting there as it should be. Okay, and there, the golden circle is right on her eye. So yeah, job done. What else did I work on? Okay, this is, so let's move on in Lightroom, and we can move on to the outdoor bit. I just wanted to show you the difference between hang on a sec, let's take the stars off. Okay, this is the natural light, no light at all. Okay, it's nice, it's pretty, but it's all looking a little bit flat. Yeah, there's just not that much punch going on. And instead, with the light, all of a sudden we've got the catch light in the eye, we've got shadow coming down on the nose, we've got shadow on the wall, just kind of bringing her away from the wall, and it's all working, I think, much better. This is just the raw file. This is when I suddenly saw the light in her eyes, and I love it when the light picks up on the iris like this. So I just wanted her to stop, and I wanted to capture this hard light in this just beautiful, beautiful sunlight, and I think it works well as a black and white as well. And here's the retouch. So she had a little bit, let's start from the beginning. Okay, so that's opened from Lightroom. Now I know that her hands are a lot darker, but I decided I didn't want, it's just, I love the fact that we're being drawn to the face and the eyes being lit up, and this really hard light. So I decided I did lift it up and blend the color in so it all looked the same, but I thought, no, it looks better like that. I did some work with frequency separation, which I think needs to be reduced a little bit. No. Okay. So it's looking a little bit smooth. So that's without the smoothing the texture underneath. The main problem was the hair running across the middle. So I would probably mask out everywhere. When I say mask out, I mean reduce. So let's just bring back a little bit of texture, a little bit of realism. Or if you want to, because we're masking and we're not erasing, it means that we can change our mind and go back and forth just by switching from black to white. Okay, bring back here a little bit of, but as you can see, I just cleaned up that hair. And I warmed up let's turn all these off. I warmed up the bottom a little bit because it was looking a little bit cold being in the shade. Okay, here is the dodge and the burn. So I did bring that up slightly and warm it up slightly, but not too much. Then I put in an action that I often use, which is just a gradient map set to luminosity for contrast, and the film stock LUT, which gives that little golden glow. I added some warmth with various layers, various color grading layers, and a little bit of sun flare just to warm up this part here. So it looks nice in color, but I also think it looks super dramatic in black and white, and I think that's my preference. So I'm going to save that one. Do we have any questions? Okay, now let's go back to some other favourites of mine, which I didn't pick to retouch in the end, but I think she just looks so pretty. Look at those cheekbones. So the sun now is just falling down on her face. It isn't soft, it's just the raw file loading. She really looked like she was enjoying herself here. Wait for that to load. And the warmth of the sun, even though it's not down her whole body, is just kind of pulling her away from those cool green mountains. So that's the raw file. Then I started to make her move around a little bit. Whenever I do that, I find it doesn't work. Oh, we've got another print. Wow, oh my God, that looks great. Look, oh, let's get some close-ups on that. Oh my God, I'm really pleased with that.
So beside the awesomeness you're spreading and people are blown away by the process, some saying, oh, it's time for me to rethink my workflow. Yeah. So which is already a good result, I believe. Some are asking if there's a way to get in touch with you and or getting your services as a mentor and or as a retoucher. I believe that you launched recently your platform, your website, right?
Yes. Okay. So I have a website called love-edits.com. I do wedding editing and culling in Lightroom, and I also do high-end retouching for portraiture. I don't mean high-end retouching for commercial. I do that for my own commercial work, but not professionally. But I do portrait work, so fine art portraits for people as well. You are welcome to get in contact with me at either through Facebook, WhatsApp. I'm happy to share with you my number if you message me through Messenger. I will give you my WhatsApp number and we can stay in contact there, or you can email me at Sarah with an H on the end at love-edits.com.
Okay, so
I do mentoring as well. I do one-to-one mentoring as well. I teach people how to do it.
Okay, so love-edits.com.
Yes.
That's the, let's say, your website for this kind of services.
By dash, I mean hyphen.
Yeah. So another question is, do you apply this, not really the coloring, but let's say this editing, this degree of editing to all your wedding albums when you shoot weddings?
Not as detailed. For wedding albums, no, because if it's 200 images, then clearly I can't spend an hour on each image. But for portrait clients, I do. I spend this amount of attention and detail to each picture, whether it's the maximum is 20 or perhaps 25, and I will do that for every single picture, yes.
I have to say that when we have developed the Canvas Pro line, we actually printed some tests internally using some of your files. And I do remember that people in the department, when we were looking at the thing coming off the printer, and we were looking at each other frozen, like, what the hell is this? We were blown away. So in a way, it's like if we have used some of your imagery to benchmark our capabilities as well. And I do know for sure as a fact that you apply this degree of perfection to your portrait sessions, because that's exactly what you deliver. And I would say that some of these wall arts are, could be hanged in a gallery, tomorrow, meaning that if you look for this detail, this degree of perfection, you will naturally attract people looking for the same perfection, for the same result.
Yes.
And, and these people are just aligned with your values. And business-wise, that's how it should work. Like we said before with Mauricio, you have to talk to people that understand what you're saying, and you have to talk for others understanding what you're doing, and vice versa. So I strongly encourage to follow this kind of workflow to elevate the value and the professionalism that we all can offer in this industry. Sarah, back to you.
Yeah, I don't by any means want to say that everybody has to do this process at all, because you really don't. You can have a successful business not paying this kind of level of detail. I've chosen to do it because I want to stand out in the market, and I want to charge higher prices and shoot less and earn more at the same time. Some people say clients don't notice. My clients definitely do. So whatever you choose to do, if you want to learn how to do this, then I'm absolutely happy to teach you or to do it for you. But I do have to say that I also developed this in response to what I knew Graphi was able to print. Because when I saw, I did print a few times before on canvases, sort of plasticky canvases, and I noticed that all of the detail was lost. Everything, there's no point in putting all of that effort into something when it's going to be printed and you're not going to be able to see it. When I saw what they were developing, and I did some test prints as well, everything changed for me, and I started to develop a workflow and a retouching process that was specifically for the Canvas Pro, the acrylic, the fine art print especially. I'm very familiar with printing with the fine art paper and the HD print of Graphistudio. So it kind of became an obsession for me to be able to maximize what I was doing so that they would be able to show it in all its glory. Because I can honestly tell you that the print looks better than it does on screen. I'm not kidding, it really does. But you have to be able to provide them with the file that has that detail and quality.
We have another question for you, Sarah, and is how many pictures do you take during a portrait session? And if there's a way for you to know when enough is enough, so when you got what you were looking for in that session.
Yeah, with time, I keep myself under control. I plan beforehand with Pinterest. I decide what I'm going to shoot, how many changes, how many sessions, and I've trained myself now to not overshoot and to know that once I've got it, okay, time to move on. Because otherwise we're shooting for 4 hours and we're all exhausted, especially with 2 hours of hair and makeup beforehand, which I do as well. So that's 6 hours and I'm just absolutely finished and I've overshot. So how many do I shoot in a portrait session? Maybe 200, 250, something like that. Not that many. I know that people shoot more. So I try to, as I say, I try to slow down. I shoot on a tripod because it slows me down. I take my time getting everything lined up and then I look at the client, I get them posed. I've lost that kind of panicky click, 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 running around, breaking my back, you know, not really knowing what I'm doing, panicking, just trying to get as many photographs as possible and not looking. What I do now is I stop, I look at the client. Is everything right? I get them nice and relaxed. I make them laugh. We have a rapport because we've just had makeup and then we've had something to eat. And I tell them, you know, look, you don't have to do anything. You just relax. I'm going to take my time getting everything perfect. And then they feel like they're relaxed because they know that they don't have to do anything. And then I spend time getting everything perfect and then taking my time getting I want the perspective to be correct. If it's not the right lens, I say, I want to change the lens. And instead of being annoyed or thinking I don't know what I'm doing, it's the opposite. They go, wow, you're such a perfectionist. This is incredible. Nobody shot me like this before. For example, if it's a model, if I'm doing a commercial shoot or something like that. Or if it's a client, if it's a non-model client, they're just happy to be in the hands of somebody who looks calm and is taking their time and not rushing around like a mad thing.
So Sarah, you just mentioned that you normally you don't shoot that many pictures after all because you know what you're looking for and you know how to achieve that. Mm-hmm. On the contrary, there are many photographers shooting in the opposite way. So they shoot thousands. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't say in the portrait sessions, but seriously in weddings we see people, you know, shooting 10,000 pictures. So I wouldn't say that there is a right or wrong here, but I would say that there is surely something that fits you. Yes. And doesn't fit me or vice versa. And each one of you should find, you know, his own playground where something makes you comfortable with what you're looking for.
Yeah, I would never ever say you should do it this way or not do it the other way. I just find that for me it doesn't work, for example, to shoot I bought an A7 that has 20 frames per minute thinking, oh, this is going to be amazing. But I just found I still wasn't getting the right moment. The right moment was still in between the frame shots. So I found that because I'd trained myself over the years to wait for the moment and get the moment that I wanted at the right time, I decided that was right for me. And also it makes things simpler for me, culling down the pictures. If I've got 2,000 images rather than 10,000, it just makes my life simpler. But it's not the best way, it's just my way.
Okay, so we have the last few 3 minutes, roughly 2-3 minutes. So I like to grab this opportunity to summarize a little bit what you have explained today. I have to tell you, there are a lot of compliments online, people saying that they will listen to you for hours.
Oh, thank you.
So, which doesn't surprise me because I know that this happens each time we have workshops or I saw you even in trade shows because we have this graceful way of explaining such a, let me say, hard matter, because in reality doing retouching properly isn't super easy. It takes years to master this technique, but it's a technique. Mm-hmm. So what I'm trying to say is that I saw you as a photographer growing along the years over time and absorbing more and more techniques. And I'm not talking about moods or trendy things or tricks or plugins. I mean technique. I saw that you were studying and do the hard job by yourself for hours and endless sessions all alone in your studio trying to master this knowledge. Now, you had in mind to become top-notch retoucher. It doesn't need to be that level for every photographer out there watching us today, but surely improvisation or applying a plugin and clicking randomly, or even not randomly, but just layer over layer, and I'm talking from a printing standpoint, it's just noise over noise over noise. It's a jelly thing that we apply on top. You're losing information rather than carving out information. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely, yeah. that what you don't want to do is ruin the file, destroy the file with destructive methods that are going, for example, making it, let me give you an example of an old-fashioned trend for wedding photography used to be a soft glow. So we would spend thousands on a super sharp camera and then add a soft glow on the top. It doesn't make sense. Or, you know, you have a super sharp clean camera with low ISO and then you put loads and loads of grain on it. It doesn't make sense. So yeah, the quality, if you don't have the quality of the file, Graphi can't bring out the best in it. They just can't. So you have to give them, it's our responsibility to give Graphi the best quality file possible.
So thank you for these words, because you know, that's exactly the heart of the matter for us as Graphi. We are here to deliver, and like I said this morning when I was talking about the HD printing, it's kind of Michelangelo syndrome. So we want to set free the information and the beauty in the file rather than, you know, apply steroids or fixing something that is not fixable at all. So Sarah, last few seconds, let me thank you for this incredible insight and the correct workflow for editing and culling at the same time. You and Mauricio provided a priceless experience to our viewers today. So thank you very much. I can't wait to have you here again at the Castle Ceconi, Italy. And now we are about to transition to the last bit of the day. So a few more sessions about our products. The Surprise collection is coming. And before that, another couple of very nice videos from our family, our clients, I should say, our friends. So see you in a few minutes for the Surprise collection and more giveaways. Stay tuned, guys.
I don't really see it as a Graphistudio customer. I don't see myself as a Graphistudio customer. I see it as family. Family there to help each other. Family are just there to, when the chips are down, we're going to rally around and fight this together. There's been many times where I've been on the phone to Jeremy or Dario in Italy. I've been asking for something, maybe something unique, and they've always been there to help and offer their best advice and guidance. So I just don't see it as a customer-client relationship. I just see it as family. Just being a customer and a client and part of the Graphistudio family has been amazing during lockdown. Jeremy and Maureen have tirelessly put on educational videos on the community pages, both in the UK and the US. I've been very privileged to be able to give a couple of educational seminars on the UK page, but also I've been sitting in and viewing the amazing content that other photographers have been giving their time up. You know, we haven't had much to do at the minute. But to sit down and prepare a talk does take time, and I personally want to thank all the other suppliers and photographers that have given their time up freely to help others. Well, personally, I went 137 days from shooting a wedding. So what this experience has given me is time to reevaluate the business, time to implement new ideas, time to get my marketing strategies back, time to make new sample albums. But I think the most important thing is giving me time with the family. It's been brilliant to be home. It's been stressful. Obviously, homeschooling has not been the easiest thing in the world, but certainly just to be home with the family and watch Emily grow up it's been great. I'm not going to lie, it's been fantastic. But I'm looking forward to getting back out and shooting weddings. That's for sure. If I'm honest, the positive impact of using Graphistudio wedding albums is every time. Every time that a client of mine sees their album for the first time, they've only seen it digitally on proofs using Fundy software. So, to see the physical album in their hands and turning the pages and having watched them relive their wedding day through my images is fantastic. And the quality of the album speak for themselves. They're just incredible. The customization that we can do and make every album unique to each and every client is so important, but to watch their faces go through their album is why we do what we do. We give up time of our families to document other people's families, and to see all that hard work come to fruition when the bride and groom are going through their own images, it's the best thing in the world.
If you look around behind me, you will see dedication, station after station. Lively, hardworking, young, talented people. This facility is quite large. There's equipment everywhere, proprietary equipment, huge machines that print a page every second. But still, I'm so impressed by the gal over in the corner, hand mounting, hand crafting each individual book. You just don't expect to see things like that in a facility of this size.
I'm so proud to introduce the Sue Bryce collection. Graphistudio has a global reputation for providing high-quality, handcrafted Italian products. But what makes them extraordinary is they are exquisitely handmade by the Graphi family, incredibly affordable, they feel and smell of Italian leather, and they are available to photographers all around the world. For additional questions regarding the collection, please reach out to a Graphistudio customer service representative within your region.
Welcome back. I told you that today is gonna be a great day, and actually we deliver such a good bunch of knowledge, isn't it, Jeremy? So Sarah, Mauricio, and all the products that we covered today.
Outstanding. And along with the interview with Sean LeBlanc, we've given shooting. We've given shooting in two completely different styles. We've given editing and creation of the most outstanding photographs. We've given knowledge on business. We've shared so much information. I'm really proud of all of our friends and Graphi family members who've sent us their videos of endorsement and possibilities. You know, we're just watching in between, and it's I feel so grateful to be a part of this, because so many people have taken part, and it's been brilliant. And to listen to Sarah and how she does her work, you know, finishing off those incredible images. How can you not be inspired by 2 days of knowledge being shared?
Yeah, you know, what I love about our testimonial videos is that no one of that, you know, was about, oh, grab this deal, or, you know, I never found this incredible,
discount,
this value for money. It's not about that. It's about the way we were over the phone or via email or, you know, video conference.
Quality of the product, service of the product, everything to do with it.
Listening, because we are here to listen to you guys.
And we listened to Sue Bryce, didn't we?
We listened to Sue Bryce one fine day a few years ago.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm sure that all of you are familiar with Sue Bryce. She's not only an amazing photographer, beauty portrait photographer, she's also an incredibly talented entrepreneur.
Yeah.
And when I say talented entrepreneur, you have to consider how this industry was a couple of decades ago for a woman trying to be a professional photographer, to be in business.
Did you know that certainly in the UK, 55% of our customers are now women?
Would they have said that 10 years ago?
And growing. No,
the demographic is changing.
And well, it's not just the demographic, it's the excitement and the access to business and the encouragement from so many others into the business, whereas before it was a bunch of middle-aged men with cameras and camera bags. Sorry guys, but that was the case. You know, we're hoping and we're trying to make such an easy path. Let's take a look at in the US, our US director Maureen Nices. She has so much talent and brought so many great female photographers to our
you know, it's been like opening a window and getting some fresh air.
Well,
absolutely.
And they've affected us too. You know, if we remember Catherine Connor, hi Catherine, bringing 20 women over to see us, it changed the course of our business. It made us understand, hey guys, you know, you need to rethink, and we continuously do rethink. But let's get on to the product.
So Sue, as I said, has been and still is an incredible entrepreneur, but she's also a super talented educator. So when Sue met Graphi, she had an idea. And you know, Sue is quite picky when it's time to define partners, business partners for her career. She doesn't want to have a bunch of brands around her just for the sake of it. She doesn't want to show you medals and stuff. She's keen to deliver the quality and I'd say, the spirit that she puts in each single challenge that she's in. And when she met Graphi, she immediately felt that we were perfectly tuned And you know, if you're familiar with her program, when she says, you know, oh, you should touch this, it smells like a brand new car, she's speaking to the belly and the heart of her clients.
Which again, we are talking about all the three senses. So let's have a look at seeing what we got. I'm going to walk around the front here because we're going to make a start. One of the most iconic products that's made a huge difference to the market and started a complete revolution is actually the reveal box. And the reveal box, one of my favorites, because it becomes a salesperson in your customers' homes. It becomes a product that enables your photography to stay on display and to show a lot of different versions of the photographs for your client. Imagine originally one photograph appearing on a box frame on a shelf. Now, when friends and family come down, they see different photographs and they wonder, why is that a different photograph? Have you had more? I said, no, look, it's a box. And inside are all my very special photographs. I have a whole series of photographs in here and you can change them every day as you need to. So what's also key with us with the reveal box is the different colors and different materials.
Yeah, you're handling, by the way, something that we added recently, less than a year ago. So it's the linen, it's the natural linen. When I say linen, I mean natural linen.
Natural linen. But let's have a look. We didn't discuss yet about the material swatch box, but inside the Sue Bryce collection, you have all of these colors and materials and potentially more coming. You know, just the reveal box alone can be in all these different colors of cloud leatherette. It can be in all these different colors of leather. It can be in all these different colors of distressed leather. And as Dario says, we've recently introduced the linens as well. So we've got ever increasing colors and we make it so easy for you to actually design that on the order form so that you can create it, see it, look at it, look at the mood board of all the colors that you've chosen to make sure that they match. It's a phenomenal range of products that you can have to either match your photographs, match your brand, incredibly important, or to match something that your client desires. So, you know, don't forget, we're not just black and white.
Oh no, definitely not. Although when Sue met Graphy, she was thinking about the black and white, actually. But then, when we have crisscrossed our different background and knowledge, and she saw the capabilities, she said, okay, wait a second, I found, you know, my solution here. Because, like I said, she's an incredible talented photographer, portrait beauty photographer. Her clientele are women. And all the photographers that she's inspiring are portrait photographers as well. Vast majority still female photographers. And these incredible, let's say, combinations of colors and materials have been designed to appeal exactly this market share. There's the super elegant black leather, which will be a classy like a tuxedo, will always be great. But there's, you know, the cork and a natural cork, the cloud leatherette, the linen.
Beautiful cloud leatherettes, the sequoia leather that you can see on some of the wrap materials. You know, there is some just stunning. If we just go back to the reveal box, you'll see that you can see them in a 10 by 8 size. You can see it in a square 10 by 10 size. We also do it in 11 by 14 size as well. So we have all of the sizes now. We recently introduced the square ones. So if we look at the reveal box itself, what does it do for you? It gives you a beautiful display. If we look at the way that we present things, look at how the box that's available for the portfolio, which we're going to come on to in a second, it gives you that whole unwrapping feel. The portfolio, which can come in a number of materials, this is in the cloud leatherette, is a beautiful artist portfolio that has the mounts and the mats just slided, nestling inside there. It's beautifully hand-stitched, handmade in our factory with a lovely soft velour inside, like a suede leather type of material. Alcantara. Handmade to match the colours that you want. So you choose the outside, you choose the inside, and then we stitch it together. Here we can see a white leather version of the same thing, nestled in the wood box that we can create. Again, by engraving your branding on there, we can keep it either your branding or your customers' names, details, whatever you want to put on there. It's all there for you. This is one of my favourite because it is truly like an artist's portfolio. We're already looking at new materials, and we're going to touch on the ecological side of production as well when we think about rural products. And by rural products, I mean products that are made out of sustainable materials that come from nature. Here is an example that we've been looking at, and we're looking at a whole range of different materials right as we speak to replace some of those synthetics or to replace some of those leather materials for those that are looking for something far more rural in their aspirations. Which also enables me to touch on the fact that, did you know, and you probably mentioned this earlier, about the fact that true RA4 silver halide processed paper has gelatin in it. So if you have any customers who are vegans, you should not be selling them photographic prints. However, our HD printing has no gelatin in it, so you can sell it to vegans. So another comment on the rural side, because I know it's close to your heart, Dario, as well.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, it's like I said this morning, you're right, the gelatin, and a lot of clients, young couples or young women in this case, you know, being you know, very aware about the ecological footprint that some of these products can have. So these urges are us to, you know, to provide different solutions for everyone.
And I know it's in our mind, as we possibly can, is to make our products very environmentally friendly. Now we talk about some of the synthetics, or they, you know, you can't recycle, but our mission is not to be recycling these. Our mission is to give you something that's going to last a lifetime.
No, exactly. Being organic, it doesn't mean
it doesn't exactly. It means that we're giving you something that is going to last your customers' lifetime and much longer for their family and their families to be able to see.
So before we complete the insight,
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah,
I know what you're going to say. It's okay. It's promo time.
It's promo time. It's a fantastic £500, euros, or US dollars voucher for a yarn book, for a stunning yarn book. From now, you have 5 minutes. Fill in the form. Follow the link that you can see on the screen right now underneath. And just take advantage of this incredible opportunity. $500, pounds or euros voucher for a fantastic yarn book.
And that's a gift that we're giving to you. We do incredible sample offers, but this is free. This is part of a program that we've done to help you, the photographer, during this really difficult time. So even if you've applied before, please click on the link, pop in your details. Even if you're not a customer of ours yet, please click on the link. And if you're not a customer, definitely for sure, we want to talk to you and help you to understand how you can use our products to make your business even better. So let's go on to the folio box. I see we've got an 11 by 14 and we've got an 8 by 10 here. The folio box is a beautiful, simple, elegant product, which can be wrapped in, again, the same kinds of materials that you see here. You open the box, and you have a different lining material, which is a linen type material. Nestled inside are your 8 by 10 mounts or 11 by 14. You choose the lining material, you choose the leathers, you choose whatever it happens to be, and it's all done in that same configurator tool that's in the Sue Bryce collection. This was amazing. When Sue came to the UK for the Society's exhibition a few years ago, and she filled the room, hundreds and hundreds of people filled the room to come and to listen to what she had to say. And we'd already had that style of product out, but nobody knew us for portraiture. The moment that we said this is something within the Sue Bryce range, it's like, wow, that's it, I've got to have it, and I want it in plain white or I want it in plain black. It's been a phenomenal success for us.
So another box here, the Legacy box, it's a completely different concept. It's still a display box, but it's made, let's say, considering the box itself a sort of a frame. It's a concept that we have been through in the past few hours, but for instance, this is a gorgeous leather print lead for this cover. It's kept in position by the magnets closure. So, and inside nested, in this case, the 10 by 8 archival mats with a HD fine art prints on top.
And I'm going to talk about the mats shortly and talk through the different programs of mats that we have so people can understand them. And the back on that one's that beautiful, beautiful linen, isn't it? That's a lovely...
Yeah, it's a lovely linen, and you can tell that it's linen and it's not a fake imitations because of these little, you know, let's say, imperfections in the fabric. That's exactly what makes it special and true. And don't forget that the Legacy box can come with a leather print with the linen print lead or with the photographic
And we
print?
talked about the leather printing just yesterday, but we're going to expand on that in another session that we're going to have shortly. Now let me just tell you a couple of features of the reveal box that you might not be aware of. So the reveal box itself, as we said, can come in lots of different colours, but it can also come in multiple depths. So you'll see that some of the ones we have here are thinner, but they can also be thicker. So you can decide how many mats you want to go in that box. Now we've built them obviously for our mats, which we're going to talk about in a second, but it's designed to take up to 30 mats in 5 mat or 10 mat configurations. You decide what you want it to do. Now in this one, we've also built in to the base underneath a little slot to take our little magnetic linked USB pen drive. So that too can be personalized with information on there. You can personalize all of these products with engraving or UV printing, depending on what the product is. What this also highlights, and if you've ordered from us, you'll see a little tick box that says false bottom. Now we recognize that some people want to have a tool to bring their clients back into them by having multiple shoots. So it could be maternity, newborn and first year, or cake smash. And what the false bottom does, it enables you to order a box that has the ability to take, let's say, 10 mounts, and then you want to take that out, take the special different magnetic spaces that we've made out to make it 20. And then at the last instance to make it 30. So you can have 3 sessions where you sell 10 photographs and of course some beautiful wall art as well.
Also, you can buy in bulk, you can buy more, more boxes and be ready for an XYZ session in that week.
Exactly. That's a great, and we've got some of our customers that do that. They buy the standard that matches their studio brand, and then they offer an upgrade for anyone who wants it in leather or some other special colors so that they can do that.
So assuming that you have a client signing in for 10 pictures print and mat, and mounted on this beautiful mat, but then you show them 15 or 20 beautiful, gorgeous, breathtaking pictures, most likely they're going to buy the upper level. But at that point, you have with the same box, you can have room enough.
Upgrade.
You're right, to upgrade straight away.
There's
and
no reason
send them
having to
home
wait
with
for
what
them.
they're dreaming for.
So let's talk about the mats themselves, because I know there are a lot of mat suppliers, and a mat is not a mat, is it, Dario? So tell me,
well said.
we actually supply 100% cotton archival mats, and our standard mat is probably one of the thickest in the industry, isn't it?
If not the thickest. And I have to say, sometimes I see comments by photographers and forums or on social medias and talking about, I like this vendor better because the white is, I don't know, better for me, fits my style. And they are commenting things, and I'm wondering sometimes if they are considering that when they talk about the white point of a mat, it really means that, are you sure about the whitening agent
that's been used?
Pot is being used.
Yeah.
It means that the more the whitening agents, the more yellowish is becoming
later
over time.
on. Yeah. And you see that on some of the mats. Some of our experimentals, we saw the back piece went yellow and the white piece stayed a slightly creamy color because they used a cheaper material on the black, on the back.
Indeed, and they call it, I see people calling it archival because on the front, but like you said, the back panel matters as much as the front one. Definitely, you have to be sure.
Otherwise you're going to get some movement of the mat as well, aren't you?
Yeah, the bowing, yeah, definitely.
So let me show you the differences. So what we have here, these are our standard mats. So you can see the thickness of our standard mats. So you can see that's the standard mat in white and the standard mat in black. Now let me put a bold mat there. So you can see the thickness of a bold mat. Can you see there's a significant difference in the thickness of the mats there? Now, what I'm also going to show you is the fact that on our bold mat program, we can also offer in a wood finish. Can you see that wood finish there? Hopefully that you can catch that on the camera. We have this beautiful setting sun just below just in our eye line right at the moment. So that's the wood finish in the bold mat. Now what I'm going to show you is a material called Materica. Now this is the Materica finish. Take a look at that. That's a slightly easier one to see in this light. But you can see there's this beautiful texture that's on the mat. You're able to add something completely different than a standard white mat.
Yeah, or the V-groove.
And we happen to have a V-groove one right here, Dario. There is 2 V-groove mats, one in black with the white V-groove, And there we also have underneath it the wood grain finish with the V-grooves.
And you know, I would say that the extreme development of our beautiful mats and prints is
and
behind
square.
you. Oh yeah,
and
of
square.
course the square size as well.
Let's just quickly touch on the mats themselves, because they can come to you in a number of three ways, can't they?
Yeah, like we said yesterday or this morning, I can't say it enough. So you can buy the mats only, the mats open with prints, the mats with prints mounted in it, or just the prints. So of course our sizes are the standard ones in the imperial system. Therefore, even if you want to print by yourself, they will fit exactly our sizes as usual. So 11-14 rather than 10 by 12 or the square size of these two formats.
I thought I had an open one here to show you, but it seems to have gone
when you buy the open mats, basically it comes to you with 3 sides open and 1 already sealed. There is a double side tape pre-positioned for you, so you just need to slip in the print and then peel off the double tape and close firmly with some weight.
And we offer the true fine art alpha cellulose printing on the HD printer.
Definitely.
We offer the luster on the HD printer. We offer the glossy and the luster on the HD, and we also offer the deep matte touch as well.
Correct.
So you were just about to mention,
the extreme.
The
development of this program has been brought to life by Sue, envisioning what she calls the 9-up. So the name says it all. 9 different frames out of the same shooting session. That's the ideal way to use this product, which is supposed to be framed later on by your clients or by yourself, depending. And as you can tell, it's a hyper cinematic, expressive way of showcasing different attitudes, different angles and folds of someone's face. So you have this incredible opportunity to design and design this piece defining the personality of your model or your clients of choice. So it's gorgeous, and it's all fine art, it's all cotton paper, it's all cotton made mat. Now, so in the same Surprise collection, there's also the Mega Mat, which is the larger size of the regular mats that you have just described. So to summarize, Surprise collection, we have the Mega Mats, the 9-up, the Legacy box, which is the one with the window with the aperture on the lid. You have the Folio box, the very elegant collapsing lid. And then you have the Legacy box with this beautiful expressive printed on leather or linen or photographic paper. And the Portfolio with this beautiful leather wrap that you can dress with colors and materials of choice.
Okay, so
it's a great program.
We've run out of time on this session, but we're going to be back shortly. We have an incredible announcement to make. And if you've been with us all day, please, we ask you to stay on because we've still got more to give away. But we've got an incredible announcement on a new collection. And we're going to do some Q&As too. We've got some question and answers coming up as well. I know I've got a whole list on here. So thank you so much for watching this session. Join us back after these words from some of our great friends and family members, and we'll see you again in a minute. Thank you.
For me, that question is twofold. The first is their customer service team, which feels much more like family than classic customer service with other companies. They care deeply about my experience and about my client's experience. So if I have a custom order that needs extra shepherding through the process, they are right there. If I need something shipped quickly, they will move heaven and earth to make that happen, if at all possible. And if I have questions, they are answered almost immediately. In fact, I have learned to stop asking Maureen Niasis questions after late afternoon California time, because if I send her a text at 8 p.m. thinking she's going to get back to me in the morning, she answers right back at 11 p.m. her time. The second part of my answer to that has everything to do with Graphi products. And I'll illustrate that this way. So we're allowed a very, very short description on my local business network page to describe our business. And mine is worded this way. Well-crafted headshots, award-winning fine art and family heirloom portrait photography, including your pets, tell and retell your story with handmade Italian wall art, keepsake folios, and albums of unmatched quality. End quote. So 50% of my business description has to do with the incredible products that I offer. And it's absolutely a differentiator between me and other photographers, and clients can tell. So we know that Graphistudio produces some of the finest deliverables for photographers in the world, right? The difference for me is how these products make me feel about my portrait work and about my brand. So when I started to offer Graphi's wall art and the Canvas Pro in particular, it was immediately obvious to me that I needed to increase my prices. My self-value went up because the level of my products went up. And it changes the tone of the conversation when you can say to your inquiries, I offer handmade Italian wall art that's crafted like custom furniture and museum quality, and it's rated to last for 300 years. Mic drop. It becomes really evident to inquiries and to existing clients that these products are really special and make you really, really special. So that's the effect that it had on me. Certainly the gift of time with my family for education, and the gift of finding other ways to connect with my clients. So who knew that teaching my clients to take me on a tour of their home and teaching them how to collaborate together and design wall art for them to live with and pass down was going to be a thing. But it's become a thing, and it's really fun. And it's collaborative, which is my favorite part of working with my clients. Let's see, can you talk about a special experience with a client where the delivery of their photograph has had a positive impact? Oh yeah, and for that, I am going to let one of my very favorite clients speak to you in her own voice about her experience. Her name is Rebecca Troxel. Enjoy.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
Everybody, welcome officially to the Graphistudio Castle. Come a little bit this way. Stop. There you go. Good.
Audio Jungle.
Well, welcome back everybody, welcome back. We're heading towards the close of day, the close of play. It's been a fantastic second day here at Graphistudio's training centre, Castle Ceconi. Now, before we get on to the next most amazing new announcement that we're going to make, We've saved one of the best things for last for sure. We've got a few questions that have come in over the last couple of days that we haven't yet managed to answer. So Dario, so if I just ask them, there's some real wingdingers here. No, there's not. There's just some fairly good questions that everyone would like to hear. So I haven't used Graphistudio before. How can I start using you? What do I need to do to start using you?
Okay, so that's easy actually, or easier than what you thought. So just fill the form and our sales rep will reach you out and we'll start connecting with you, understanding who you are, what you are looking for, and how we can help you. Remember that the key word here is that we'll listen to people. We are not here to sell. We are here to listen first and foremost. So just fill the form in our website. And by the way, if you have visited our website in these days, in these last 2 days, there's a different homepage with a Join Us button. Just click it there and we will reach out to you.
And don't forget too, we have regional offices. So we have offices in United States. We have offices that cover Canada and Mexico. We have offices for the UK and Ireland, France, Spain
and
Australia
and Italy, of course.
Russia.
Oh, Russia too.
We have an office in Moscow too. So Pietro, hey, how are you? I hope you're watching. And those offices are there to help you to understand what to do. If we don't have an office there, it means that your relationship will be direct with the factory in Italy, and so your information will come direct from the factory there. Okay, another question for you about choice of materials, the swatch box. What can you provide to me to be able to show the materials, and can I cherry pick those materials for what I want to have? Now we offer the material swatch box that does everything. But we know that not everybody needs everything. So I know that we have other programs like the Go Box materials, don't we? Okay, is there anything else that we can do to help the photographers?
Oh, well, yeah. You know, this exercise is something that excites me each time because when you have a specific needs and we help you defining your mood board, that's how it is called, you can literally, like you said, cherry pick the materials and we can create with you your own personal program of colors and materials of choice. Definitely.
So your samples can be made up in exactly what you want it to be. Next question is the storybook that you're going to release and launch imminently, any day now. Is there more materials and colors than the Sequoia? I think we saw a bit of that on the table earlier.
Yeah,
didn't we?
this morning we tried to show you a good bunch of options that are upcoming. So definitely all the Sequoia leathers, but all the distress leathers, the normal leather that we sell, as well as the cloud leatherette, and as well as also the suede. So
you're going to love this one. Dario, you did a fantastic interview with Sarah during her print critique. The carrier bags that were behind you, can we buy them? That's from Nick Kavanagh in Ireland. Thank you, Nick.
You are smiling because you know this was a tricky one. I know that you begged me to bring to market these bags. And yeah, you know, all I can say to Nick is, okay, noted. I keep them this note and we will make it happen as soon as possible.
Okay, the next one is on the release of the new products. Now there isn't a defined timeline, is there? Because some of them are at the beginning of their stage, some of them are now almost ready to go. So I guess what we can say is, yes, watch this space, is that right?
Yeah, totally. Like you said many times, this year, 2020, was for everybody, was looking amazingly good. We all know what happened and how it went in reality. So this doesn't mean that we should, pull out from our dreams.
No.
On the contrary, that's why we are here, showcasing all of these, superlative products and creations, because we are here and we want to relaunch.
Well, I saw a fantastic video from our great friend Yvant, and he created this video for us to say hi guys, say thank you, say well done, and it was incredibly inspirational because he's already saying, do you know what, we're going to look forward to a record year next year. We're going to be doing so many of the weddings that we didn't have this year. We're going to be seeing so much more connection between families that next year we need to build ourselves up ready for a record year and really to work hard to make that happen. So talking of working it hard to make it happen, let's get on to this incredible announcement.
Well, you know, this is a sort of time machine for me, because it's like yesterday when we were in Las Vegas with Jerry and Melissa Gionis.
And if you don't know Jerry Gionis and Melissa Gionis...
No, come on, it's impossible.
Oh, come on, there's a lot of people watching from all over the world. It's almost impossible. We think it's almost impossible, but there's a lot of people who are new to photography, that are new to weddings or new to this style of photography, and we want to make sure everybody knows. So I urge you to look up Jerry Gionis and Melissa Gionis, look up their training, look at what they do, because Jerry is an innovator just in his own right in his photography. We talked about Jovan changed the marketplace and was a complete game changer. Jerry is one of those two and continues to be as well. They're fiercely competitive, the two of them, both from the same city in Australia.
You know what I love the most about these incredible names that you just listed? The fact that all of them have given back to the industry a lot. Possibly more than what they get, when they were newbies in this industry. They gave back so much knowledge, so much support to other talks. Still now, you mentioned the Jerry Gionis training program. We mentioned before SueBryceEducation.com, Kelly Brown with the new posing.com.
Well, we just in the UK had an awesome Jerry Gionis Zoom conference training session.
Yeah, whole day with
Jerry.
Day.
That guy is a machine. He's absolutely incredible. On it all day long, right the way through to late in the evening with lots of Q&As. He did not stop. He was an absolute machine at giving information, and not just bullshit information. But excuse my French. Sorry, Francis, I know it's not a French word, but giving information that really can make a difference to people if they follow it.
And there's a reason for. You know what, people that know me in the industry, they know that I've been always super picky about mentors, about educators, because you know what, I've been around enough to know where someone is selling smoke and mirrors and someone is selling knowledge. And you know what, we need everything but smoke and mirrors or hot hair. Okay.
Yeah, in the UK we call it blowing smoke up your... Nope, sorry, I can't use that word on live.
So, we need everything but hot hair right now. We need to be effective, we need to be solid and consistent. And when you meet people like Jerry, you just, you are facing the whole piece of knowledge that you can't possibly have as a photographer.
So before we get on to that, guess what?
Oh my goodness! Again, we're going to be broke.
We're going to give away £500 worth of original wedding book.
Oh my goodness!
So
I think this is the last voucher for an original wedding book during these 2 days.
Yeah, this is the last voucher for the original wedding book. £500, which means you could have the biggest wedding book with all the pages, with the very best cover, with ennoblement, everything you could possibly want in your dream would be on that album. And for sure, £500. You need to fill in the voucher details right now online. It sounds a bit QVC on it.
Graphistudio.com/live.
Yeah, come to us, sign it, fill it in, and then you can go into the pot where we'll be randomly selecting them all next week to give away, or later this week to give away to our customers, both old and new. So it doesn't matter who you are, fill in that form. Okay, let's get to the program.
Like I was saying, I remember like if it was yesterday, so pre-COVID.
That was 10 minutes ago. We need to get on.
You keep interrupting me, so it's not my fault. No, I'm kidding, but yeah, it was early March. We were in Vegas. We were heading towards a fantastically, amazingly fruitful 2020 season. And with Jerry and Melissa, we were launching, or actually I should say presenting, like in a world premiere, these beautiful collections of objects.
So let's get into it. Where should we start? So why don't we start with his competition book that led us to be printing on leather? Because I think that is something which is just inspiring. And insane. Just say at this moment, any of you vegans, please look away for the next couple of minutes, because this might not be to your taste. But this is a stunning, stunning piece of work.
Yeah, when Jerry shared with us for the first time this idea, I have to say, honestly speaking, our jaw dropped on the table and we said, oh my goodness, how are we gonna make it? But guess what? We made it. So it's an incredible piece of art. printed completely and only on leather pieces, true Italian leather. As you can tell, it's a massive, tangible, thick product that comes with these metallic frames and hinges, and these, when I say leather, I really mean it, leather. Look at this. I wish you could smell it. Oh my goodness, I love it.
Like
leather.
I said,
It's
vegans
addictive.
look away right now. This is not for you.
All right, so all these prints, these beautiful prints on this leather have been processed in a special way to guarantee the result over time, because we are manically driven by the result and the quality, the inherent quality of our products. So one of the tricky sides of printing in leather is that over time it tends to yellow.
And that's because the natural oils within inside the leather and the tanning chemicals are affecting the dyes from the printing that we're doing.
Unless you go to your supplier and ask for, you know, a specific kind of leather.
Shh. Don't share our secrets here.
They don't know which supplier though. So you need to have the right substrate, just like with paper. You need to have the right substrate. Remember when I said, when you go fine art, you need to have the right medium, the right technology, and the right knowledge. And printing on leather isn't any difference at all.
So that's a stunning product, and whilst we're over that side of the table, I can see we also have over there a leather printed, what looks like a little box frame there, but is it?
So this is a handable size of a wall art. So with the Jerry Ghioni's collection that we have premiered in Vegas during WPPI 2020, you will be able to order all our sizes and of the Pro line wall art
with leather.
Wow. Leather front and leather back panel if you want to go extremely luxury, or with the 3D hangers as usual. As you can tell by the finishing, it looks like almost like, I mean, from a technical standpoint, it's not that different than our Canvas Pro. So
no,
it's
but
the same
a thick
panel.
piece of leather to wrap that so tightly without any big splits and folds. That's astonishing.
Yeah. It's something, you know, luxurious to say the least. And to stay more or less in the same area of interest, these beautiful acrylic blocks made to be, I'd say, beautiful pictures on your shelf or desk.
But look at the thickness
jewels
of that acrylic. That's an insanely thick piece of acrylic.
Yeah, the reason why Jerry wanted this thickness is because, and he's quite right, is because it gives like
gives
3D
depth to it. Amazing, isn't it?
Effects that it's amazing and makes everything more real in a almost mesmerizing effect. You can have this size, which is thick and can't collapse anywhere, or you can have the double.
Oh wow,
acrylic.
it's a double side, so you can have it double-sided as well. That's amazing.
This is stunning. You can see the 3 different layers. It's real leather in between, and this thick, pure acrylic on both sides.
And then obviously we're doing square, we're going to do rectangular, so there'll be different shapes and sizes, different thicknesses.
Still all the, let's say, most popular imperial sizes are going to be represented.
And simple acrylic, I mean, look at that picture through there, it's absolutely stunning. So we've got 2 more products to talk about now. And I think we're gonna, let's start with this absolutely stunning piece here.
This is gorgeous.
At the box itself. Look at this, the hand stitching of making this soft, luxurious, padded top to the lid.
This is something that you might find at Gucci or Prada, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely. This is that level of quality. It's outstanding. So I'm going to take the lid off here. If I just turn the lid around and look inside, that's the same, that hand stitched white leather. Just insane. This is luxury. This is, you know, if you've got a client that insists on Chanel, that insists on Gucci, that insists on Prada, that wants those luxury, and your client is that, you know, that client, this is what you need to have.
Absolutely. And it's incredible to see when, especially brides, are looking for every detail, you know, because we're wedding planners. They spend a massive quantity of time, let alone money, on the fine details for the wedding day. Quite rightly, because there
So
won't be another day
why
like
not
that.
put it into the album? I'm just going to show the bottom of this album because I felt this. Just look, even down to the metal feet to keep it strong, to stop it from rubbing on your probably your $10,000 coffee table, or so beautiful, beautiful finish all the way around. Let's take the album out and have a look inside. So inside here, again, no mere ribbon. We have a beautiful aluminium stud that currently has Jerry's logo on, but I believe you're going to be able to engrave your own logos on some of the products.
Exactly
that you can.
that, confirm.
If we take that out, oh look, in the bottom, a whole leather strap designed to recess in so that it won't stick into the book itself, and more leather padding. We look at the album, we've got that same leather, which I guess we're going to be offering multiple different variations for this range.
Case, Jerry had mercy for vegans, and we are going to offer this in leather and leatherette version.
Now, I love the inside of this lining page because it's exactly what we've been talking about. This lining page has been printed on. When you choose any of our albums where you can upgrade the lining material to Luxe linings, that means you can print on it. You can create any design you like, provide us with a backgroundless PNG. It could be just your logo. It could be, as Jerry's done here, what's almost like a wallpaper finish of his branding inside there. And that really sets his brand in this album.
Indeed, quite an amazing job. But since you are talking about books and you're showcasing this beautiful creation, let me launch the very last voucher of this incredible 2 days
We've got
live.
the very last one.
The very last one.
The last £500. 8 times a day we've given away £500. What's this one, Dario? Tell me what this one is.
So we want to end with the fireworks of a beautiful young book. So £500,
wow.
euros and dollars.
That's insane, because that could be whatever material, whatever size,
any option available,
whatever option, dot mauve, anything that's in that young book, you can
precisely
have it.
So.
So whilst we've been talking about that, we've been turning the pages of this stunning HD printed luster finish book. Look at the
once
beauty
again,
of this.
you see the clean design.
Yeah.
It's not putting, you don't need any Maya on top of your design at that point, because quality is there. Pictures are speaking by themselves. All you need to do is just to let them talk instead of...
And this is Jerry chooses these materials, doesn't he? He's chosen.
Of course,
so his printing, his HD printing, he loves the HD luster printing.
He flew all the way with Melissa to Graphy headquarters a few times to have this incredible, intense brain, let's say these sessions, these creative
brainstorming.
Brainstorming.
That's the word you're looking for.
Brainstorming.
I love this picture.
Meetings with us here at the castle as well as at the HQ. So browsing around in our tables in productions, cherry picking materials, trying different combinations, back and forth with some prototypes.
Hey, look at the quality of their work. The work is outstanding. Look at the differences that you see within the pages that he's created.
So I hope you are taking advantage of this last voucher. Remember, 5 minutes.
Only
that
a
now
few
are
minutes
probably
left.
3.5. Go
so
to
now we come to the very,
live.
very last product.
Yeah, the Rockstar product. So this incredible box, it's quite...
It's heavy.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say heavy. I would say substantial.
Substantially heavy.
Okay, so again, the metallic bolts underneath. Yeah. So these metallic feet keep it in position and elevated, because everything subliminally speak of luxury
and quality.
and quality.
Yeah.
And quite rightly, Jerry asked us to have these bolts all the way around the frame in a sort of Rockstar style.
Yeah.
Again, the super thick, pure acrylic, which itself...
That must cost a fortune.
It costs a fortune,
that's kind
indeed.
That's like bulletproof polycarbonate, isn't it?
But you know what? Everything was taken to the extreme precision and quality in order to deliver something.
And so again, we've got these metal finishing pieces which locate that acrylic, and you can personalize with your logo on. If we take a look at seeing the Jerry logo on there, you can just see they can be personalized to suit your brand.
Provided that this box will house the typical 10 by 8 or 11 by 14 mats, here I'm super happy to show you what we call the acrylic mats. So basically, these are piece of art encapsulated like our wall art.
So it's the same as our acrylic with an HD print, as in, so instead of a matted print or a print on its own or a mounted print, this is an acrylic. So it's rigid, it's solid. So how would you show those to people? Or would you have to take them out one at a time, or what do you do?
No, let me show you. So inside, exactly as the gorgeous box that you showcasing before, you can see underneath the leather strap, there's a beautiful inset where the acrylic easel is waiting for the picture. You can personalize these too with your logo. In this case, it's Jerry's gorgeous logo. And there you go. And in case of horizontal frames, you can go either way as you like. So it's just a clever solution that speaks itself. I mean, everything is, every single detail, even these elements inside is 3D printed. It's all true Italian leather everywhere with the 3D in a polymer printed exactly of the size we need, with the bolts, with the engraving, with these beautiful, gorgeous pictures by Jerry, printed with HD media, is encapsulated in the purest acrylic you can find in the market.
Non-reflective acrylic. So depending on your mood, depends on the photo that you have out that
day. We are
day.
actually talking about the Maserati of the,
you know what?
This
is pure luxury, and it shows that again there's a whole range of products that we're giving to photographers, unlike anything else, that enables the photographers to select and choose something that's different, that it gives them the opportunity to market their photographs to their clients and give them a much higher value and therefore a higher profit to what they're doing. I think it's an outstanding range, absolutely outstanding range.
It reflects Jerry. Come on, Jerry is everything about quality, about about luxury. But not for the sake of it, not for the sake of boasting around.
Yeah, it's not just because it's expensive. It's got to have function. It's got to do something.
And I'm not. We probably, I'm saying that I'm possibly not spending enough time repeating the same concept. You have to define your brand identity and you have to go to market delivering your message, your quality, your why people should hire you instead of the next in the block.
Well, and it comes in a number of ways. It comes in obviously your photographic style and the quality of your photography. It comes in your overall brand aspirations, how you position yourself. It comes in your relationships with your customers, how you talk to them, what you say to them. The fact that you give them incredible service, because you cannot put a price on incredible service, can you? You can put a price on a piece of plastic or on a car, on something that's of retail, but combining artistry of photography with stunning, beautiful products that connect emotionally to the client, you cannot put a price on that. And if you do it right, these three combinations is what's going to help you generate great sales.
All right, so I think that we are coming to an end of this incredible day.
The sun is setting on 2 days of incredible stuff here.
Oh my goodness. So before we will say goodbye to everybody with our incredible team, we have a few more videos to go. One is particularly emotional to me, and because it's about the Frecce Tricolore team I'm fond of, as you know. And so
Frecce Tricolore is the Italian air display team. If you don't know that, they're similar to the British Red Arrows, and I know they're very competitive, but very friendly with each other. They know each other well.
The Patrouille de France, the Red Arrows, and the Frecce Tricolore are always competing, like you said, with a very, let me say, camaraderie feeling.
Huge camaraderie.
Right.
For sure. So there, what a great link. We take the Italian camaraderie, we take the Austrian camaraderie, and we take the British camaraderie, the same word used for all of us to be together, just like we will do in this photographic industry.
Exactly. So again, thank you for following us today. Enjoy the next few videos. We will see you in a minute for the last salute.
And a catch-up.
And the catch-up, of course. Okay?
Excellent.
So,
see you in a minute.
See you in a minute. We'll be here, be back.
Well, it means a lot. It's a relationship that I'm very proud to be part of. Graphistudios is a company that's very passionate about the work that they create and the products they create. And very similar with my studio, I'm very passionate about my craft as well as the artwork that I'm creating. And so it's a relationship that bodes very well, and again, one that I'm very proud to be part of. Well, it's really made a difference in 3 ways. So the first is the product that I'm now offering. So when clients walk into my studio, they are absolutely blown away. They're telling me this is unlike anything they've ever seen before. And they just love the fact that it's handcrafted in Italy and just the whole story behind the artwork. It's also opened up new alliance opportunities for my business, as well as attracted a whole new level of clientele just because of the luxury nature of the artwork. The second are the incredible Graphi representatives that are reaching out to you to check on you. Incredibly helpful, always making sure that your artwork arrives in perfect form and just do an incredible job. And the third is the Graphistudios online community on social media. You know, everyone is there to celebrate your wins and is there to help you out as well when you need it. So it's been fantastic that way. So I'll share a recent experience. So a recent photo session with a wonderful single mom and her 2 children. And before we got together for the photo session, she shared with me that she loves having children that see the joy in life and how they've really become best friends during this time. And so at her photo session, that's exactly what I photographed. You know, her kids together, just sharing that joy and just enjoying the time together. And so when she came into my studio to view her artwork for the first time, she was in tears, happy tears. You know, she just absolutely loved how we were able to capture that joy that she was telling me about. And, you know, as a photographer, there is such a fulfillment to know that, you know, you've created something that is now going to bring joy to their home. That's going to, artwork that is going to take a prominent place in their home. And so every time they walk into that room, it just brightens their day a little bit more. So it's so awesome that way. Well, I would say the gift of time. So being able to take a step back and look at my business from a 30,000 foot level and really try some new things. So mentoring other photographers one-on-one has always been something that I wanted to set up in a formal way. And so during this time, I was able to do that. And it's been fantastic because I've been able to think more about why I do things a certain way, you know, what processes I have in place and really set up a better system. And so that's one gift that that has come out of all of this.
iStock Audio. iStock Audio.
Iniziamo a caricare e andiamo.
Oh, so
are we back online?
We are back online. We were trying to find a way to social distancing each other, but like we said at the beginning of this live, social distancing doesn't mean not sharing knowledge and passion, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you know what? Look at the incredible team, and this is just not everybody. There are so many more behind the scenes that have all come together in an incredibly short space of time to bring this amazing event. Let's think about what we've covered over the last 2 days. What have we covered?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we went through the original wedding book, the Yam book, the Kelly Brown collection, the Subras collections, the Jerry Gionis collection, upcoming, stay tuned for that. We went through the Go book, all the display boxes. We went
wall
through
art, we did.
Wall art,
Yeah.
how could you forget wall art?
Storybook.
As well as live shooting and
From Maurizio
with Mauricio Arias Mora that you can see there. Thank you, Mauricio, for your incredible talent.
With the lovely Sarah Edmonds.
With the lovely Sarah Edmonds. Thank you, Sarah. Your editing and your photography speaks for you. With such a class and timeless
and all
style.
These amazing people, not the least of which are our 3 directors here with Maurizio, Tullio and Enzo, without who none of this would have happened. And with them Antonio, the chef de direction, Daniele and Lisa and Alice and Miranda, everybody that's here.
David, our cameraman David on the corner. He's,
and our drone driver over in the corner.
Where's Fabio with the drone, the drone pilot?
Fabio over there too.
So, Jeremy, it's been amazing finally together but not together in a way. After so many months, we are back in shape. We are ready to deliver.
This is a turning point, isn't it? It's a turning point. And next stop, Graphi TV. Graphi TV. And so watch out for tomorrow's programs.
Tomorrow? Oh my goodness.
Okay. On a serious note.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us. If you were with us for the last 2 days, we've done so much amazing stuff. Not the least of which is 16 sets of £500 worth of free gifts. Fill in the forms. If you don't work with us, we want to work with you. We want to know all about you and understand your business. If we do work with you, we want to know all about you. We want to understand your business, because that relationship is how we're going to us both grow our businesses. We're in this together. We need to work together to get through this period. It's been a tough time for everybody. We're there for you. We hope you're there for us too.
Wait a second. Did you say that we just we have given away 8 grand?
Yeah,
oh my goodness. Okay, farewell everybody. I'm going to be fired.
Yeah, it's coming out of your pocket, don't worry. Thank you, Dario. Thank you again.
Thank you, Jeremy, for flying here with your lovely, how can I?
Miranda.
There are no words for this lady, Miranda. An applause. You're a hero just because this man. Come on. Yeah. You're so lucky, buddy.
Thank you.
Anyway,
it's been a great time. We've enjoyed every minute
Absolutely.
of it.
Absolutely. I was looking forward for this moment. Thank you, everybody, from the bottom of our heart for being online for 2 days, amazing, incredible days. We will be back soon from this castle, and hopefully you will be back soon through this castle, the home of all the photographers.
And of course, all of this has been saved on YouTube. So you can go to the Graphistudio YouTube account and watch it all over again. You can watch the different sections, you can watch it and see it in a time when it maybe is a little more convenient to you. Unfortunately, when you hear and see the promo links, those are done for now. But yeah, thanks again. Thank you, Dario.
Thank you
to the team.
Thank you to everybody, to the team for this incredible
Well
job.
done. Thank you.
Say goodbye to the drone.
Goodbye, drone.
Ciao, guys.
Ciao. Good
soon from Castle.
And that's a wrap.
And that's a wrap.
I think we're wrapped. We're still live, though.
All right. We can't come close. We can't come close.
No hugging. Yes, that's it. Done. Yay! Well done, everybody. That was awesome. Thank you.
Now everyone's going to hug and shake hands.
Shoot down that drone. Maybe we're still online.
Thank you.
Hello, hello. Test mic.
Hey,
You did it.
Job done.